show the dynamics of how the body works in regards to the transformation of those energy currents. Can everyone hear me okay? Good? Okay, cool. So, first, what I start with, let me move this back. Sit down. And it's okay if you're just in a regular chair. It'll work just as good. Excuse me one moment here.
So, can you see me, guys? See what's going on here? See outside my window, all the tractors. This is the farmers, they're having this big protest. It's like already going on like for like 11 minutes or so, you know, and they're all honking and stuff, and they're all decorated, all these tractors with all the lights and stuff. It's really weird. I'm really excited. I don't know where they're going. They might be going to the big dike. You know, we have this big dike which separates this part of Holland from the other part. But
What is that? Is that boats?
this is a big protest against that they're stealing the land of the farmers, right? You know, this is
Oh,
happening in
wow.
my country.
Is that
And
fire?
no, they're all tractors. I can see it. I can put
Oh, wow. Well, that's
You see them?
Yep.
All them tractors. It's really funny.
Yep.
Very cool now.
It's the age of protest. So,
Yeah. I didn't know. I heard all this honking, you know. Normally it's really quiet here. And then what is going on? And I see all these tractors, and I open the window and they also start honking at me and stuff. But
yeah.
like I don't know, maybe
Like from
hundreds.
here, it looks like a bunch of boats at sea.
Yeah, well,
Ships.
next to it is on the other side of them, there is like a big lake.
Hmm.
But here I'm living on a boat as well. But here in front there is just like a fields, you know,
Fields. Wow, that's so
and they
amazing.
are on a dike, on a road next
So
to a
you live
dike.
on a boat?
Yeah,
That's cool. That's so epic. I don't know how I felt like I just got, yeah, that's awesome.
yeah. This is like a houseboat, you know,
Yeah,
like
I've seen them before. How do you like? Is it peaceful? It's nice, isn't it?
yeah, it's the best, of
I
course.
bet it is.
Yeah, you're like always moving with the water. If it's windy, you also move a bit. If it's
Because in
stormy,
Spain,
you
right? They have houses in Spain,
move.
right? That you have to go up by boat to get there, right? Little boats, some houses and stuff.
Where
In
is
other,
that?
in other countries, I think in Spain, right? Or other countries also have like water and boats with house apartments right there on the water. You just have to have a boat to get there.
Well, we have a lot of those floating houses in Holland,
Wow.
but we always have like a little bridge, you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can have like a whole group. You're like you know, a part of a city or so. Be
Hmm.
like this. We're going more and more towards that.
Wow.
Well, they are gone. I don't know what they're going to do, but maybe they're going to make big protest on the dike.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So, how to begin a meditation practice is we start with the fourfold breath. So we're going to go in for, expand your belly, hold for 4, deflate your belly, hold out for 4, breathe in 4, hold 4, breathe out 4, hold out 4, breathe in 4, and get in the rhythm now. Hold 4, breathe out 4, hold out 4, Breathe in 4. Hold 4. Breathe out 4. Hold out 4. Breathe in 4. While you're doing this meditation, it's important that when you're breathing in, you're starting at the bottom of the stomach, breathing in slightly. Then you're moving to the middle of the sternum, breathing in. And then you're finally completing the final in-breath with the upper shoulders. The reason why is because while you're doing this, you're going to start feeling energy drop to the base of the spine, sizzle, and vapor up. And it's the breath and mind's duty to guide that energy. Once you fix this problem of this disconnect, you can be in that flow state and you won't have to do it. So you're doing in 4, belly first, shoulders, hold for 4, out 4, starting at the shoulders, mid, finally the lower, hold out for 4. Now, we've done the fourfold breath, and we'll be moving to the next phase of the meditation. Next phase of the meditation, if you're sitting cross-legged, which it's okay if you're not. If you are, I'm putting my ankle in my perineum. My left ankle is now sitting where the anal sphincter and the gonad, in between that. Your ankle is sitting on that compartment there. So it builds like if you're only sitting normal though, in a normal chair, then you have to slightly tighten that muscle here that would stop you from urinating. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick breath of fire, which is essentially forced exhale, natural inhale in a fast motion. So you go in and it comes out normal. Your body should be heating up. And remember, you're forcefully exhaling when you're pushing it against your abdomen. When you're exhaling, it's the out is natural. I'll give you guys 1 minute to do the breath of fire in your own way. When we do this, you'll get more better at it, but essentially all you need to know is you're forcefully exhaling and allowing you to inhale natural, which is a very in-breath short. Okay. I like to have my hands in this mudra, 2 fingers touching, right hand on top of the left when your thumb's touching. You can do this cross-legged or sitting in an armchair. The breath of fire clears the nadis and prepares for the spinal fire. So we've done the fourfold breath, in which we've expanded the stomach, gone into the middle of the sternum and above, and then breathed it out. We've done 4, rhythm of 4. Then we've done the breath of fire. Now your body's heated up very well. So now the next breathing exercise would simply be putting your thumb on the right nostril and your index finger here at the third eye, and breathing in the left nostril to the count. I would say for beginners, do 6. Try to do 8. So you breathe in for 8. Hold 8. Switch to the right nostril and breathe out for 8. Hold out for 8. Breathe in right nostril, 8. Hold for 8. Breathe out left nostril, 8. Hold out for 8. Breathe in 8 in the left nostril. Hold for 8. Breathe out right nostril, 8. That was 4 rounds. Next breathing exercise. Arms out at a T. Lips whistled. Inhale slowly with resistance and suck in a beam of light. The light is everywhere. Hold. Now, when I want you to blow out through pierced lips, which means lots of resistance in the blowout. That means you've made your lips pierce so that when you blow out, it's very hard. Okay. Next breath will be to move the blood that has accumulated in the lower dantians and try to get it exercised. So we'll do 10 similar Wim Hof instead of breath of fire, where we're only forcing the exhale and letting the inhale come naturally. Now we will be doing it consciously for both, but not very fast. So you're going to do out, in, middle, here, and up. When you breathe, you do it 3. The inhale is 3 steps. Stomach, sternum, shoulders. And then when you breathe out, your abs crush your spine. Now exhale all the way. Breathe in, stomach, middle, shoulders. Now I want you to squeeze your perineum, lock your chin down, tongue at the roof of the mouth behind the teeth, eyes focus to the eyebrow middle, and hold. Breathe out. Breathe in. Stretch, pull up on the perineum. Put the air down, and you're squeezing the air in the perineum like this. Tongue here, eyes here. My ankle, I'm sitting on it. Now, we're not done yet, but just since we've done 3 different steps, I want anyone to say that they didn't understand step 1 or step 2 or on this specific part to redo it. So does everyone feel like they're heated up, a little sweaty, a little hot inside? Grass, okay. So essentially when you first start this, you have to do the fourfold breath would be like 10 minutes. In 4, hold 4, out 4, hold 4. Once you're in the rhythm, then you would do the breath of fire. Tongue here, eyes here, mudra. Back straight, sitting on my ankle, or in an armchair, you're not sitting on your ankle, but you're tightening up. Forced exhales. Then the third step was that we're bringing all the air in, pulling up on our perineum, locking our chin down, focusing our eyes, putting our thumbs. This is the Jesus meditation of the Gospel of Thomas, putting a hand in the place of a hand, a foot in the place of a foot, taking your eyes and putting them in the place of an eye. And then you're going to hone in on the abstract part of yourself that's not incarnate, and that blood is going to be able to come up from the base and nourish other areas, right? Because we're walking like this, there's a tendency to, we have to exercise it upward. So now, for the final part, well, not the final, but the next part of it, we've done those 3 phases. This is a tutorial so that when you're on your own, each one of these practices will be slightly extended until the body has a good amount of, you feel an actual change. So the next one would be this. You breathe in. Oh yeah, we forgot that other breath one. When we're inhaling the light, we're making our lips like a whistle. Holding it, and you can always hold and store. Hold and store means that you're pulling up on the perineum and you're using your inhaled breath to squeeze down. And that's how you extract the slight prana. And also in understanding breath, that any idea that you are impregnated into your field and you breathe it in consciously will affect your subconscious mind. So Franz Barden would say, for example, in Initiation of Hermetics, that if you want health, if you want inspiration, if you want to overcome something, you can breathe in what you want and breathe out what you don't want. Once you have the initiation understanding that your breath is basically impregnated with all of your main thoughts, desires, etc., then there's going to have to be withdrawn. Let's see, is there going to be a recap on the steps for me to download later so I can follow? Yes, this video will be archived, and it will either show up in my lessons, where you click on my channel. If it's not up to date there, you'll go to live stream and click play even on a day that's not a live stream, and you can go back. There's a back button to last live stream that they're not archived on my channel yet, but they're still there. So yeah, please go back and you could follow along judiciously, or you can reach out to me privately and I will walk you through the steps. So now we're getting to the fun part. Crumheller and ancient Gnostic, Samael and the schools that we kind of comprehend, it said that mantra vocalization and the transmutation of the animal nature are the 2 most important practices that will give you much more benefit than reading 1,000 books. Because sound is the ultimate benefactor to help you self-realize. So we'll be doing those mantras from that school. And when we inhale, we start at the top of the head. And we inhale fully. And we exhale E as in B. I even like to put in this meditation mantra forms a little bit different. I like to put my arms, I'm sitting cross-legged, and I'm using my arms as crutches during this exercise, as I'm putting them onto my hips on the ground, and I'm allowing my arms to pull my back straight as seen. So I'm using some of the weight on, see my arms, boom, boom. You can they're crutches. They're my poles. The poles to do the great work of these mantras. So Breathe all the way in. Do the throat chakra. As in bed. O. O for the heart chakra. O. Solar plexus. Breathe in. Ooh, as in boo. Breathe in. We're going to be doing the thymus gland. The thymus gland is in between here. So we've done E in the pineal and pituitary, in the throat, O in the heart, and Ah is the thymus. Breathe in, prostate or uterus, hum. And the final one is the sexual organs, which would be the mantra as in S, 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 like a snake. Pull up on the perineum, eyes up, inhale. Okay, now we've gone through those stages. We'll finally reach the last stage where Krishna the Bhagavad Gita says, point, eyes in the middle of the eyebrows, tongue at the roof of the mouth, inner Mona Lisa smile within, and you're going to mix the in-breath with the out-breath. What does that mean? You could do it in your nostrils here. That exercise will prepare it. So we're going to prepare for this. Make sure you blow your nose if needed. First, if not, what we're going to do is, it's not the breath of fire, right? We did a force exhale with our muscles, and then the inhale was natural. This one, it's going to be very in and out, both consciously, but instead of in the lungs or the chest or here, it'll only be in the nasal cavity. So you're going to want to inhale midway. I'm breathing in and out of my nose very quickly. Slowing it down until it becomes silent. My eyes will gaze in the center. Tongue here. Smile. Opens up the gates in the center. I'm going like this. In and out my nose. Equal breaths. One into the other, not singular. They're one breath. Once that section has been purified, you sit normal, relax all the body, don't move a muscle. Begin relaxation with pink light in Aries. The pink light relaxes the muscles. So starting at Aries, the head, pink. Taurus, the neck, pink, relax. Gemini, the arms, the chest, the lungs, relax. Relax the chest, the stomach, the kidneys, the pelvis, the thighs, the shins, and finally relax the two Pisces fish. Your whole body should feel kind of tingling and feeling as if it wants to move, but you're not letting it. Now, with your eyes subtly to the horizon, halfway open, halfway closed, the two fingers, the index and the thumbs touching on each hand, the tongue at the roof of the mouth behind the front teeth, the inner smile. You're going to breathe in with your stomach. And as soon as you breathe in fully, begin the exhale. Don't have a separation between the inhale and the exhale. Breathe in and then begin to exhale as soon as it becomes full. Right before you exhale everything, begin to inhale. And you'll create an infinite 8 loop. So you want to loop it. You're inhaling. Now you're exhaling. Before you exhale everything, you're inhaling. And you're exhaling. And get in this pattern. This is what Krishna says, mixing the in-breath with the out-breath. Eyes gazed. With your consciousness in your center, meditate on the Supreme Lord, which is the highest existential part of yourself, consciousness, which is connected to the Supreme. Now the final mantra will be an elongation of AUM. Instead of Om, it will be I. Feel free to mute your mics if you want. You don't have to, but to follow along. Then if you have beads, your favorite mantra, you could do something quick. It could be Om, 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 Hari, 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 Krishna, Hari. Any mantra that you like, I would go through your strand or get lost in like any Sandals taught many of them. I love them. There's or Ram 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 Ram. If you're more Western orientated, Yeshua, 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 A or E L E, the vowel sounds. A I O A I O A I O A I O, or Eow 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 Yo, 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 yo. And notice that some of the breathing patterns that we've done in the first parts have followed and lingered with you. Your entire day will be reset, and your breathing patterns. Nick's looking a little stoned from the meditations. That's the idea. We're here to get stoned without weed. And once you're stoned and David hits the giant with the stone of stones, and that giant ego that may have been haunting you or messing with your plans or your ideas has now been stoned in the face, and you are now resurrected in your mind, figuratively speaking, renewed, alchemically changed for the entire day. And if done progressively, you'll notice that you will change. There is ceremonial magic. This has all been Eastern, mixed Eastern, Western, hybrid meditation. But we will be going into ceremonies, invoking gnomes, sylphs, ceremonial magic, invoking the elements, and also invoking the Hermetic standpoint of invoking the seven, but we invoking a negative polarity to destroy it, and we work on one at a time. And then we leave up to the rest of the life that we focus on disintegrating anything left throughout the rest of our life. But in alchemical initiation, right, we're focusing. It's your hermeticist. You're pulling out the medallions. You're invoking Venus to transmute the demons of lust. You're invoking Mars to transmute wrath. You're invoking Jupiter to transmute your greediness, right? So then once you're invoking them, you're concentrating your power to eliminate the defects of each planet. And looking at the chart will show you where to start. Once all seven have been pulverized, they'll start every time there's a death of a defect. What is given born is to the quality or the virtue. So we have to crack the eggshells of the vices, and out of those eggshells comes the virtue. So if anyone has any questions or wants to go follow, we can redo any practice right now that we did, explain it, or just even go off topic and just talk about whatever you guys want.
Hey man, yeah. Just real quick, the first breathing exercise is the 4-point breath. So quickly go over because I think I kind of got lost there. So it was. Well, can you just quickly?
No, you're good. Let's do it. So in 4.
So that's breathing in 4.
Holding in for 4. Breathing out 4.
All right.
Holding out for 4. Breathing in 4. Holding in for 4. Breathing out for 4.
Okay, I see.
So it's fourfold breath. Each one is 4. Even the in, even the out.
Okay, I see.
The faucet of it is 4 seconds. Until the next phase, we increase to 8.
Okay.
Philosophy school, but we're just doing 4 right now for a long time. So.
All right. Thanks, man. Yeah, I got a little lost there.
Oh, thanks. Any other questions?
Hello.
Hey there, Doc.
Good day. So I was saying, am I still gonna? Is it possible to still get this video, the entire steps you were saying? Because I'm a slow follower.
Yeah, I like to
So
rewatch this video.
yes.
Yes, it'll be in the archives, but sometimes it won't be on my channel. Like when you go to in the academy and you say click on my channel, sometimes they're
Okay.
slow to be there. So just go to live stream, go to the top, click live
Nice.
stream, and then it'll have like play, and you can go
There.
back and forth. So just go to live, go back
Okay.
1 or 2, and you'll find this one. It'll be called Alchemical Meditation. And also, if you feel like you want some one-on-one training, just let me know. I'll hop on a 15-20 minute call with you and walk you through
Yes.
it.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
One more question.
Go ahead.
Something about Sirius star.
Say that again.
Sirius star. The dog star.
The dog star. Siri. Yep.
Yeah. Is it out? Like, is it out now? Like, is it up there now?
I'm sure Nick is Sirius up there in this. Are you star watching, Nick?
Because I read that it's out since around July, so I don't know how long it stays.
Yeah, Nick, want to look into that?
Yep.
Okay, sir. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thanks, man. Interesting stuff because I've heard a lot about it. My friend in Africa told me too that various things have been. Right now is very cosmic to be stargazing and watching to be able to tell the tides and seasons. And fortunately, in my city, I have to use an app because there's so much lights and light pollution that unless I'm out more into the countryside, it's very difficult for me to be able to see many of the stars because I do live in more of a, I'd say it's a bit more on the congested side, unfortunately.
Yeah, same with me. I'm not in Africa actually. I'm in Asia, so I try to look for it, but I couldn't spot it. But I just it's been out there, so not really sure what's the timeline, how long it stays, and all the things. But thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, man. And remember, if you need any help with any meditation, just hit me up anytime. There should be the chat here. You can also message me here or my email, the best one to contact me at, I would say would be the Campbell Chris0402 at gmail.com.
Okay. Chris.
That's CAM as in Mary, P as in Paul, B as in boy, ELLCHRIS 0402 at gmail.com.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem at all, man.
And the question was if you can see the Sirius star now? Was that the question?
Yeah, and the timeline, how long is it going to be there? What are some of the impacts you might think that it could be giving us?
According to what I'm finding, it says it is usually visible in the evening skies in the late winter. In the late summer, you find it in the east in the pre-dawn hours. This is just what I found right off. As for impacts, I don't have the knowledge on that one. I need to study more on this, but that's what I'm finding.
Is Derek still there? Nope.
But you
Sir?
heard also about the
Yeah,
dog
I'm here.
days, right?
Man, did you enjoy any questions, man? Did you enjoy the meditation? Did you feel anything?
Oh no, yeah, I love it. I just started recently doing it. I'm like on the 6th count. But yeah, I try to do it before I go work out anymore to get my blood flowing get my lymphatic and my fascia kind of opened up, man. That's great stuff. Everything you had was phenomenal.
Good, man. I see you up there with no chair, so I got confused. Trevor and Derek, and there's Derek with no chair up there. I'm like, where did you go?
Yeah, I can't sit still, so I go out to my garage sessions and kind of go back and forth, but I'm always listening.
Yeah, nice, man. Cool. Yeah, man, I wish meditation could take a long time. I kind of wanted to just go through this one quickly just to get people an idea. They can go back and watch the steps. These are the steps I've taken for a long time. Like, I mean, this is kind of what helped the whole journey. There's a time that I feel that it's okay to stop. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that, where it kind of became where like I had to have the breathing exercises to pull me out of a place of like a stagnant, like a place of non-evolution, like a kickstart. And that lasted like 2 years, right? Where it was an absolute necessity to do like vigorous breathing exercises and rituals. And I think you come to a point where your body reaches like a homeostasis, or it gets to that next phase where you find that you're not as thirsty or like malnourished of breath, to the point where it's no longer like the vigorous practices are no longer an absolute necessity. A lot of them have now been incorporated into your daily breathing habits automatically. Like doing Wim Hof in the morning or any type of breathing exercise like that, that sets the stage. The whole, like, if you do that for a couple of years even, like, you're probably going to be a very good breather for a very long time, and you might not even have to vigorously practice anymore. So what I'm saying is with these practices, I think a lot of the ideas that we have, like this idea that we have to eternally maintenance this body, eternal rituals, eternal like there are rituals and ceremonies that are eternal, but remember the Tao Te Ching says, a lot of these things are just a lack of being in the Tao. A lot of these things are just to fix what's wrong. Like a lot of these breathing exercises are to fix years of sexual depravity, years of breathing bad, years of addiction, and now you have to do these exercises to get back in sync. Whereas if you lived in an Edenic lifestyle, maybe you wouldn't have to like, okay, breathe like this in this way and do this practice and this, like maybe our concentration was so piercing that we were in a meditative state that now we have to put ourselves in a meditative state for a while. We have to learn to relax the body, learn to be still, because we're so used to like blah, 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 that we have to go through years of meditation until finally you don't.
Yeah,
it becomes
that's
yeah,
that's what I think is the hardest thing for me and for meditation is being still and silent. But that's where like the chanting and the like om just vibrate, just humming. I think it's something that I can focus on, but still be silent, so it's helped me kind of slow down. I still don't think I'm fully there in that meditative state, but just doing doing those, going through the notes, the sounds, and the chants, it really kind of, I think,
well,
helps.
I have a remedy to help you, and I think that instead of like we're going to do this in class, but for you to get kick started, I want you to either, there's two options. You got to either read, it's online, you could do the free PDF or just buy the book. Franz Bardon, Initiation into Hermetics. Step 1, do those step 1s, dude. Thought control. Remember, there's one where you focus on the thoughts without getting in the way of them. You're just watching them. Then on number 2, you're focusing on one thought in cancellation of everything else. And then number 3, you're doing the void, no thought meditation. Now, when you combine that with Israel Regardie's 1-year manual book, it's called the 1-year manual. The first 3 exercises, 1 is teaching your body for 10 minutes to be still. If you move or scratch your eye, you have to stop the timer. You messed up. And then you do the practice then. When you reach 10 minutes and you haven't even touched your eyelash, you've completed the exercise, and you move on to the second exercise, which is putting each part of the body into a hyper relaxed state. There's 2 techniques for that. Samael said you can imagine hundreds of small little gnomes running off of your body and running away from your body. This produces a feeling of tingling relaxation. If anyone closes their eyes and imagines a bunch of thousands of gnomes running off their body and their legs into nowhere, you'll feel very relaxed. The second would be to use that pink light, the pink light saturating the brain. Once the pink light has saturated the brain, the entire body will be forced into a state of relaxation. So we've learned the stillness, the pink light of relaxation, the 3 steps of meditation, watching the train of thoughts. Then you're moving on to the next meditation another time when you've completed that to observe one thought, and then you're canceling them. So then with these 3 practices will arm you to be able to get back into that state that you're trying to reside in and have more control over those aspects.
I love it, man. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Also, I posted, found the PDF for the, which one was it? Initiation into Hermetics into the chat.
Great. Yeah, I really appreciate this book, and I think what I found from a teacher of mine, Sifu Ramses on YouTube, that instead of in the book it says that you can't move on to the next exercise until you've completed the first. My teacher has found out that this may have been put in there to guard against progression from those who see in a linear fashion. Because what this master teacher has taught is that this book, it doesn't matter if you completely accomplish one of the exercises before moving on to the next. I think it's better, like he said, to do check boxes, to do each exercise 10 times, because even the future exercises are going to help the first ones. This exercise, they all help each other. So it doesn't matter if you're saying, you know what, I don't think I perfectly was able to cancel all my thoughts, but I attempted 10 times and I'm moving on to the next exercise. Or like, that's what I did too. I have a checkbox and I did thought control 10 times. Then I did only focusing on one thing. It could be a pineapple for 10 times. Voiding my thoughts 10 times. Okay? Every practice 10, so then you'll know that these practices are going to be holographically affecting everything. Just like if you learn how to play soccer really well, that's going to help your meditation. You learn how to, even if you're a bagger, if you're learning how to bag correctly and put the right things in the right bags for shoppers or whatever, that's helping you in other areas of life be organized. So even driving correctly is going to help you meditate. Every single part of your life is going to improve. If you improve your concentration, everything improves.
Yeah, that's what I've been getting into the breath work. It also helps focus on things that maybe you're lacking in. Like, so for me, this generation of the cell phone, most people are hunched over and have that shallow breathing. But once you learn and you focus on that breath and you realize how shallow you've been, just when you go into that robotic state, you're in that upper breathing. And now when you focus on that deep breathing and that better posture and you get your staff in the right position, things just, your lymph, everything flows better.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
And Doc, I just want to answer your question. You said that, you maybe have a hard time. Indian pose is not for everyone. You don't have to do Indian pose. In fact, what you could do is even do your left leg in, like cross leg, and your right leg can just be right out. Just let your right leg hang out for a while. Don't even matter. And if you don't like that, I like to sit on my left heel. I just sit on my left heel. My right leg's pretty mobile. I'm just sitting on my left heel. My right leg don't matter. I'm not all crazy. Like, I'm not a master yogi. I don't know how to put my ankles like that yet. I'm not master at this. You can do armchair too. You don't have to do anything with your legs if you don't want to. If you feel like that helps you. This does open up your back more. This posture. Sitting on your heel a bit. arms up, get a good stretch, and do that mantra. We'll do the runes later. Because S, the one with the S, you actually sit in the shape of an S. Those are two runes, the Isis rune.
Okay, sir.
E, S, E, S. So you're standing up all the way straight on two legs. E. Then you're squatting.
Okay, okay.
That's Isis. It's a really good meditation because think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
Anyone notice about that one, the combination? How it's E, S, top, bottom, top,
Bottom.
bottom, top, bottom.
Crown.
E, S.
Crown and root. Okay.
So that's about it for this lesson, everyone. If anyone has any questions, follow me, ask questions in the chat. Let me know if you need any help, and I think we're going to be doing this more. I think this is exciting, getting into some physical stuff. We've gone a lot through philosophy, so I think we're going to do some more, get a little bit more active this winter, and see what we can do.
Awesome, man. Also, quick question: we're still going to go through, like at some point, we're also still going to go through the what we've been doing, like through the different signs as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll mix that. In fact, we'll keep it turned on. I like that, Nick. We'll keep finishing the Astro-theology book.
Awesome.
We'll do the next 3 signs next time, and then we'll do some meditation. Do the last 3 signs and do some meditation, and then we'll get into the transmutation of the 7.
Nice.
We'll learn some invocation. There's a lot of really cool invocations. Odin, Zeus. We can invoke Aphrodite. Various different archetypes in our toolbox. From East, from the West, from Europe, all schools of thought. Celtic. So we're going to keep it syncretism. That was just horrible. Embarrassing. Let's end it.
All right, man.
See you.
See you guys.
See you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. See you guys.
All right. So today, me and Nick are going to dissolve some of the facts and fancies about the various doctrines from the East and the West. Now, both can be liberating or imprisoning based on if they're interpreted correctly. Here we have a few different books and sources, and we're going to dive in and explain how the doctrine of reincarnation is essentially flawed, the doctrine of karma has been misinterpreted, as well as the law of gender and the soul's gender functions disembodied and pre-existence. So, like we said, right, the goal of all of these studies is self-conscious immortality, onward and upward. And we have actually been plagued by the misinterpretation of some of these ancient doctrines. You know, everyone's quick to, you know, they discard their Western religion, they go to the East, whether physically or mentally, to seek enlightenment, you know, and they don't know that just because the information's new doesn't mean it's always correct, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to go into first is chapter 1 of Illuminated Brahmanism. This book was quoted and sourced through Light of Egypt by Thomas H. Burgoyne, volume 1. So this is someone that he's gotten some of his information from. So let's go to chapter 1. So the original significance of the doctrine of reincarnation. From the realm of creative energy and spirit, there comes to the world of physical expression a power of thought which fails to find full significance in the poverty of human language. I'll go ahead and mute your mic real quick, just because of the.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Awesome. So it is limited in its range of appreciation by the undeveloped mind of Earth, and unless specially guarded by repeated explanations, becomes subject to a construction that is often diametrically opposed to its original meaning. Among the many primitive ideas that belong to the early religious status of India was the doctrine of incarnation of spirit, and among the lamentable results of misunderstanding, it is the midnight darkness of the soul that envelops that unfortunate people who, by the perverted language of what was once a great truth and is now, are victims of a malign superstition. If there's anyone blamable for this perversion, it is that priesthood that in my name has taught a doctrine, which as I thought it was indeed true, but which under its perverted form has become a source of the most pestilent spiritual mischief. It was taught that one God alone was supreme, and that the true object of adoration and praise was that one God. I taught that from this great being proceeded all that had life and existence in the world of spirit or mortal being. It was also taught that this being, all who passed from physical life would return to, but it was never taught that returning their presence of spiritual nature, your spirit going back to the great Om, right? In this book, the Creator Supreme Lord is considered Om. Okay. And he calls it the great Om. It was never taught that this would result in the annihilation of the individual or his inability to return to Earth as a spirit. And in the last video, we kind of talked about how, a lot of people jump to the fact, okay, reincarnation is not real because we're all one, right? There's no point, there's no real reincarnation because there's only one being separating into millions of different beings. And when you disembody, right, you're just back to the one. So if it incarnates again, it's not you, it's just the one, right? And he's saying that no, returning back to the spirit world does not result in annihilation of the individual. Okay? It was taught that all spirits could return to Earth to manifest and influence mortals, and I also taught that such a return would be determined by the mental bias of the individual. If of a low order, his affiliation spiritual would be the companionship of beasts and reptiles, for I knew that all life of whatever order had its spiritual counterpart in the invisible world. When I say that it was known, it was because in experiences and the study of spiritual truths, it was observant by all the spheres of spiritual unfoldment that was seen that not only did man have an immortal nature, but that the lower orders of life had their immortality as well. It was taught that the nature of eternal life and the methods whereby spiritual happiness was to be secured. There were certain obstacles to a perfect comprehension of the ideas that all the reformers find in all the ages of the world. There were those who could not understand how a spirit could come to Earth without being re-embodied in physical life. And there were many who could not imagine that any life could be which was beyond the cognizance of the physical senses. And Nick, go ahead. We were explaining how, in the higher realms, right, people think that obviously a soul does need to have a body for a vehicle of expression, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the physical body is not our only body of expression. And once you graduate from the physical realm, it said, right, spirits could come to Earth. Spirits could return to Earth to manifest and influence, but not re-embodied.
Yeah. And this can be pretty much proven as well, and especially with ritual practices. There is methods and to be able to summon back your ancestors to guide you or to assist you in some way. But if that were the case, then how would they be able to do that if they reincarnated? There might be some people that might argue, well, they're timeless. Well, yeah, that may be true. However, here's another thing to think about. If there is such a thing as a place, and there is the realm of the ancestors, then how could that coincide with reincarnation? Because what's the point of having a realm of the ancestors if they're just not even going to stay there? Imagine building a room but never using it.
Exactly.
Why'd you build the room? Like, imagine building a bathroom but you never use it. Why have a bathroom?
And we get this from the Upanishads, right? In the Upanishads, which everyone thinks it teaches reincarnation, it totally doesn't. It says that once you pass from the physical body, what does the soul do? It takes on a more fine and subtle form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and another big problem that I also seen is that people are really hyper attached to the physical body, right? And something that many, if not, yeah, many people are very engrossed by is the thinking that this physical life is life. It is everything.
Yeah,
of life.
even if they're spiritual, right? Even if they believe they're a soul, they still think that this is it.
Yeah, and they think that everything that's that is to happen with anything that they have to do with is only going to be in this realm. But here's the part where they fail to understand. Like Chris was saying, you do have other subtle bodies. It's not just the physical. The physical body is but a shell. It is but merely a workshop. So this life, and has often been attributed as multiple different things, as and Manly P. Hall in The Flames of the Initiate, and I'm heavy paraphrasing here, is this life, this world, this little realm that we're encapsulated in is basically the classroom of God made for man. I'm not sure, I don't remember if that was the exact quote. I'm gonna have to look at it again, but that's generally the general gist. This world is a crucible, it's a forge, it is a workshop, and we are the craftsmen. And this body is a tool which we use to create those subtle bodies, because it provides an anchoring point. It provides in a sense, a blueprint, right? As we go through life, we're also shifting and improving upon that blueprint. When doing so, we also create those subtle bodies. So then when we finally do graduate, we have a vessel that which we can use, right? And this world is basically a womb. Many people are under the physical illusion that when we're born out of our mother's womb, our physical mother, that is, that's when we're born. That's the absolute beginning of our existence, give or take, right? And they think that, once we're born, we went through, infancy, went through childhood, we went through teenage years, and then we're in adulthood, and then we go forward from there, right? And then once we die, then that's it. But the reality of it is that despite us being physically born, no, actually, we're still not yet born. Yep. This world is still that womb. This world is still the place where we're gestating. So, this is only we haven't even begun life, technically speaking.
Exactly. In fact, we're in the realm of the dead. See Alvin Boyd Kuhn, The Physical Incarnation's Death of the Soul, basically because it comes into an entropic state of the negative polarity, right? So when that soul actually manifests in the physical realm, it kind of undergoes a death, right? This is actually death. Mm-hmm. After this life is life. And that was the mystery of the Egyptian rites and the Egyptian mummies. They weren't making those mummies for the soul to return into the mummy. Zombie apocalypse affairs.
Man.
But the symbolicness, right? They were making it so that the soul, it was, and remember, rituals are not always the cause of everything. Like, oh, without this ritual, your soul will turn to discombobulated fog. And rituals remind you of what takes place, what is happening in the microcosm, in the macrocosm. So the mummy was to remind them that they live on in that form outside of the physical body, that they come informed into their subtle body. And that was a reminder of that. A lot of people teach that you're going back to just oneness, or Thomas H. Berglund talked against the ghastly, ghoulish doctrines of holograms, right? That, anyone you see in a near-death experience or the afterlife are just your personal projections. They're illusions. Once they disappear, you become reincarnated. Obviously that's not true. He warned against that. That's a very ghastly, grotesque view of the universe. It shows a lack of trust in the Creator and a lack of trust of the processes that we have to go through, and to know that we can trust ourselves and what we see in the spirit and whatnot. So we were kind of a little frazzled. We just had recorded an hour and a half of this discussion, only to find out that it wasn't being recorded. So we actually just hit the record button and are trying our best to recorrelate all of this as we discussed it before. But let's just kind of start fresh and let's get to the main points. So there's a few points that we want to establish in this presentation. Number one is the goal, right? Self-conscious immortality of the soul. Onward and upward, eternal, immortal progression forever, right? And that doesn't leave room for retrogression. The second thing that we're trying to establish here is how karma has been misinterpreted. That, you know, the Oriental would say you're being punished for something that you can't remember you did in a past life. And that if you think about the law of correspondence, would you punish your child for something without telling them why? Or would you explain to them what they did wrong, right? You don't just punish your children for stuff and be like, well, I seen them do this, you know, I'm going to punish them, but I'm not going to tell them why, because their soul's going to be able to interpret why, you know. No, you're never punished for anything that you don't know why. This is your first human birth. I don't, you know, a lot of people think they're an old soul. Well, you were a little baby. Every man was once a baby, right? Every man you see was just once a baby. And it was during that time that you received your initial I am, right? In Aries, I am, I think. This is when it was developed, right? So when you grow up and you develop your soul, you're preparing to live in those higher realms. And just because they're higher doesn't mean they're better, because there's a spectrum, right? There's lower astral realms. And we talked about how these lower astral realms to people appear to be physical, right? Due to the nature of the reality. You know, they wander these astral realms thinking that they still live. You know, this is a symptom of lack of development and cogniscience. So let's go ahead and read. Let's see. It's saying that there were those who could not understand how a spirit could come back to earth without being re-embodied in physical life. And there were many who could not imagine that any life could be which was beyond the cogniscience of the physical senses. The mental development of the masses, then, was as imperfect as it is now, but there was not then, as now, among the mental teachers of the people, an abnormal development of the imagination, which has since then led to the absurd interpretation of the doctrine of reincarnation. To have cited my ideas of the spiritual nature as a basis for the degradation of the soul of man to the brutal realm would have drawn from me a sharp rebuke, for what was taught that the pathway of the race was upward, not downward, and that the world of spirit held in itself the power to emancipate all souls from the thraldom of spiritual slavery. Right? So this is true, right? The Savior, the agent, right? The Savior is the world of spirit held in itself, the agent, the Savior, the power to emancipate all souls from the thraldom of spiritual slavery. To suppose, therefore, that in the statements which were left on record as to the nature of the soul there is or ever was any basis for the present theory of transmigration is to pervert a great truth until it has become a grievous error. There's one view of the subject of reincarnation that I privately taught and had often endeavored to impress upon the intelligent Brahmins for many generations, which is this. Whenever, and this is what we were talking about last time, this is why people think reincarnation exists, right? This is going to kind of answer the question. So, whenever any great soul arises upon the earth, manifesting the attributes of wisdom and love, such a soul does not lose its power of expression upon earth, for there will ever be correlative spirits born there, through which the higher developed mind in the spirit can give expression to its own existence. I might even go further than this, for whenever the earth itself is able to evolve the intellectual or moral power of, let's say, a Gautama, a Plato, give me some names, Nick, some greats. Walter Russell.
Manly P. Hall, you have Pythagoras, you have George
Mozart.
W. Carey, Mozart, Bach.
Okay, so the greats, right? We've established some greats, right?
Mm-hmm.
once the universe has been able to evolve the intellectual or moral power of some of these people we've mentioned, it will ever after be able to produce equally fine specimens of soul evolution, if not their superiors. And in that sense, there will ever be reincarnations of the essential spirit of these people, although as individuals they can only return through the power of spiritual transfer of thought, which enables them to register upon the mentality of the mortals the wisdom that pertains to the world of the developed mind. So what this is saying is that once the universal womb has created a soul, and that soul has progressed to a certain point, the universe can pick up where it's left off, create a vehicle in its nature for a new soul to inhabit that aligns with that progressive developed mind. And this can be mistaken for reincarnation, right, Nick? You know, people think that, you know, that might be, you know, Walter Russell's reincarnation, or you know, we think that these people are coming back, right?
Yeah, oftentimes what really ends up happening is that they're just picking up echoes of those people as well. It's not necessarily like their full essence, but whatever they were projecting, you know, whatever form, that's what they're picking up on. That's what they're really seeing, as opposed to just saying, "Oh, I see, you know, memories of this and that, and I'm able to do this and that. I must be them." Right?
Yeah, they're just picking up the astral echo,
Mm-hmm.
the memories. And we talked about how, you know, like, let's say that you were, you know, you all automatically had visions, or you remember being a sailor, you know, sailing the oceans.
Yeah.
And it turns out you're picking up on those astral residues of a previous person that may even have a similar chart to you, or a similar temperament, or somehow you picked up and perceived it, and it appears to you as memories, right? We have a lot of the reincarnation schools argue, well, these kids remember their past lives, or when we went into this home, I remembered, you know, I lived here, I was married to this person, I had a dog, I died in a fire, etc., etc. They're actually walking in and clairvoyantly picking up on past residues, and without discrimination are acquainting them with their own experiences, right?
Yeah.
These were not your experiences.
Yeah. And one interesting thing that just occurred to me right now was the concept of seemingly physical recreations, as in, like, there's been a bit of a phenomenon that sometimes people will either go into a museum, and they'll see like a painting, and it's like a painting made from like 1600s or something, and it's like, this person looks exactly like me, and then you even have photos of people, and everyday people. I'm not talking about like
Yeah.
major celebrity figures, which then of course there's more theories to think about, like, well, why is that the case? It's this or that. But no, just average everyday Joe Schmo. Even I personally experienced it myself.
Yeah.
With a friend of mine, actually, and it's not even. And these like physical reuses aren't just, you know, from long past supposed lives, but
Yeah, recent.
yeah, like even recent. Like, I remember going to an amusement park. This was in high school. I remember going to an amusement park. I was about to get on a roller coaster, right? And then, like, in the distance, I saw someone that looked exactly like a friend of mine from high school. I would sit with him at lunch. I would see him there. I'm like, oh shit, man, he's here too. So I sent him a text saying like, hey man, I'm on this ride, and look to your right, or something. I forget what I said to him. But then he's like, no, dude, I'm not there. I'm at my grandma's house, all the way in so and so place, nowhere near that place. And I have no reason to think he was lying. Um, so I was like, huh? There's a guy here that looked exactly like you. Like, this guy's almost one to one with like a haircut. That's the only real difference. Damn, that was like so freaking weird. And even today, like, you can sometimes see people who meet their supposed twin, like someone they have no relation to.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's because the universe creates copies and superiors. So the universe is always in evolution, and that's beautiful to know that, you know, the spiritual will, or the fire, is one of, you know, from that soul category or ray, but then from that ray is many. So if someone's opened up lit a torch here on Earth, there's other monads that can come and get engulfed in that fire of being and almost so much that it appears that they picked up exactly where they left off. But that person that left, the individual right here, it says, it just says that they move on, right? They've long moved on to upper dimensions, right? Just the physical appearances. And that's where Thomas H. Burgoyne talks about the doctrine of appearances and the doctrine of truth. Like, there is truth in appearance, right? Like, it appears that that's a reincarnation, or it appears that I have these memories of a past life, or it appears that we're all one, or whatever you want to call it. But in the truth, it's like, okay, actually, that's not a reincarnation of Plato. That's a soul that picked up where he left off. Those weren't your memories. That's what you perceived from some similarity or some type of tap-in from the astral residue, maybe an unconscious tap-in or whatever, but you experience them as memories, but they're not your memories. Right?
Yeah.
So here's what happens to people that have been seen in the East who suffer from the misinterpretation. So one effect of the doctrine of reincarnation of the souls of the dead that is felt with direful power in the spiritual world of India, myriads who have left the physical life hover over the mortals of that country, seeking for opportunities to become re-embodied in order that they may realize the promised relief from their imperfect development in the former earth life. They are earthbound to a degree that infects the mental atmosphere of its people with almost hopeless despair. For however intense may be their desire, they are never able to obtain the fancied reincarnation. Now, how different is that from what we're being taught in most Eastern and even Western esoteric schools, right? They've really hammered down the reincarnation so much that we're becoming retrograded. We're becoming attached to the physical realm. We think that all of our punishments are going to, everything that bad that has happened to you in this life must have been for something you can't remember. There's no accountability. And most people, it says, they indeed seek the presence of opportunities innumerable through mental impress of the sexes, but beyond inciting an abnormal sexual impulse, they effect nothing toward producing the result desired. And in place of a new life in the physical world, they only succeed in debasing their spiritual natures by reoccurrence to the sensations and thoughts of earth. So what they actually do is they end up trying to vicariously live through the physical people that are still alive to get that physical type of experience of being on earth again, which is completely impossible because the soul's voltage is too high to be able to be replaced into another fetus, right?
Yeah.
You have grown too much, and it even explains, Thomas H. Burgoyne explains, even if you die in adolescence, even if you die as a teenager, that don't mean you reincarnate.
Yeah.
You just go to the astral realm and you continue your journey onward and upward. And that leads us to the fact that the personality does survive the tomb. And in the last conversation, we went into detail how this could be kind of different from a lot of the teachings that we've been kind of masqueraded with, but you actually have to have a personality to function outside of the physical body. So you actually take with you your experiences, your memories, your personality, because this whole realm is the garden of, you left the Garden of Eden to learn knowledge of good and evil, preferences, pain and pleasure, like and dislike, harmony and disharmony, experiences, challenges, etc. All of this has formed you and created a vessel that survives beyond the tomb, right? Because we were also talking about everyone's immortal. And in fact, people are even trying to become physically immortal, which we talked would be the harshest punishment to someone who's seen higher planes of existence. To think about being immortal forever physically would be a retardant in spiritual progress, right? And that everyone's immortal, it's just that not everyone's self-conscious immortal. And without the self-conscious, what happens in the afterlife? Most people don't know that they've crossed over. Some people just continue doing the same activities they did on Earth. They may see relatives that are already disembodied and moved on, but they won't think and cognize, oh, why is this person who's died around me? They'll just think, oh, well, I guess they're alive. They just kind of continue with it. And of course, there's guides and relatives that try to help, right? There's assistance. That's another thing that occultism has stopped, right? We've lost the care. We've lost this assistance and the support that we are under divine providence. We are under divine guidance. We are led every step of the way. Things are taken from us. Things are put in our path. At certain times during our life, certain knowledge is revealed to us by someone who cares about us intrinsically, individually.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, this can also be viewed in the same way as to how and why we learn certain things at certain points in our lives. It's like, I'm sure many people at many times, especially those who are on the esoteric path, the straight and narrow, and I've thought so too as well, is where I'm thinking to myself, man, if only I knew this stuff back in high school, if only I knew how to, say, do ritual magic back in high school, and if only I knew how to fast properly, how to interpret scripture correctly, right? Instead of making all those mistakes and falling into all those pitfalls, and what have you, or maybe having certain gifts happening to a certain point, like maybe meeting a specific person at one point, or maybe having a specific thing happen to you, right? Like these things happen at certain points for a reason. Sometimes, and then we also even get into, say, the idea of, say, ritual magic. 'Cause magic, you can do lots of things, from ranging from internal development to even influencing the world around you, right? This can also be viewed as when you do things, like even say incorrectly, but still somehow manage to bring good results. It's meant you are meant. It's pretty much you were meant to have those results, or sometimes even the other way around, where you try to do something and nothing happens. That could be for a variety of reasons, but more often than not, it's this orchestration of your entire life, whether or not it's something that you actively triggered or something that you ran into. Those things happen for a reason. For what reason? Sure, they can vary from person to person. It may not always necessarily be one. Well, I mean, kind of is. They're meant to be lessons of a kind, and there's a lot of nuances to that. It's never just like one universal thing. But I think I probably made my point here.
Yeah, man. Beautiful. So here it says here that, okay, here, the soul cannot progress toward the grade of an intelligent understanding of creative power as long as it seeks to re-enter the sphere, we're calling sphere like plane of earth, embodiment. And its purification can only be attained by rising above the conceptions of the perverted thought or the atmosphere of sensuality or deception. Right, so we'll talk about this later, but we talked about how the theosophical schools have kind of taken gender out of the soul, right? They say that your soul is genderless. You're a man today, next life you'll be a woman, then a man, then a woman, then a man, then a woman, then a man, then a woman, and sooner or later you'll figure it out, right? But once you're out of the physical reincarnation loop, the false reincarnation loop that's not even true, then you're a what are you, Nick?
I don't know, man. I think I might be a cloud shaped like a fluffy bird or something, man.
Yeah, like a fluffy bird or something. Like I was thinking more of like a, I don't know, dude. That's exactly why it's completely incomprehensible. They've given us this roadblock. And we're going to prove it in the light of Egypt that your gender was predetermined before your physical birth. Your physical form is a projection of what's inside of you. So, if you're a man, if you got your thing, you're probably, your soul's a man. And if you're a woman and you can give birth and you're womanly, and you're probably a woman's soul, and that's for eternity, right? And we can talk about that in a little bit. We'll talk about how gender's eternal, and please touch on the fact that the Hermetic states that gender's on all planes of existence, not just the physical realm. Because when we split from the monad, from love and wisdom, we had our male and female split, right? There is a half of you, right? You are split from your divine feminine monad.
Yeah.
However, as you come down the ladder into physical realm, you manifest as a man, because you are that polarity before physical incarnation, because the physical is the effect of the internal cause.
Yeah, as the Egyptians say, and I'm sure many people have heard this saying by now if they're following this channel. And it's not they don't just say this because it sounds cool. Yeah, it kind of does, I will admit, but they say it because it actually has meaning. It's as above, so below, as within, so without. And there's a reason why it says, and it's that saying right there. It's self-explanatory. Everything that's above you is below. Everything that's outside of you is within you, and that within is also referring even to your own spirit. Because everything here is a essentially a projection, right?
How much corruption can actually come from repeated extended belief that you are a genderless soul inhabiting a man's body? Can you imagine the spiritual harm that can come from that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And actually, just to touch upon quickly, because one thing that comes to mind when I think that when it comes to the reversal and perversion of everything that's going on, and you especially see this in the West as well, is how everything got so deeply twisted, right? So when thinking about things like, say, the Kabbalah tree of life, right? I remember when we were talking in our practice dry run. I forget how I started the conversation here, but essentially what we're seeing is pretty much the Cliophotic poisoning of society, of humanity. So the Cliophotic, for those who don't know, is essentially the tree of death in Kabbalah, right? So in Kabbalah, there is a tree of life, right? And on this tree of life is basically, how everything should be, right? Is where truth is truth, a man is a man, a woman's a woman, right? Up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right, right? Where it's survival of the fittest, right? And the Cliophotic is pretty much the reversal of that, because as adherents with the law of polarity, there is, where there's up, there's down, where there's left, there's right, man, woman, light, dark, etc. So if there is a tree of life, then consequently that means there's a tree of death. So what's on this tree of death? Well, like I said, it's basically a reversal, right? Take a look at Western society of this day, where victimhood is celebrated, right? Where you have people always trying to have the most kind of self-victimization of whatever, whether they're disabled, whether they have some kind of, whether they have autism, whether they're this or that, right? There are all these labels, and whenever someone is like actually in a stable place, where they're strong and going on a clear path, they're reviled. They're oftentimes shunned and tossed out.
Yep.
And truth has become hated, and lies become celebrated. Those who are you could maybe consider weak on some level are elevated. And yeah, like I said,
Yep.
the strong are kicked out, right?
It
And
reverses and mimics, reverse and mimic, reverse, mimic, reverse, right? They
Yeah.
take the truth and they disassociate it, right? Like instead of talking about the holy love and wisdom monad, right? That the monad becomes a dyad, love and wisdom, male and female, and produces the angelic host or the Elohim, which are our angel parents, right? Thomas H. Burgoyne talks about how we all, not just individually, but some of us have collective, right? Not just one per one, but we have angelic parents that emanated from the cosmic pleroma. And when they created our essence as a one, and Adam, Eve together, right? And then through their sexual expression, split us, male and female, on our way down, right?
Yeah.
That's why we feel that why we want marriage, we want children, we want to find our partner, etc., because we want to make the two one again, right? But that doesn't mean that you abolish the separation of the two. That doesn't mean that we're not male or female. Or you can't say, like a woman to have divine masculine features is not positive. Like say with men with all this new age stuff, it's just like, I'm a man, I've reached my divine feminine nature, and it totally missed the Hermetic science, right? Because you're actually supposed to concentrate and focus your being. If you have a masculine ray, you need to focus on that ray and harness that energy. If you're a woman, you want to harness your feminicity, your passiveness, your wisdom. I mean, love, right? Love. And then you want to and of course Thomas Brogren says now the qualities are found within each other, right? Like you do have an internal feminine polarity that balances your masculine ray, and so does the woman. But to elevate it and want to excruciate it and make it bigger is not what Hermetic science is all about, right? It's not about, you know, a lot of people, I think a lot of these codes or mysteries are there to just kind of block people on the path, man, because I mean, going through all this, like, we were all thinking we're going to reincarnate, we're punished for things we don't know we did, God's impersonal, I could be a woman next incarnation, and that if you don't believe in, let's say you don't believe in reincarnation, you just believe that you're one, you believe that your individuality is extinguished once you go back to it, and that's counterproductive, right? So that's just a lot of confusing topics, Nick. I mean, look at all the stuff that's pretty much been preached on the rooftops for quite a long time, and it was C.C. Zane who says that basically it's not that they're bad teachers, you know, it's not that they can't gain some type of spiritual significance from it. It's not that you can't learn from those books anymore, right? It's just that they didn't pierce the illusions of matter, and they didn't see into the divine to be able to correctly interpret. So they're just interpreting the best that they can with the knowledge that they're given. So we're not telling you guys to, like, oh, throw out your books, you know. It's very hard to even find, like he said, you can't, I'm gonna read this right now. So this is Light of Egypt. I'm gonna share my screen, so in case anyone wants to follow along. Over the Occident, so this is Facts and Fantasies about Reincarnation. So over the Occident has swept from the dreamy oriental skies during the past 45 years a balmy breeze of metaphysical speculation, laden with the aroma of the choicest flower of Eastern thought. Upon the West it has had a salutary influence, warming the chill winds that blow so constantly from the icebergs of the practical that they threaten to force upon us frigid climates of materialism. The more spiritual inhabitants of the Occident were quick to recognize the advantage to be derived from the East, and open wide windows of their souls to the genial influx, absorbing often without discrimination all that the aromatic zephyrs wafted to their shores. Unfortunately, the flowers of Oriental thought are not all friendly to the human race, for amid the wholesome varieties whose perfumes become invigorating tonic to the spiritual nature are to be found other noxious fumes, odors, and poisons that atrophy the soul. Another efference of the subject of this lesson, scarce less deadly in the character, has a most fascinating fragrance that intoxicates. As a subtle stimulus, its effect is to interest in things spiritual, to give high ideals and lofty aspirations, but at the same time to dim the spiritual sight and confuse the mind. It numbs the senses of the soul by refuting their evidence, and sinks the intellect into a state of dull apathy, where rather than make the effort to acquire knowledge at first hand, it is content blindly to accept the statements of others. So thoroughly has Western occultism become intoxicated with the insidious teaching of what, Nick? Human reincarnation.
Whoa.
Like, is what? The insidious teaching? What?
Yeah.
I thought I was an Egyptian pharaoh last life, you know.
Oh shit. I thought I was I don't know, some Russian king or something, or maybe a squire, and I tripped and fell into a latrine or something, and that's how my last life ended. It was kind of embarrassing.
And I'm really trying to work really hard in this life so that, you know, my next life, you know, I can have, you know, brand new parents and brand new this and a whole new life, and we're all coming back together. One time your brother was this time he's your brother, last time he was your cousin, last time he was your grandpa, like, you know, we're all coming back and mingling, but at the same time we're seeing ancestors in the astral realm. We're getting guided by the ancestor realm, that a whole realm in the Upanishads that says once you die from here, you go to the realm of the ancestors. Once you go to the realm of the ancestors, you go to the realm of those with divine wisdom. Once you go from the realm of the divine wisdom, you go up to this latter realm that just keeps ascending. But how are the ancestors there? I mean, they're going to reincarnate soon. You know, they must have a time clock or something. They're going to come back as an infant. and wear Huggies again or diapers.
Yeah.
Back to
Yeah.
diaper bag.
Yep. Back to doing literally everything all over again. All those life lessons. That's another key thing. All those life lessons you learned, all those challenges and trials and tribulations that you went through, all these tests, these connections you made, all these things you built up. Imagine going to a workshop. Like I think I don't recall if we said it off camera or on camera, but
Do the clock factory. Yep.
yeah. Imagine going to like a workshop and you start building up a clock. You put all the time and effort into it. You make it as ornate as possible. You get the best materials, the best mechanisms. You take the time and effort to make sure everything works just perfectly. You put it all together. It's done. It's finished. It's furnished. It works. And then you either just walk out the workshop, leave it behind, never touch it again, or you just smash it. You just smash it right there and do it all over again.
And Nick, this was an ego blow to me too, because like I'm not perfect either. Like when we've been studying this for like 5 years now. I think this is about 5 years since I changed my belief and research to more of this. Because before that, I was all ready for it, ready for reincarnation, ready for karma. I don't know who I was last time. Trying to remember, trying to conceive of being a woman next life. Maybe like that's what they were teaching, right? We're going to be a man, a woman, a cat, a dog. You might be, we're on this train, and it's all the Anunnaki, right? The Anunnaki have devised this all to make sure that you're trapped in false light, and they're going to make holograms of your beloved ancestors and people that have passed on before you. They have devices, right?
Yeah.
They're going to make these artificial intelligent, they know exactly when you're going to die, so that they know exactly that they're going to turn on the projector and make you think that you're seeing your mom or your dad or all this stuff, and then they're gonna, right when you get duped into it, they're gonna trap you, and then they're gonna throw you back into a baby. Right?
No, I was like, no, little Jimmy, oh, you died? Oh, what a shame. Okay, I'm gonna turn you around 3 times, maybe grab at the ankles, shake out all your lunch money, grab your wallet. Okay, cool, you got that? Oh, sweet, $5. And all right, you see that pregnant woman over there? Okay, you're gonna go possess that fetus. Off you go. Up, jump.
Yep.
There we go.
Yep, because remember, Blavatsky and them, they were just teaching. And like he said, remember, we're saying that it's not that you could still learn from them, right? It's just that they were handicapped in their progression, that they weren't able to. But the problem is, like they were teaching, right? But, you have to reincarnate multiple times. You have to go, your ancestors aren't there, so they're obviously just holograms.
That's sorry, I don't know if you're finished there.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah, because the one thing actually as well, and this is something that's very prominent here, is the concept that's oftentimes being pushed, and even beforehand, was that this place was a prison, right? That if you're here, you are trapped, right? And that's not to say there aren't traps. Obviously, there are. Hence, why we're even having the discussion to begin with. But the biggest thing was that saying that, oh, this whole life, this whole process here, it's a trap. You're a soul that's in a prison, and like we were just talking about, like reincarnation, coming back over and over again. You die, you go, you see a projection. It's like, oh, you're so good this life. How about you go back and do it again? And you have to go like, oh, okay, fine, and you just waltz back while sulking. but the idea that this place is again, I will say this is not completely false, that this place
philosophically, we're light imprisoned in matter on a figurative, philosophical, poetic matter.
Yeah, and also
it's poetry.
Yeah, and the fact that this place is a simulation, right? Like people are going so far off into that thing that, and while yes, it is a simulation of a kind, that's not to say that there's no truth in that, but most people, at least it's the impression that I'm getting, they're going so far off into that end where they think it's like a sci-fi movie, The Matrix, or cyberpunk, for those who are familiar with that genre, where you're still in a meat suit outside, but it's like hooked up to an apparatus.
Insane. They think some guy, a physical entity, created the simulation.
Yeah, so they think that it's a completely artificial, technological simulation. It is a simulation of a kind, but not of that sense. It is a projection. This realm has been called a dream. And yes, in a sense, that's true, right? It is a dream of a kind. It is a construct, but not a technological kind, right?
Yeah, it's an organic construct.
Yeah. So there is
No, go ahead, man, because that's exactly what that's the case, right? Because in fact, be careful what you believe, because your beliefs indicate your behaviors and actions, and if you think about it, simulation theory definitely probably attracts a lot of psychopaths.
Yep.
And
And that's the other irony of that thing, of that whole way of thinking. If you think this life, this world, this realm is a trap, it's a prison, well, because the way your subconscious works, and this is just the basis of whenever we do magic, of whatever kind, like ritual magic, whether you're trying to do self work or you're trying to bring something into your life, whatever it is, the whole principle of how magic works is that it works based on what you're programmed, where you're subconsciously programmed with. That's kind of how it works. So if you're thinking, if you're like really believing, your subconscious really believing this place is a trap, that is a prison, well, lo and behold, that's kind of what ends up becoming for you. Not, and then this takes away from what it's supposed to be, which is supposed to be a classroom. It's just meant to be a forge, a crucible. This place is a womb. You're meant to grow, even though you've been born into a physical body. I think we already talked about it during actually recording here. Even though you're born into a physical body, right? You're technically not born yet. Well, none of us here are born. We're still fetuses.
We're in the making.
Yeah, this place is just the beginning. Right? Just like this is the part where like people get so enamored with the physical world that they think this is.
Yeah,
but no,
they
it's
think
not.
in order to, it's because they are partially correct. Like
Yeah.
Thomas H. Burgoyne said, the reason, how are they correct? Yes, it is true. Consciousness cannot function without a body. Okay, cool. So then everyone runs with that, and if you're material minded, you'd be like, all right, well, obviously consciousness is re-embodied eternally. But no, that's not what it's saying, because your subtle body has senses.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were talking about, your astral hand can hold an astral cup. Your astral body can go through an astral door. Your astral body can talk to another astral entity. When it comes to physical, communication with the physical, right? It says only through thought transference and subtle influence, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the astral realm, if the astral door is an astral door, you open the astral door. If you live in an astral house, it's because it's made of astral materials, and your astral mind is constructing it. This is why in these realms, which we actually have to get to that point from Light of Egypt now. We're going to go dive right into Light of Egypt and going into the chapter on reincarnation. Do you have that for me? What that was? Let's see. I have it right. Chapter 1, page 44, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't recall if I wrote down the page number or like the PDF page, because those are going to be different.
We're zooming there right now.
Yeah. So yeah, remember guys, this physical body that you have, this life, this is only the beginning. Your body is just a shell, right? It's just meant to be a temporary anchor to keep your consciousness, your soul, like stable, relatively speaking. Obviously, there are people that it's possible to get unstable, but it's just meant to be a framework. It's just a blueprint.
Yes.
You're still building your subtle bodies for that next life.
And this gives a lot of hope, Nick, right? Because think about people that have lost someone. They're like, they were too young. Now, explain to people why now it doesn't matter. Like when we've said, oh, they died so young.
Yeah,
that could be kind of a depressing thought, right? Like that makes, well, hope they reincarnate.
Yeah, oh yeah,
they got to live that life,
Oh yeah.
Talk about how it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like it because when we do die, regardless of whatever part of life we're in, whether it's we died as a baby, like a physical baby, or we
now that don't go that way, because that's the only time where you actually reincarnate.
Oh, okay, all right, good. That's right.
Yeah, sorry about that, dude, because that was in the next one. He gets into this, man.
Okay,
he talks about like there's only 3 little modes where you had no actual comprehensive experience of physical life, born still, etc., born so deformed and disability decapitated that you had no fair shot, or if you are an actual 7th dimensional spiritual master, Christified, and are undertaking an intense spiritual journey that has the 100% necessity of physical re-embodiment. So if you are as a baby, etc., reincarnation is actually something necessary, but usually even as a child or up, you still transit. Now go ahead and continue what you were saying. Why if you die young it doesn't matter, kind of.
Sorry about that. So if you die as a child, if you die as a teenager or a young adult, like at 20s or something, right? The process doesn't end there. It's not like, oh, that sucks, you gotta play the game all over again. No, what ends up happening is that you still end up progressing to another realm. Whatever work that, in a sense, you would have been doing here, it just continues elsewhere. You just pretty much continue where you've already built up.
And there's people there. There's people that are attracted based on your vibration, your mission, your soul tribe, and there's foster parents up there, right? We have to understand, why is there foster parents up there? Well, number one, because in the astral realm, the sexual nature of male and female, yes, there's still partnerships in the astral realm. If you haven't figured that out yet, yes, you will wait for your partner to die to come and greet you there, or you will be greeting your partner or your spouse, etc. And Swedenborg talks about some of the issues when it comes to post-mortem relationship issues based on multiple marriages, multiple partners, spouses, remarrying, widows, etc. This gets all funky and gunky in the astral plane because these all need to be resolved. However, with the sexual act in the astral plane doesn't produce children, but produces thought forms and new states of being. But there is an opportunity to actually take care of children who have died, crossed over, and have no correct connection with relatives who ancestors or their parents have not, right? If your child dies before you, then someone has to take care of them up there.
Yeah.
Basically, and it's talked about how there are those people that take care of the children until they grow up in the astral realm. And sometimes they go straight to celestial, dude.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, man. Crap, I lost my train of thought here, but...
Well, you were just kind of explaining how we continue our work, It's not as bad as we think, that thought used to haunt us all. He died. What happened? What's going to, that's so unfair. Yeah. And it actually turns out that it actually isn't unfair. Yeah. They're actually elevated to a higher sphere and continue their life. They still get to go to school. They get to meet a partner, a spouse. They get to grow up. They miss their family. They're not like in a dream world where they forget who they were, where they were. Of course they miss their physical embodied life, but they move on.
Yeah. Yeah, because one thing, because in many ways it's almost kind of cruel, like, especially when someone like dies, or maybe it's like was suffering from a sickness, right? Like, oftentimes, you don't necessarily want them to leave, but then to wish for them to stay kind of like trapped in the mires of the physical world. And in some ways it's somewhat cruel, right?
Yep.
Not sure, of course, like I'm not talking about people that are ignorant of how things work, right? Because, but for those that do know, and for someone to stay trapped in material incarnation, that's like, imagine just graduating, like trying to graduate school, right? Or trying to get a promotion or something, and then because someone really likes having you around, and you try moving on, they try to like trap you, pull you back in. It's like, no, don't go to the next level, just stay here with me, stay in this with me, even though like there's nothing for you here, or like you can't learn anything new. Now you got to move on.
Yeah, man. I mean, and it's from lack of knowledge, right? We're fearful, right? Because we think, wow, your parent, right? It's not that like, wow, I might not never see my parent again, because by the time I get there, they're going to be reincarnated, or they're going to be burning in the lake of fire, or they're so high up in the celestial spheres that they can't. People don't know how near people actually are to you, and how post-life or post-death, because we talked about how the physical realm is actually death of the soul, and how death of the actually entering life, hence resurrection, but how that's still very near and dear. A lot of the obligations, and a lot of the times the people that pass on, some of their focuses are their people still embodied.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be worried about your family, you're going to be looking after things, you're going to have now you can't really interfere, but you can associate through thought transference and send good vibes and whatnot. And of course, you'll be excited and waiting for people to when people are coming in and out. And that's why C.C. Zane even talks about the vocations and occupations on the other side. There's jobs.
Mm-hmm.
You actually have a career path, but it's not a physical career path. Most of the time, you could be part of a special unit that helps with people in violent traumatic deaths, and you have to go pick them up. Someone has to come.
Mm-hmm.
You know, C.C. Zane talks about stories of, someone died while riding a horse. The horse died. There was a bomb, and he's still on the horse because the horse died too. And he just continues galloping. He didn't know that he just got blew up. He's still on his horse. He's still in his body. He doesn't know why people around him don't see him or are ignoring him. Sometimes the soul automatically takes to, my family has abandoned me. My wife doesn't talk to me anymore. My kids hate me now. I'm going to go leave and crawl in a ditch. This is things that can happen, right? You can be discombobulated, and people who suffer mental trauma, of course, the universe always sends someone, right? There's guides, relatives, spirits that come. And that's why once you're on the lower astral realm and you've died, sooner or later you're going to meet someone. It could be someone that's died, and you could remember, wait a minute, if you're here and I'm here, and I remember that you died 20 years ago, what happened? And usually this is a beautiful, beautiful reunion and a beautiful awakening, because this is the true past life memory. This is when you're in post life and you remember your previous life, and then you acknowledge your new life. And that is when you take a sigh, a breath in, a breath out, and are filled with the supreme knowledge that you could have got on Earth, right? You could have, it's different for everyone, but just imagine that, right? You didn't know what was going to happen or what was going to happen. You died and you're somewhere else, right? You think you're alive until you meet someone, right? And then you're like, oh, and then they tell you, Nick, you have died.
Oh no. Oh no. What horrible fate has befallen upon me.
But you're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's see. Go ahead.
I was actually going to make a reference as well back to again, I'm trying to recall if I already talked about this during here or the false recording.
I know.
Yeah, shit. But yeah, the one thing that's I'm just talking about the concept of truth hidden in plain sight, right? Like when it comes to these truths, right? They're always hidden in like entertainment, right? Whether it's like movies, TV shows, whether it's like storybooks or comics, video games, you name it, whatever form of entertainment. There's usually truths hidden in plain sight, right? Even if it's not to their complete correct form, but the concept it's still lingered there, because I've seen many like movies, TV shows, right, where it's where characters are usually going through you have your characters, right, they'll be going through this strange thing, right, like sometimes they'll be in this place like in an asylum or a hospital or whatever, and they're going through this like very hellish thing. So these are kind of typically be like horror themed forms of media, and they're wondering like, why are we going through this stuff? Like, what is going on? They're trying to find all these mysteries, and there's always these subtle little hints, and only till the end of the movie they find out, oh, the reason why you're going through this because you died, and this is hell. And all these little hints that you seem to up on, these are things you did in the past life, and that's why you're here, right? And they didn't even realize that they died until that revelation at the end.
And a lot of these, if everyone's curious, where does this kind of understanding come from? It actually comes from Hermetic schools, Western and Eastern, and also a lot of it comes from Swedenborg, the great seer of the 14th century, who was a great seer into and explored these realms wholeheartedly. And in fact, before he did that, he was just an inventor, a polymath, a scientist, a musician. He was a genius scientist whose eyes were opened into the great beyond and actually communicated and experienced all of these things. So a lot of movies are based on the Swedenborgian school of thought, which is non-reincarnation, eternal progression, and syncretism, basically.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, that, for anyone who missed the last one because we didn't record it, but I said that Lost had a really good cosmology. That's kind of similar to what you were saying. The show series Lost, it's really good at kind of explaining and putting together how things work. So Thomas H. Burgoyne, what did you say about reincarnation and reincarnation? Let's have a look. So, probably no truth has been more completely inverted by the ignorant and concealed by the learned than that of reincarnation. In every age, it has been thought necessary by the priesthood to overawe the uneducated masses by some species of pious jugglery, and the popular theory of reincarnation, as understood and taught at the present day, is a typical example of truth perverted. By reincarnation, we mean, as now currently understood, the doctrine of the rebirth of the human soul in various forms and personalities in different ages upon the same planet, and even gender, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reincarnation doesn't even let you like at least continue on in your gender. You have to switch it most of the time, right? So you're confused, right? You're like, I'm a genderless soul. I am in the body of a man. When I die, I'm a genderless soul, and everything I see is a hologram. The aliens are after me with high-tech technology that project my relatives into my brain that I don't have anymore.
And actually, what's funny about that, it's actually really similar to the concept of like complete materialistic nihilism or just atheistic viewpoints. Like, yeah, you live. There's just a bunch of biochemical reactions in a accidental creation of a body that has very specific, designs. Right? It's all evolution. You were a monkey man, and when you die, you just go through this biochemical electrical experience, and then afterwards, zip, dead. You're done. It's over. It's nothingness. It's just the empty black. Nothing.
So even the Western, so that's the thing. Even when you thought you were being enlightened on a step, right? It happens in stages, but unfortunately, this is actually corruption.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no longer. I'm going to stop seeing this as, oh well, it was a gate. They were just trying to keep the ignorant. No, this is evil. At this point, they're taking away your creator. They're taking away any intention, care, or reciprocal relationship you have with it from a giving and receiving standpoint from you and the creator. They're taking away your gender. They're keeping you materially bounded, right? Illuminated Brahmanism said what happens to them when they die? They hover over their country waiting for physical re-embodiment. It never happens. And so what do? They start siphoning and vicariously living through base senses of the physical embodied people. Mm-hmm. So they become vampires because they didn't move on. And we also wanted to say, really explain this, Nick, because when we say move on, it kind of seems like, well, move on, right? You don't have a body. Well, you're still going to have a body. So what are you moving on from? Deception and animalistic sensuality. Now, does that mean there's no sex in the astral plane? Does that mean that there's no gender in the astral plane? We're moving on? No. It just means that the base desires are transmuted and you're lifted up to a higher plane where, what does it say in the Hermetica? This is really important, Nick, because it says it manifests in different ways on the higher planes, right? The tools are still there, but they're for different purposes.
Yeah. So I'm just reading from the Kabbalion here. So yeah, gender is everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. So the principle embodies the truth that there is a gender manifest in everything. The masculine and feminine principles ever at work. This is not only true on the physical plane, but of the mental and even the spiritual planes. On the physical plane, the principles manifest as sex, biological sex, as we were taught. But on higher planes, it takes on higher forms. But the principle is ever the same. No creation, physical, mental, or spiritual, is possible without this principle. An understanding of its laws will throw light on many a subject that has perplexed the minds of men. And the principle of gender works ever in the direction of generation, regeneration, and creation. Everything. And every person contains the two elements or principles, or this great principle within it, him or her. So,
and it discussed how the inner cause is the effect of your outer body.
Yeah, it is because everything here is a projection of one. Like it is a projection of that monad, and in turn, of course, this effect also echoes even within ourselves, right? Like if we, for example, if we start becoming, I guess, more demonic in nature, lower, it starts reflecting in our body, right? This is why oftentimes we see the the psychosomatic phenomena of, people with depressive states tend to have, illnesses start manifesting, right? People who are in
Yeah.
better states of mind, they have, they're healthier, right? And this is just one example. There are many different things that coincide with that, but
So, like I said, Nick, I mean, really, really hate to say it, man. It just looks like, next time around, it just looks like you're not gonna be able to be a woman.
damn, my dreams are ruined. I've been dreaming about that the entire life, and now it's never gonna happen. Dang.
Oh darn, yeah, man. I was really
Looking forward to that.
I was looking forward to it too, man. Like that sucks.
Dang it.
Just kidding. We're just kidding. Obviously, man, that was a completely traumatic lesson to learn, man. It was traumatizing to hear that, the soul's genderless, that, in your past life you could have been a woman, or your next life, I always felt, like you are who you are, and you feel what you feel, and your physical body is a pretty good mirror of what you are on the inside. And there has been a spiritual attack, even in occultism, right? We go to Western esotericism and Indian teachings for enlightenment, not only to find out that they're actually retarding our progress, right? Because it talks about how, the doctrine of reincarnation has caused malady, actual problems in our spirit, right? The doctrine of non-gender has caused issues, problems in our spirit. The doctrine that your individuality will be extinguished once you return to God. This sounds horrible.
Yeah, and they're
Who
really
wants that, dude?
I know, right? Like, and this is even pushed forward, especially in the West, when it comes to, like, say, body dysmorphia. It's like, oh, yeah, I was born in a body of a man or a body of a woman, but my they'll say something like, well, my neurons were messed up or made in a specific way, so like I'm really a woman in a man's body, and they try to perverse it. Like I was talking earlier with the Cliophotic, that's one of the ways they really try to reinforce that, and they're really really pushing that. Fortunately, at least what I've observed, there's obviously a pushback to that, but the fact that it gone so far and it's taken so many people to like into
But
its
even in the
thrall.
spirit realm, like who would have thought, that this was happening under our noses in esotericism?
I know, right? Yeah,
Because that's what they teach, right? Your genderless soul, it goes back and forth, and once you're finally done with the samsara reincarnation, and right, we'll go into what's samsara. Samsara is zodiac, guys, the wheel of life. Come on, guys, it's not trapped in eternal reincarnation. Samsara is going down into the zodiac and experiencing all the 12 intelligences and all the karmic and all the ups and downs and all the life's gravy. I mean, that happens during every life. Like every plane you go to has a zodiac. Even the next astral plane, okay, here's a great example, Nick. When you wake up outside, you go outside, and based on the physical weather, you decide to put on a jacket or not, yes?
most likely if it's cold.
Yeah, if it's cold, what are you going to do? Wear a sweater, right?
Yeah.
If it's hot, going out with the t-shirt and shorts, maybe, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, in the astral realm, it's different weather, okay? It's not physical weather. In fact, the seasons are almost like, it's like a blend of all of them. Like in the astral realm, you don't really feel it's cold outside.
Yeah,
or it's hot outside. No, that's physical realm. Why would you wear certain clothes in the astral realm? Is to protect you from astral weather, inner plane weather. And what does Thomas H. Burgoyne say about inner plane weather? Inner plane weather affects you more than physical weather would ever affect you. Because in the astral plane, and this happens in the physical plane too, because don't forget, in the physical plane, you're still a citizen of the inner plane. You're just like an embryo. You're waking up gradually there. As you're diminishing here, you're waking up there, right? So on that inner plane weather, you're, instead of dressing up for coldness, you're actually combating the nostalgic rays of Saturn that day. Or it's jolly outside. It's depressing. It's cold. Give me some names here. We're talking astral moods and weather instead of physical weather. So let's just get some names out there. Melancholic.
Fearful.
Spooked.
Amorous.
Energetic. Amorous. Yeah. Sensual. Well, yeah, but sensual in a different way, right? Because in the astral realm, you still have a physical body. It's just made of protoplasmic astral atoms.
Yep.
Right. So there still are these desires and whatnot, but when we're talking about interplane weather, we're kind of talking about like the feeling you have at Christmas. Like, what's your interplane weather around December? You feel
Yeah.
the spirit,
Yeah. Yeah.
the
Like
Christmas spirit, they call it.
yeah.
And then Easter, you have an interplane weather phenomenon there too, don't you? You feel resurrected, renewed, newness, curious, wonderment,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And then what about like that Saturnian, that Saturnine vibes of melancholy or nostalgia or excitement, overly excitement? Or these are interplane weather conditions that you will actually be equipped in the astral plane to deal with. So here's another example. In the physical realm, why do you have an apartment or house? Like, what are the main reasons?
Well,
Physical,
oh, go ahead.
physical conditions, right?
Yeah.
Hot, cold, rain, sun, and privacy,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Well, in
Oh,
the
yeah.
astral plane, you have a house too, but it's not for physical conditions. It's to give you a sense of privacy and also block certain astral vibrations and intrusiveness from other entities that inhabit the same plane. So you still have a house in the astral plane, but it
Yep.
serves a different purpose. It's no longer to protect you from the cold winters. It's no longer there to protect you from the sun or to get, you could say comfort. In the astral plane, your house is there to organize and condense and concentrate your energies, which actually kind of happens in the physical realm too. See, the physical realm, house or apartment, does fulfill some of these check marks that the astral house does. It's just that we have an additional one,
Yep.
the weather,
Oh yeah.
the physical realm, the nature of reality around us. When we're on the inner plane, we need a house to block us from other people's influences, privacy, and astral weather currents that, based on your chart, could be pretty harsh. Harsh climate here, you could say snows half the year. Harsh climate there is, well, we're getting hit with some melancholy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting hit with aspiration energy. There's just different types of weather there is
Yeah.
what it is.
Yeah. In many ways, you can think of it as the physical realm, which is more Saturnian, more of Saturn's realm, where Saturn does impose more on conditions, right? But once you leave, suddenly, yeah, the game changes a little bit. Saturn has less of an influence there, so now you have these other more subtle influences coming in, like maybe you're dealing with Jupiterian weather, Mercurian weather, Venusian, Martian, right? Like these things start becoming much more exaggerated, where they still have an influence here, right? Like Chris was talking about, like sometimes certain parts of the season, you feel a certain way, right? People make the argument, oh, it's because it's cloudy. Well, sure, like the cloudiness, maybe the fog, right, can incite a sense of mystery, or even just nostalgia,
And once you
depression.
tap into those mysteries, once you start changing your internal weather, you can actually affect
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the outer weather. In fact, the outer weather is an effect of the inner weather.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that pollution, those clouds, and those rainstorms, they're coming from inside.
Yeah, like weather magic is absolutely a thing, and it's absolutely amazing as to like how extreme it can get. Like say like, oh, I really want it to be sunny. So next thing you know, a little while later, it's like you have suns, like completely cloudless days for weeks on end. And even like recently, I've noticed like at least at the time of this recording, I've noticed that everything's kind of we've been like getting hit like heavy with stuff, right? There's like a bit of a bad transit. I haven't not specified exactly what it was. I think it might be with Mercury opposing Neptune. That's when I was looking at the chart, and I was just me doing it at a glance. But I've noticed like the weather suddenly got like very cloudy. Like suddenly it's raining more. There's thunderstorms.
Yeah.
More, and then before it was like everything was great, like everything felt amazing. It was like sunny days, like I was able to go out and like do some proper grounding without getting soaked by the rain and whatnot. But now it's like, yeah, sure, you can make the argument that, oh yeah, we're getting more so into the winter season or into fall, which okay, fine, yeah, sure. That's not to say that that's can't
They have
I
a
think.
like a Piscean effect, a yin and yang effect on our internal and outer weather affects each other. Our
Yeah.
internal weather affects our outer weather. The outer weather, collective outer weather, affects our internal weather. Now, as there's internal weather, there is also internal traffic. Look outside your window, you might see some cars in your neighborhood driving by. Look within your inner window, and you might see some people walking. There's people inside of you.
Whoa.
There's people inside of your plane. There are citizens of another plane, and you are the highway. You're on the highway right now, and they see you, and you can't see them because you're not awake inside. So we have to become awake inside. So based on this whole, so if reincarnation isn't true and we go to the higher realms, we will have to get into the term that C.C. Zane and Thomas H. Burgoyne explained it as instantaneous transference. So instantaneous transference is meaning as soon as you die here, you instantaneously transfer into the astral realm, instantaneously. And sometimes, usually in the beginning, it's on the lower planes that look very similar to this. So Thomas H. Burgoyne goes on to explain, in every bundle of theological chaff, there is undoubtedly concealed a grain of genuine truth. This is particularly the case with this doctrine of reincarnation. Up to a given point, its teachings are those of truth itself, but beyond this point, the doctrine of rebirth into physical condition becomes one of the greatest illusions with which the mystical student has to deal. To those who are purely upon the plane of appearances, it possesses an almost irresistible attraction, because it appears to account in most rational and philosophical manner for the wide differentiated manifested in the mental, social, and moral conditions of the humanity. Upon the external plane, it seems to settle the question of good and evil, and harmonize all their inequalities with what seems divine justice. All these delusive appearances, however, are but empty shadows of the phenomenal world. They can only deceive those who are entirely upon the external plane, and who have accepted such teachings without verifying the doctrines for themselves. There are two methods of verification. One, the actual experience of the soul. The other, the response of the soul to the thoughts and ideas we derive from an author's work. Unfortunately, this latter kind of verification is subject to very serious drawbacks. A mediumistic nature may be respond to error because of the more potent thought of the writer, or if oversensitive, may be superficial enough to respond to an erroneous idea through pure sentiment. These means have been seized by the inversive brethren to enable them to fasten upon the sensitive minds and mediumistic natures of the Western race these erroneous, delusive doctrines of karma and reincarnation. And this is what everyone thinks is all about esotericism. They think esotericism is reincarnation and karma. Every school nowadays is based on it. It's completely making you a materialist. It's making you a nihilist. It's cutting you off from your divine guidance. It's cutting you off from your divine masculine or feminine polarity. And it's going to make you ill-prepared to instantaneously transfer into subtle realms. It's going to make it hard. I'm just giving you all the knowledge. I didn't just wake up one day and think, I don't like that idea, I don't like that belief. I full-heartedly believed it. I was reading all kinds of esoteric books and occult and Eastern, Western, and even C.C. Zane says some of even the Christian mystics were going for that, and the idea was from a misinterpretation. So, let's see here. The means have been seized by inversive brethren to make them able to fasten upon sensitive minds, so they're actually taking advantage of us. The most finely spun ideals of the higher life, of Devachan, of the masters, and the blissful nirvana have been and are being represented by a host of sentimental, spiritually sick, mystical writers to explain the glorious mysteries of nature and the secret doctrine of all religious philosophies of which they themselves in real truth know very little. The whole craze is merely a metaphysical delusion cast over their mentalities by means of the magnetic glamour to deceive them. The reader must not suppose that because a person studies the various branches of occult science, tries to lead an ideal life, and after acquiring a very large stock of book lore occultism begins to write and publish works upon mystical subjects, that the person is beyond the worldly plane. On the contrary, this class are the most external of all, because they become dominated by the thought forms of certain occult leaders upon the physical plane, and their sensitive natures become absolutely blind to the real spiritual truth. We have seen numerous examples of this among popular writers upon modern theosophy. The soul alone is capable of penetrating the realms of shadows and seeing through the inverted images to learn the real truth. It seems very strange that the external followers of the path, which leads to physical reincarnation, can be so blind as to imagine that this earth is the only place within God's infinite universe wherein divine justice can be satisfied, and due punishment meted out to the evildoer. The life beyond is far more real, far more earnest, and a much more conscious life than here on earth. Surely then the soul can work out its redemption there better than here. Surely the soul ought to be granted the privilege of knowing for what wrong it is being made to suffer. But this is not the case according to the fallacies of esoteric Buddhism. But alas, the spiritually blind are blind indeed. They that have eyes to see, let them see. For the modern Buddhistic theosophy cannot perceive in the slightest degree beyond the dull veil of matter. As a typical example of such material conceptions, we will quote from a publication professing to give the secret doctrine of all religions, The Mystery of the Ages, by Marie Countess. In a footnote, the writer says, "Karma is the law of consequence by which every act receives its exact recompense in the next life, when the soul is born again. But unless the same soul passes on through a succession of earth lives, such a recompensation is impossible, and neither could it expiate or make amends for the injuries it may have done to others, unless again brought into contact with them." So thoroughly materialistic are the ideas conveyed in the above extract, that one would think that esoteric Buddhism was nothing but a materialism run to seed. According to such erroneous theories, we are to believe that recompensation for evil doing is impossible except by physical rebirth. Such writers are so destitute of the higher spiritual perception that they cannot comprehend any process of repentance and purification except upon the material earth, while encased within a material organism. We can only say that to the followers of such, that when authors set themselves upon such a pinnacle of knowledge as to declare what is not possible within the mighty spaces of spiritual existence, they ought to be in a position to verify their assertions. If they cannot do this, then they are simply boasting pretenders to a state of knowledge and spiritual development which they do not possess. And seeing that their teachings do not in any sense agree with the actual experience of those who have penetrated the realms of spirit and investigated the mysteries of life for themselves, we challenge their right to speak with such authority. How different from such ideas are the real truths of nature? How different are the spiritual realities from such oriental theories and dreamy speculations? The talented author of Art Magic and Ghostland, who for years had investigated the various unseen realms of life for himself, give the world a brief results of his lifelong research in the latter work, speaking upon the reincarnation. This is very important. The author says this: "To my dim apprehension, and in view of my long years of wandering through spirit spheres, where teaching spirits and blessed angels guided my soul's explorations, this brief summary of our pre-existent state explains all that the reincarnationists have labored so sedulously to theorize upon. The universal and reiterated assertions of myriads of spirits in every stage of progressive beyond convinced me there was no return to mortal birth, no retrogression in the scale of cosmic being, as a return to material incarnation undoubtedly would be, and all the demands of progress, justice, and advancement are supplied by the opportunities offered the soul in the sphere of spiritual existence." The same author concludes the chapter of his experience in the following eloquent words. I quote, "I have stood on the threshold of glorious lands where my eyes could perceive the radiance of the celestials, the memory of whose brightness will warn and beckon me upwards forever." The personal experiences thus narrated correspond exactly in their results with those of the present writer, and also with many other true spiritual initiated occultists with whom we are associated. Can the carefully tabulated results of all our united labors count for naught? Is it possible that the unanimous but legitimate conclusions of scores of spiritual investigators, each and all of whom were specially qualified for research by reason of their own soul development, are false? Must the result of our own personal research and actual experience of the soul within the realm of spirit be cast away as unreliable simply because they conflict with the old fossilized theory of some priestly metaphysicians? Not so. Dear reader, not so. Prove all things. You see if there's anything more.
Yeah, to kind of, I think we've already brought this up. Yeah, I think we probably mentioned it already, but I just want to call back to the fact that
there's no room to come back.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, sorry, I was trying to recall all of this can be almost practically proven by the fact that you can call upon. There are many practices that you can call upon ancestral spirits, and that in itself can already prove that's like, yeah, no, there's no reincarnation. Otherwise, how the heck are these spirits coming back? You can make the argument, sure, they exist at a time. Sure, perhaps you can, but again, it's reminder should be given that there is a place called the realm of the ancestors, right? Like, why build a room if you're not going to use it? Why build a house if you're not to live in it?
And when the Upanishad says return, it's talking about earthbound physical lower realms of like returning to earthbound.
Yeah.
Like you can't return into a physical body. Your voltage is too high.
Yep.
You're always one and done. And then your physical, like, right, you take your personality and your form with you. I mean, what else are you going to take with you, Nick?
I don't know, man. I got some luggage over there.
Yeah, you probably have to leave the luggage, but at least you'll have your cognitions, your mind, your memories, your likes, your preferences, and your form is different, right? They talk about how the subtle, of course, you're going to look like you, but maybe better.
Yeah, like there's
like maybe worse.
Yeah.
Well, it's both. It could be, all right. It's very volatile and mutable. We're leaving the fixed realm of Earth, and we're moving into mutable.
Yeah, and oftentimes and even this is just my own experiences, of course. Whenever I try to focus on my highest point, usually what ends up happening is it becomes so natural and so much easier to focus on like how I look here. And I'm not saying like 100%. And like you said, you could very well change how you look, right? Maybe you might want to make yourself look more Jupiterian, for example, maybe more Martian. Maybe you want to look more angelic, or maybe you want to look more mysterious. Maybe you want to look like a goblin for some reason.
Because your thoughts are evil, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, like and it can even be seen, like through like people will call this phenomenon like psychosomatic, right? Where your external body gets reflective of your current state. Like if you're constantly depressed, bad, and your health is bad, you may look a little sullen. Because it's actually even noted that based on your own mentality, your face can sometimes shift, right?
Yep.
Maybe your jaw becomes a little wider, right? Maybe your head becomes a little wide. Maybe your features become sharper, right? Your chin, like all these things are indicative of your own state, right? I think it's been said that if those with a thinner jaw, I'm trying to paraphrase what I've heard. I didn't explicitly study this. Is that those with a smaller jaw tend to be more emotionally unstable?
Yep.
Right. And then those with a wider jaw tend to become more stable. And it makes sense if you think about it. Like try like balancing like an inverted triangle on a table. It's not going to be very stable. But you flip that around with the triangle pointed up. Yeah, it's going to stand up a lot higher. Actually, one thing I wanted to bring up again, and this kind of goes back to how it's somewhat related. It kind of runs parallel to it. Is talking about how these things can come back to these entities, these thought forms can come back to influence us, right? So, so just real quick, I do want to talk about how in Kabbalah magic, in the great work of self-transmutation, it talks about the components of the soul, and it also talks about the concept of demons, right? And so, just I'm going to quickly skim through like when it comes to the parts that are relevant.
And real quick, just to give people context of what we think demons are. Demons are disembodied evil people that have done evil things during their physical life and have now become disembodied. Guess what, folks? They're still evil fucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, like, demons in many ways can be viewed as pretty much just corrupted thought forms, and we are essentially a very form, not to diminish our higher nature, but like we are essentially thought forms that are utilizing physical bodies right now. but yeah, like these demons are essentially just corrupted thought forms or
Or
entities or beings
corrupted
that,
people,
yeah, basically,
which are the
right?
same thing in correspondence ways.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Yeah. They're straying away from God. They're, or the prime mona, the highest of the
They
divine.
take pleasure in evil.
Hmm.
That's a good
So
definition.
yeah. So the way that Liam Thomas, well, actually got this from Kabbalah, explains how, and with the mind there are three components. Sorry, not the mind, the soul. There's the ruach, which is the ego. So that's like the left brain conscious masculine, like um, awareness of, at least awareness in terms of the physical realm in front of you, not anything beyond that, right? So that's the ruach, and then there's the nefesh, which is the animal soul, that which is the subconscious, the emotional, the feminine, reactive, creative. Obviously that's the part that can see, to the beyond. There's also another component, the neshama, which is the higher self, or that is the highest emanation. But the primary part that we're gonna focus on is the nefesh. So here, when it talks about demons, so the animal soul is normally pure, beautiful, and innocent, but the continuously stimulated complexes in it eventually become self-sustaining entities, spiritual parasites that sap a great deal of energy from the person playing host to them. These fixed vortexes are like holes or gaps in the seamless fabric of shimmering light, which is the true nature of the nefesh. Through these gaps can creep the influences of destructive forces from other realms. Persistent distortions in the mirror of the nefesh can reflect not only twisted perceptions of earth and heaven, but also the influences of other dark and unbalanced places. Realms I haven't spoken of yet, quote-unquote demons, can thus gain some influence over a person whose nefesh is in a state of self-sustained agitation. Sometimes people can become so mentally and emotionally disturbed that you can sense a hurtful presence seeping through them from, quote unquote, beyond. Their nefesh, or subconscious, has been hijacked by portions of the personality that have split off from the whole. And these mini entities can be seen by a clairvoyant as holes in the aura. They act as conveyors for dissonant influences that supposedly exist in other realms besides the ruach, nefesh, and the neshama. Demons cannot actually inhabit a person. They do not exist in this world, but a person can fall victim to their influences nonetheless, if he unwittingly becomes a conveyor of unbalanced influences from demonic realms. The physical senses are constantly feeding into and shaping the nefesh. Our experiences enter and it responds automatically, as rapidly as quicksilver, by creating a worldview out of them. This worldview is made up of past experiences and conditions, and conditioned responses, constraints, how we see the external environment. Not only that, but the internal landscape of the mind as well. A demonic, fear-driven worldview can easily intimidate us and hold us prisoner. And most people cannot see reality clearly reflected in their internal mirror, but instead see it in the way that the complexes embedded there compel them to see it. But it doesn't have to be that way. So yeah, like Chris was saying, these earthbound beings, that are so enticed, that are so deeply invested into the physical realm, wanting to come back, obviously they cannot. So what they have to do, yeah, they have to live vicariously. And here's the funny thing, actually, for Chris, because you also said that if they do incarnate back here, right, they have to essentially incarnate as an animal, like a reptile or an insect, right? So here's the funny thing to think about when it comes to animals. So human beings, human beings are typically more, if we're taking that same concept of conscious mind versus unconscious mind, well, obviously we have both, right? That's not to say whether we only have one of them, but animals also have the same thing. But here's the big difference between animals and humans. Humans work more on the conscious mind, right? We do have a subconscious, but we operate more or less primarily on that. Animals, on the other hand, are subconscious. They're very subconscious. They're very reactive. So, while they do have a bit of that consciousness, right? But because they operate primarily on the subconscious, very easily can they be taken over by these influences, right? That's why they're so able to perceive a world that most of us right now can't perceive. Like, you notice how like an animal will sometimes be staring at a corner, like freaked out and just like, what the hell? And you look and you see like, what are you looking at, buddy?
Yeah.
Like, what are you so freaked out about? Well, because they work more on the subconscious than the conscious mind, they're able to be not only perceive these influences, but for better or for worse, be influenced by those influences as well.
What's interesting is the higher realms, like when you're functioning on a higher realm, like if you hear someone who, had a near-death experience during a surgery or something like that, they always notice that they're in the corner of the room, or there's a person in the corner of the room, because in that dimension, actually, they either manifest in the corners or the ceiling. They're like, 4 feet above us, basically. If you really want to get locative, sometimes people like specifics, like the spirit realm is probably corner of the wall, quarters of your room in the ceiling.
Yeah. It's somewhat off topic, but it's just a funny little correlation. I like there's like a franchise of video games, right? Where it's I forget what the term was supposed to be called, but typically like in these games you always have like a point of view, right? But there was this one point of view which is a little funny, where instead of following the character or having a top-down view, like a 2D kind of thing, instead it actually is a 3D game, but instead of the camera following the character right behind, or if it's a first-person kind, it's actually situated in the corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you might know the kind of games I'm talking about, but
yeah, same as Zelda, man. Zelda's a good way to link. Link is a link into the realm. It links the player, and the player's the witness, the person's the persona, and as you could tell, the different viewpoints, right? When you're looking up, that's the view. When you're looking through the eyes of the person, that's the personality, or and then when you're looking from that other side, it's like from another perspective. All these perspectives have their analogous representation of some spiritual potency. That's why when usually people die, they're like, wow, I can see as if I was in the corner of the room, or, oh, it was as if I was just to the right up to my body. They feel like they're up and right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's locations. And right here, I just wanted to finish off with the Thomas H. Burgoyne stuff. I'm just going to read. We have omitted to note the exception of general laws of reincarnation, which have been set forth. There are 3 classes of exceptions in which rebirth within the human organism may be the usual course. Case of abortion or stillborn children, these not having attained consciousness of external human life may, in fact, generally do become reincarnated. Number 2, cases of natural-born idiots, though it is very rare that even idiots are so lost to all external consciousness as to make rebirth necessary to them. And that just means an idiot actually is someone that can't talk here. Talker here. Yeah. Case of special messianic incarnation by exalted souls for the special purpose of enlightening the race. The laws which govern this mystery are unknown to all except the highest adepts. Such an incarnation transpires about every 600 years, and never twice in succession to the same race. In all cases of messiahship, their glorious souls are conscious of their mission from the moment of birth, though doubtless they wisely keep such precious knowledge to themselves as a protection against the tender mercies of the dominant priesthood of their generation. This class may be called case of conscious reincarnation. The same spirit is never so incarnated more than once. Hence, the stories of Buddha's numerous incarnations are pure fiction. So let me get that up again. This is only once. So they said they can only come back one more time. So wasn't that in total 2? Try to read that and understand that, Nick.
Yeah. So, hang on. So the cases of special messianic incarnation by exalted souls for a special purpose in enlightening the race, the laws which govern this mystery are unknown, except, okay, it's just fast forwarding. In all cases, besides these calls, doubtless. So the class may be a case of conscious reincarnation. The same spirit is never incarnated more than once. So incarnated. It doesn't specify reincarnated, because reincarnating implies, it happened again. So it's never incarnated more than once. So like that, right? Unless of course the author messed up their wording here. Incarnation more than once. Yeah, this means they only incarnated once. They're never
from that. Okay, but they never came here, so they evolved on a different plane. Let's see. The class may be called. Okay.
So yeah, like it may, perhaps in some ways they did have a life, like an ethereal life, not a physical life prior. Got educated or got enlightened, then went through certain processes, like a special kind of course. And then once they were finished, it's like, all right, you're going to take this with you. You're going to go into physical life and go through the whole same song and dance as everyone, but you're going to have this with you.
Oh, okay. I love
And
that. Okay.
yeah.
The messiahship, the only one. So special souls, exalted souls.
hmm
And even then, it's not reincarnation.
Yeah. Yeah. So it still falls the
And
same
then
general.
we'll leave with this quote. We're not ending this yet, but this subject matter is, quote, once and only once, saith the law. After the human state, nature shuts the doors behind her. Eternal progression is the anthem of all creative life. So there it is, folks. And if you want another reference, we can go to Illuminated Brahmanism. And he explains that basically myriads who have left the physical life hover over the mortals of the country seeking for opportunities to become re-embodied in order that they may realize the promised relief from their imperfect development. So they become imperfect in their development because they weren't prepared to still be alive after death. They didn't know that they were going to be the same person with the same wants, the same desires, the same issues, the same gender. So it's a very intense mystery that we're teaching and conveying here. And C.C. Zane, a spiritual contemporary of Thomas H. Burgoyne, explains very intrinsically in lightofegypt.com about the afterlife and how reincarnation, the facts and fancies about it. So he says, I'm convinced it's most dangerous only when people permit themselves to be so dominated by any new idea, religious or political, that they fear to hear it criticized. Before saying more that my position may not be misrepresented, I may mention that among those I esteem highly are students who make human reincarnation the groundwork of their belief. Other equally esteemed are steeped in the tenets of various orthodox sects. Nevertheless, these people are intellectual, and they are clever in applying occult forces and in discerning occult truths that do not happen to conflict with their religious preconceptions. These good friends are morally worthy, possess high ideals, and are prompted by the best motives. Then again, there undoubtedly have been Christian mystics who have believed devoutly in vicarious atonement, that there have been Oriental mystics accepting reincarnation who have been unparalleled in virtue and goodness. So today there are many worthy persons in both classes. It is not my desire in issuing this lesson to wound the sensibilities of these who hold to the ideas at variance with my own, or to imply upon their part lack of intelligence. I do, however, feel in duty bound to exercise the prerogative necessary to mental freedom, the right of honest disagreement between scientific investigators. It has been well said that it is easier to rescue truth from error than from confusion. Science and philosophy have found it no difficult task to overthrow falsity once there is something tangible to grasp. But a hazy chimera presents no secure hold for reason. Could the tenets of human reincarnation be sharply defined, it could be grappled straightway and its strength proved, but there is nothing definite about it. For in scarcely two schools are the same things taught, and those advocating it most persistently do not agree in essential details. The number of incarnations in human form necessary are given by Mr. Sinnett, who was the first to publish anything regarding the appointed number of reincarnations, as not less than 686, and normally not far short of 800. But varying within narrow limits, one strong school in America teaches that 2 or 3 are all that are necessary, and various other centers teaching reincarnation range between these figures. As to the time elapsing between incarnations, we find in Mr. Sennett's Esoteric Buddhism that rebirth in less than 1500 years is spoken of as almost impossible. But a prominent school in France whose teachings are gaining ground in America teaches it is not uncommon for one to reincarnate in the offspring of his own children and thus be his own grandparent. The teachings fluctuating between these extremes, the most generally accepted in America at present being perhaps that about 500 years in between rebirths. The precise effect of karma also is a subject of much discussion, some leaders of the old school holding that the evil wrought in one's life returns only in a general way in a future life, while many of the newer teachers insist on a specific reaction of the good or evil that a murderer will be murdered in a future life by his former victim. In addition to this indefiniteness, which makes plausible explanations easy, because almost anything may happen in so wide a range of possibilities that there are woven about these doctrines by the morbid imaginations of semi-lucid mystics who pose as teachers and thus find their way into print. Such fanatic fabrics of illusion are never dreamed of by that most founder of Theosophy, Blavatsky, who was instrumental in introducing reincarnation to the West. Lacking definite information concerning the theories they are taught, the minds of many students become filled with hazy and ill-defined notions such as fantasy thinking, conduces to negativeness in which they become unwittingly easily influenced by unseen forces. Because it has received so much publicity, the investigator at the beginning of his studies is usually impressed with the idea that reincarnation is accepted unquestionably by all occultists at the present day, who have progressed far along the path, and that it has been the universal belief of all notable reformers, philosophers, and initiates of the past. As a single example from innumerable instances that might be cited of the method by which the beginner in occult studies is impressed that everyone, not only the present day, but also in the past, who has been noted for wisdom, has embraced the doctrine of human reincarnation. Now it is current saying, based on the controversies of 200 Christian sects, that anything can be proven upon biblical authority. But to believe that a considerable part of the Earth's inhabitants have studied the Bible for 1900 years without discerning that human reincarnation is one of the fundamental important teachings, if that teaching is really there, it oversteps the bounds of average credulity. Human reincarnation implies that once incarnated as a man and gaining self-consciousness in the human state, the soul must repeatedly turn to animate other human bodies. Most ancient schools of occultism, including the Brotherhood of Life, believe in reincarnation through various progressive aspects, but they deny the doctrine of human reincarnation. This is not taught by Western initiates, as evidenced by the writings of Helena Blavatsky, who introduced human reincarnation to America. I first worked under the Egyptian part of the African section and later under the Indian section. While writing Isis Unveiled, she worked largely under the direction of Western initiates, and in various places an original edition of the work stoutly denies human reincarnation. Listen to this. So even Helena Blavatsky at first was denying it. She says this: the appearance of the same individual, or rather his astral monad, twice on the same planet is not a rule in nature, it is an exception, like the tetralogical phenomenon of a two-headed infant. So even before in Isis Unveiled, she even said that it was actually an abridged of nature. Reincarnation is not normal. So how did this even get crept in? Again, she says that when it does occur, the designs of nature have been interfered with and she must take another effort. But if reason has been so far developed as to become active and discriminative, there is no reincarnation on this earth. For the three parts of the triune man have been united together, and he is capable of running the race. Those are precisely the views held by Western initiates, and it was not until removing her headquarters to India and coming directly in contact with Hindu teachers that she finally accepted the doctrines of human reincarnation. Interesting, huh?
Oh yeah.
It just goes on and on and
Yeah.
on, and I did want to go into other courses here, like there's other things that I want to get into later, like the next life, astrological influences in the next life, and basically.
Oh yeah, I forget if we shit. I forget if we went over it already, but did we talk about already with the gendered soul? Because I remember we had like a whole thing.
Yep, let's go to that page now. So let's just kind of touch base on what we've kind of learned already. So karma has been misconstrued. Reincarnation's more of a case-by-case basis, very rare, right? It's abnormal or special, but never the norm, right? Everyone only gets one shot in the physical life so that the triune being gets integrated. Once you become discriminative, get ready, because you qualify for the next realm. So, and that next realm is separated into 7 different spectrum of layers, and we can go into that next time. And above the astral realm is the 3 celestial realms. So that's going to be intense. But let's get into Thomas H. Burgoyne. What page was the gender information on?
The PDF page was 46, but I think the page was 35. Once it says 35, yeah, that was it.
All right, here we go. As we view the outward forms of man and woman, we cannot fail to observe the perfect harmony between the external appearance and the internal cause. Their organisms are the concrete image of the principles concealed within. It would be extreme height of absurdity for us to believe that a materialized form bears no correspondence to the forces which created it. The form cannot exist without an internal cause, and the internal cause is powerless to produce any external form apart from the reflected image of itself and its functions. Under these circumstances, it must be self-evident that every male organism is the absolute outcome of the masculine forces, and every female organism the product of feminine qualities. Therefore, a male soul cannot be born into the world under the cover of a female form. Neither can a female soul be ushered upon the plains of humanity imprisoned within a masculine body. They are nature's simple facts, which ought to be apparent to every thinking mind. But it seems that such is not the case, for we are seriously informed by certain theosophical writers that during the various incarnations of the human soul within the human form, man may incarnate in the form of a woman and vice versa. We can only say that such unutterable nonsense is almost beneath the notice of any sane mind, and those who make such ridiculous assertions are not only bound to the external plane of appearances, but are completely ignorant of the true light of occult science.
Yeah, yeah. These internal mechanics, these internal energies, you know, they're a constant, right? Like if you're incarnated as male, well, of course, your soul is fully on male. You're going to have more masculine energies. Sure, there's yin yang. You do have some feminine qualities, such as the reason why even men can have emotions, and vice versa. Same thing for women, right? Like,
but then there's that definite quality, right? You have to
Mm.
round out, right? You're here to round out your masculine quality. A woman's here to round out her feminine, not to, like, a woman to become overly masculine is a put-off. A man to become overly feminine is a put-off. So all these new agers going around, men, full-grown men, saying that they've accessed their divine feminine, I think that they've accessed something else.
Yeah, it's back to the whole Cliophotic principles, right?
Yep.
Where everything's reversed. Yeah, because like and they even talk about we need to have like a perfect balance. There is a balance, but it's not a 50-50 balance,
no,
right?
it's not.
Yeah.
You want to be, let me know if you want to be perfectly nah, man. Listen, he says right here, it often transpires that we find men who appear to possess true feminine natures and women who seem to be masculine in temperament. But this is not really the case. It is only an appearance caused by the combined influence of prenatal conditions and stellar positions at birth. The Buddhistical conception of man and woman rounding out until sex becomes obliterated is probably the most transcendental delusion that ever originated within the Oriental brain. Therefore, we will take no further notice of such. He doesn't even say. He just says we're going to end it there.
Yeah.
He literally says.
Yeah, it's just like, we'll just be reading. It's like, oh, blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. This shit's just fucking stupid. Nope. Just there's no need. It's just I think I've already lost too many brain cells just reading that. That's basically what he said.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He literally says we will take no further notice of such mystical folly, that we're no longer going to be talking about Nick, you're going to be a woman next round, or
finally.
My soul's genderless. My soul, I'm genderless, Nick.
Like, man. Oh yeah, I thought. Body. Oh, dude, I thought you were like a hermaphrodite. I thought you had both, but it turns out you had neither. Dang, man, I completely got that off. Shit.
Yeah, and it just, I don't know what to do out here, but all right. Well, now we know, right? You are who you are.
Mm-hmm.
We are what we are. Self-conscious immortality, eternal progression, human form, one and done, instantaneous transference into the astral plane. We're gonna have to talk about the conditions of that plane. And I'd like to let everyone know that these Hermetic schools and illuminated Brahmanism, well, these actually have research. Like, they have been gathering research and cross-referencing for hundreds of years. Not only astrology charts, natal charts, transits, they've also been studying NDEs, telepathy. They've studied all of it, and they've cross-referenced all of it, and this is how they've actually been able to come. And not only that, they experience it for themselves, and they actually give you training on how to acquire the ability to do that for yourself. However, most of us already have, folks.
Yep.
We can't remember a past human life. We know who we are inside, and we know that that the astral realm is very real, and like you said, more real, more conscious, and more alive than here.
Yeah.
Right? We talked in the last presentation that the physical realm actually is a spiritual realm. It's a little kind of hard to call it just a physical realm, because it's actually the negative polarity of spirit. There is only spirit. So even though you think you're in a physical body, you're still in a spiritual realm. In those higher spiritual realms, you still have bodies, and some of those bodies still have organs in various degrees. So,
yeah. So, oh damn, I had a thought, and it's straight. Oh yeah. So yeah, just remember, the physical realm here, like especially like when referring to your persona, your physical body. It's remember what you're experiencing here, what you see here is essentially a blueprint for your future, right? So it's you don't lose it necessarily, but you still carry its likeness throughout the rest of eternity. And for those who really want to get into more of this research and experience this stuff for themselves, I mean, obviously there's many sources of knowledge to derive from, but if you really want to start seeing this, start researching more on things like ritual magic as well. Now, sure, it is a bit of a process. I would personally not recommend just jumping straight into the highest things, but as a progressionally as you get through it, you eventually get to the state where you'll be able to see these things for yourself and experience them. You don't have to, obviously. Like, it's not necessarily meant for everyone, but
yeah. I think our dreams are enough, right? Like every
Yeah.
time you go to sleep, you're being prepared for that next realm. You can look around you. What is your state when you sleep? Are you in hell? Are you in a lower astral realm? I'm kind of meandering around middle, high, low astral realms. I wish I'm trying to get up there to higher places, but it's working. And relieve the fear. Some of the hardships you went through are not punishments. They're to mold you and grow you. Molded by the game.
Yep.
Sometimes God just decided to put challenges in your path not to punish you, but to help you grow. So He knows your eternal destiny. Every soul was created through the voice of God for a particular purpose and mission, and that mission will continue beyond the tomb. Even with your personality, I don't care how many New Age teachers have told you to disintegrate your personality. Disintegrate your personality.
Oh, fine. I guess I'll just be robot. All right, I'm gonna go that way. There's a white light. Okay.
Because it's all about individualization, and it's about taking out the negative, integrating the good, transmuting the vice into virtues. But your personality is a mode of expression. Come on.
Yeah, I know. So pretty much remember, this world, like I said before, it's a classroom. It's a forge. It's a crucible. These challenges you face. Remember, you need fire to forge steel, right? Every time you can even think of it like this: the celestial influences, like one of the biggest ones, especially in astrology, is like Saturn, right? We all know the big bad Saturn, right? But even though he's considered the villain, the devil, the opposer, the controller, he's not necessarily an actual bad dude, because you got to remember, while he may be Satan, he's also Christ, because he's Christos, he's Kronos, right? He's there to teach you. He puts these challenges not to just to be a dick to you, not to just mess with you just for the sake of messing with you, but to help you grow into something better. You cannot, a thing cannot grow without some kind of challenge, without anything that goes unchallenged becomes weak and complacent, right?
Yep.
So if you want if you want to grow, and you need to go through these strife to overcome them, become better. It's like, imagine playing a sport, right? Whether it's basketball or baseball, but you're always playing against someone that's less experienced, that's less skilled than you, right? Imagine it's like the same thing as how a sibling, like a young is playing a video game with their younger sibling not understanding the game very well and just kicking their ass every single time, right? Like the older sibling is not going to improve because they're playing against someone who doesn't know. But on the other hand, since they're getting your ass kicked over and over again, you start to learn. It's like that saying that goes like, defeat is a much better teacher than victory ever will be, because victory doesn't really tell you what you did right or wrong. It just shows you that, yeah, you won, congratulations. But defeat, you can see a lot better. It's like, oh, that's what I messed up on. Oh yeah, I did that, and that's why that happened, right? Okay, now I can learn and improve. And maybe I figured out a better way to do this. So now you go higher, and you go higher from there. It just repeats. So you need that strike. You need that pressure in order to grow. Otherwise, you're stagnant. You don't go anywhere. And when you become stagnant, like, you become almost apathetic. become very
Yeah.
completely
And-
still.
And
Yeah.
that's what the spiritual schools have been doing to us. They've discombobulated our minds and beliefs. And even when we thought we were seeking enlightenment in a place that has to have the truth, like you said, we're just under the impression of mediumistic impression that we're just overly sensitive. We're getting bombarded by, like you said, every book you open, reincarnation, every book you open, the soul's genderless, whatever. It's all nonsense. You think they give out the real truth? And that's why we're here to give a progressive cosmology and of eternal immortal progression, onward and upward forever, self-conscious immortality, and be who you are. Who knows what fills it? And I think we're going to end it there, Nick.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, this was
good.
quite a bit, and we still got plenty more to go, I imagine.
Yeah, we have a lot to cover. We're going to be covering interplane weather, occupations in the next life, the descent of soul into matter, how it splits into two, how that all works out on its way down. And we're going to talk about, if there's no such thing as karma, are we all off the hook? Well, not necessarily. So,
Yeah, I was like, oh, should I get that cookie I stole? I might still have to pay for that. Damn. Don't tell anyone.
Hey, but like we said, we will have to re-experience all the good and the evil that we've caused other through their point of view in the afterlife. So we actually will experience it from the person, the recipient, as if we were them, and we will experience the pain that we may have caused them knowingly or unknowingly. And because we don't have a physical body to numb those sensations, they will be felt. They will be dealt with, and we will learn from it, and we will strive to be better. And there's nothing like progressing. You can progress over there easier than here. So there's hope for everyone. God bless everyone. And thanks for joining us. And I'm going to premiere this. So catch the premiere, and you can note, we'll be able to type to people and respond.
Sounds good. All right. Well,
All right.
cutting up here. Take it easy, everyone.
Peace, Nick.
Cool. I'm sorry about that. I had some audio issues. So yeah, we're just going over part 2, Astro-theology, Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. Everyone hear me okay? Cool. Sounds good. Let me see. Start video there. Let's share the screen quick. See, so we have the astrochemical physiological chromatic chart, starting Aries at the head, Taurus at the neck, Gemini. The astro-theological story we talked about, Mark, starting in Aries, when the Christ solar archetype is acting rebellious against family traditions, and when he is seen, it's noted that they all drop what they're doing very quickly and run after the Savior, the Lord, almost. And they said that scholars even were trying to figure out, why were these people just kind of dropping what they were doing and chasing some guy into the town who they didn't know exactly who they was. So they tried saying that perhaps they knew him, from a past interaction, and that he must have signaled for them to go with them. But that's not true at all. So the truth is, that's showing Aries the initiative, the spiritual initiative to get up and to walk and go forth on your mission, essentially. So let's see here. And to follow your spiritual intuition without even questioning it, because at times you have to just take the leap of faith. That leap of faith is initiation, which is symbolized by that Aries archetype. See, it says the newly initiated Son of God is... Hold on, sorry about that. Let's see here. So, in the baptism of John, we see the themes of beginning, starting again, turning one's back on the past, are very much in evidence in these early chapters of Mark. The gospel opens up with the words, the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and in his depiction of John the Baptist, we can detect Mark's conviction that Jesus is qualitatively different from all his predecessors. John included. He is the greater than John. John is not worthy to loosen the strap of his sandals, which is an indication of Pisces, going in from the age of Aries to Pisces. These characters take on the personal aspects of the psychology that takes place within our body. So if we tap into these stories, we can see that these personifications come to life. So at this point,
add with fire, so with Holy Spirit, and at this point Matthew and Luke add with the fire, reflecting the fire sign Aries, the baptism of fire of that cardinal sign. So even it does not have the account of Jesus' baptism by John the Baptist, but it does describe an encounter between the two men in which Arian symbolism is clear. It says, the next day John saw Jesus coming towards him and said, look, the Lamb almost of God has taken away the sins of our world. And as Bill Donahue explains, that process within us takes place when we utilizes the force of the chemical hormones in the endocrine system correctly by sense control. When we control our senses and our shepherd staff, which would be the spinal column, then we can reach our inner spring, which is Aries. So all the 4 seasons we experience within ourselves. So it doesn't have to be spring to experience spring. Spring being the renewal state of mind. So every time this process takes place, the mind is reset, kind of like a computer is reset, like reset and cleaned essentially. Or like, let's say you have like maybe an engine, like it's almost like the engine's replaced, brand new, born again. So it's initiation. So they're all dropping what they're doing and just following the Lord right into the town. They're not second guessing themselves. And on the spiritual journey, if you're very skeptical and very, like in this book, he said, why did they not investigate Jesus or have a police investigation or have a lot of evidence? Instead, they just took the leap of faith following the intuition. So it's just teaching a spiritual message, an eternal spiritual truth of following your inner intuition, almost at the drop of a hat. And when you're going on the spiritual journey, to go all into it, because if you're half-witted about it or even speculative, some of the doors close to the occultist or the spiritualist or the mystic, because some of the faculties shut down when one becomes a skeptic or doubter, or someone becomes alluded to only materialistic views. So that part of the brain shuts down, and then these people become historical figures. So he announces the one preparing the way as the forerunner legal esoteric Judaism in the person of John was now giving way to another religious approach in the person Jesus. In this way, the ram was to hand over to the fish, the head of Aries was to defer to the feet of Pisces, a process alluded to in John's remark about the sandal strap. The newly initiated Son of God is immediately driven into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. This is reminiscent of the other Aryan figures of the Bible, Abraham and Moses. See, Abraham and Moses are the Aries figures. Jesus is the Jupiter, Sun, and Pisces figure in Aquarius. But he also takes on the other forms as well as Aries as well, because the stories convey this message in sometimes they use like the literal symbol, like the Lamb of God or the sandal strap or the fisher of men, but then they sometimes use a more subtle symbol aspect, like when they're saying that, remember that he's kind of rebellious to his mom when she's looking for him, and he's like, didn't you know I was going to be here anyway? That's Aryan. And then when they're all dropping their fishing poles and dropping their shovels and stuff and just running after Jesus because they randomly seen him, that is also Aries impulsiveness. But we're transmuting the impulsiveness to a spiritual level of like the full tarot card, essentially taking that first leap into the physical incarnation to be individualized from that supreme monad, so that you have your particular individualized center of consciousness that gives birth to that Aries being the I am. You have to have that first. That's the child of the zodiac. First is the I am, then it's the I have, then it's the I think, then I feel, then I will, as you go all the way from John to Aries. John is the intermediary between these two archetypes. Mark's brief account of the incident, Matthew and Luke, are much longer. It should not lead us to underestimate its significance. You go all the way from John's significance. The wilderness represents all the terrors that beset the spiritual seeker. Henry James himself, born under the sign of Aries, puts it like this. Every man who has reached even his intellectual teens begins to suspect that life is no farce, that is not genteel comedy, even that it flowers and fructifies on the contrary, out of the profoundest tragic depths of the essential dearth in which its subject roots are plunged. The natural inheritance of everyone who is capable of spiritual life is unsubdued forest where the wolf howls and the obscene bird of night chatters. So, when you go through this process here, what we're doing Aries, Taurus, and Gemini, next time we'll be going into these three. So we're working with these three. We're working with the child of the zodiac. This is the adolescent, adult, as it gets into the elder phase of the feet. And John the Baptist and Jesus being so closely related is because Adam Kadmon wraps his feet around and is able to touch the head, or Jacob the heel catcher. So that potency of Aries is that self-renewal. So that chapter is always talking about this diagram here, very important. Where is that diagram? There it is. Aries, what themes are there? Baptism of Jesus, beginning of the ministry, theme of newness, 12 apostles, new Israel, and sense of urgency. So when springtime comes, we have to initiate this sense of urgency. We tap into that Aryan influence. And during the spring equinox, you can have that initiation. We talked about doing the mantras of the pineal gland, activating the cerebrum, doing more yogic exercises associated with the head. Right, and then Taurus, when Taurus comes, the book changes. He starts talking about sowing the seeds, the parables of growth, the bull, Krishna and his bulls, agricultural imagery, and this light separates. We have the duad, because that I am comes into I have and into I think. So even though the story is talking about the physical occurrences that take place in the physical life, it's also talking about pre-mortal existence, and before that subtle realm of these archetypes came into being through the physical realm. And finally in Gemini, which is the theme of duality and the legion and the double-mindedness. So this legion within us has Uspensky and the fourth way teachers. The fourth way teaches the Raha Yoga, which is the mixture of the layman Karma Yoga, the intellectual Jnana Yoga, and the devotional Bhakti Yoga, combined into the fourth way, which is awakening consciousness and doing all three at the same time. So you're working with your mind, your emotions, and your motor physical body at the same time. And what you're doing is you're eliminating the legion of all the separate personalities and all the separate archetypes and all the separate individualized aspects of your consciousness. And you are taking them and creating a center of consciousness by mastering your Gemini, mastering the double-minded. In the Bible, it says the double-minded man is, what does that quote say? I must remember that. Okay, he is a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways. And that's just saying that when you're depolarized, you don't have the proper polarization and you're just left brain or too much in the right brain, or you are thinking one way, having all these spiritual goals and becoming positive and becoming awake consciously and understanding universal spiritual laws, but then on the other side, you see a shadow side, a side that is completely opposite of all of that, and that is selfish and is almost like a double face. And this has nothing to do with the actual zodiac of Aries, Gemini, just each zodiac sign symbolizes the behavior and aspect that is a theme in all humanity. Hence, all humanity have the pride of Leo. All humanity has attachment of Cancer, the crab. All humanity has the double-mindedness of Gemini. All humanity has the stubbornness and vanity of Taurus. All humanity has the impatience and wrath and instability of Aries. So they all have their different negative functions, not just relating to whether or not you are that sign. It doesn't matter. It just, if you're that sign, you may have prominent aspects or even be able to notice it more. You may be able to see it in yourself more in others, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, a Taurus doesn't have a negative Leo aspect, because all of us have to create the philosopher's stone by going through all 12 of these processes one by one, as we've done in the previous lectures, to go through all of these lessons from the beginning in order to have just the cosmology and understanding, as well as the certain initiatory practices that we've kind of combined and worked on towards this point, so that we can kind of catch up, so that when we're going into the winter mysteries, we can understand that entombment of the Lord, the Christ, and how that going into the underworld or the tomb, that crucifixion, and how that brings light in within us. So essentially, in the wintertime, our spiritual internal willpower and all of our faculties are enhanced, because it's kind of, for whatever reason, like the figure eight, what goes on in here is also sometimes that depletion of light that you see in the north is an increase of light within. Because sometimes in the spring and summer, like, we're more in a more stubborn nature, kind of a little bit more animalistic. It's more in the winter time that we actually go within ourselves to be able to, and also obviously in other hemisphere that would be opposite, but generally speaking, we're just kind of referring to what exactly does winter do to us. It immobilizes the body in a way, sedates, puts you in a state of sedation, allows you to explore the internal realms more so than when you have to, work more, let's say, when the sun's bright in Taurus. So this gospel, this book, helps you understand all of the spiritual mysteries and keys that you acquire on your journey, as you go through this kind of drama theme within yourself. So all these short journeys that take place in all the towns from Galilee, all the different, like when they're transporting to go to the inn or go to give birth to Jesus here, and the wise men are traveling, all that's Gemini, Thomas, the twins, Tunis, brothers, the double miracle, Taurus, all things about growth, the seeds, parables of the farmer, production, wealth, profit. When he's talking about the taxpayer, he's trying to transmute his lust for money to give up everything he has to inherit the kingdom of heaven. And that doesn't mean that everyone who has money does, but he was saying for him particularly, it was an issue. And then here, of course, Aries, the impulsiveness. So if we combine and we prepare all of the rituals and initiations to correspond to each proper zodiac at each given time, the power is enhanced. So this coming spring, that's the thing, when March comes, start working on the head mantras, which would be E. And when Taurus comes, you start working on the throat mantra, E. And when Gemini comes, you start working on the mantra O, and so on and so forth. So you're going down the body, and then you're also understanding that in each of these seasons, those astrological influences are embedded into the outside realm. So that's why it's so important to get the morning sun, that morning dose from when that sun first comes up. It hits you with those astrological rays. Now, the special days like March 21st, September 23rd, all the equinoxes and solstices are all amplified. So each one of these has a seasonal cyclical religious merit. And when we say religious, we mean that just connecting with that unitine principle within that is represented as the Jesus or the Christ in the story, and how essentially to emulate that by transmuting all of our selfish psychological behaviors that we continue to go on. So sometimes when you read some of these stories, and from that perspective, and you spend maybe, let's say, like 45 minutes reading and contemplating it from that perspective of it not being literal, and you go to sleep with that, then you will be able to find yourself in a dream loop that will help you have those same kind of messages and occurrences take place, and you'll carry it with you into your sleep. And then when you wake up, you will have an output of like a solution. So each time, sometimes these stories help you tap in Kabbalistically to different various images within your psyche and your inner being, so that you can promote and able to establish those aspects. So in Aries, we understand consciousness in the center, the pineal gland. Taurus, we understood speaking, mantras, vocalization, which is one of the most important practices. And then Gemini, we have the breathing. And then being aware that the breath and the air manifest from the ether, and that there's the pranic particles within the air, and that by breathing it in, and by having that understanding, you can utilize that power. Animals don't have the ability to consciously do a breathing exercise. They do unconscious breathing exercises at their own rhythm, but humans are the only ones that are able to utilize the pranic breath consciously, because breath is the bridge of consciousness and unconsciousness. It's automatic, but at the same time it isn't. There's times where people can lose their ability to automatically breathe, so they actually have to consciously breathe. So it is the bridge to both. So when you utilize the force of Gemini, you're tapping into that bridge between the conscious and subconscious self, the part of you that's automated and the part of you that's not, the part of you that can make changes to the automated functions. Once that's realized and the breath is utilized, because animals cannot just simply look at themselves and say that I'm going to utilize this breath for pranic means, humans can utilize that breath of life that Jehovah Elohim breathed into Adam Kadmon, the breath of life, figuratively giving life to all beings, the breath of Brahma. So when we utilize that breath and we take in those consciousness, even as the great Mikhail Ivanov said, that you can even extract all the minerals that you need, or if you master this process, you're able to extract minerals from the molecular level from the air, and help nourish your system through those means. But essentially, those breathing exercises help to clear the various channels of the body in preparation for that fire to ascend. But generally speaking, if you're on the path and you end up becoming a righteous person who does good and follows the spirit of intuition, the breathing patterns for your body happen in a very slow, peaceful manner, rather than a coarse and noisy way of breathing, very shallow from the chest. Then you're unable to access the more subtle realities of the breath, which would then allow yourself to have a clean mind, clean chemistry. So the breath is able to tap into the control of the thoughts. You can control the thoughts by managing the breath. You can manage the breath by using your thoughts. They go hand in hand. And because the breath is able to be automated as well as not, serves as the bridge between those realms. Gemini being the perceiver and the perceived, and then the transcendence of both into that third person aspect that each one of us has that individualized form of, but at the same time is not necessarily attached to a body. So that kind of finishes up that aspect of Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. And then in the next segment, we're going to be going into the next 3 signs of the zodiac, all astrotheologically, and going also into the Devil's Pulpit by Reverend Robert Taylor, because his information is vital as well. I like this guy's the Gospel Secret, the Secret of the Zodiac and the Gospel of Jesus, the one we're reading from. But Devil's Pulpit definitely has some raw material that definitely needs to get out there for sure. So yeah, just want to open up and see how you guys are doing. If you have anything you want to share, any questions.
Hey man, yeah, that was awesome as usual. One thing I've also been thinking about recently was also the concept of Pandora's box. I think at some point I remember Santos bringing it up briefly a long time ago, but I don't remember when or where. I haven't looked if anyone has covered it extensively on the Academy, but...
Yep. We'll go into it right now.
Hell yeah.
Yep, right now. Pandora's box. So we have the cube of Saturn, right? So we have that box of Saturn. Pandora's box is the human body rolled up into that box. And Pandora's box was the first time that humans decided to act in a way of shame, and like when you open the first Pandora's box, according to it would be falling from your angelic state of non-desire and acting upon that animalistic nature for the first time and becoming dense. And then you give birth to all. Now you have that shame and guilt and fear that's passed on to everyone. And you've opened Pandora's box. Because now desire has been left out. Like, not desire is bad, but like we were talking about, like the first time someone, when you do something, when humans commit a very bad crime, right?
Yeah.
They open a box. That Pandora's box leaks out and evil takes over. And you could say that the first time that happened is semi-responsible for all evil. It's kind of figurative, but essentially you could see cause and effect. Right? Or the first time someone consciously decided to harm someone else, when was it? We refer to it as Pandora's box. And because of it being a box, we refer to that as the physical carnal nature. And opening also relates to Kundalini science. When you open Pandora's box and you lose all that satisfaction, that you feel empty in a desert. So that you need to... so it's basically just an allegory of how desire leaks out.
Yeah. Nice, thank you. Yeah, I was earlier thinking it was just like another form of retelling of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Yep.
I like that better. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, that's a simple explanation for what it is, basically. Another story of how evil gets out of the box. Yeah. And usually it all has to do with consciously deciding, right? The body follows the mind, follows the body almost, right? You got to get the body and the mind tuned together to follow the higher centers. The tree of life is the higher centers, and the tree of knowledge is like, basically saying, like, I don't know, I'd say the tree of knowledge of good and evil is essentially saying that you're going to step outside of your zone of what you know is right, what you should do, and take a dip into something that you genuinely know inside is wrong. Yeah. And you do it anyway. Then you feel the shame and the guilt and the pain, and then it's all that psychological story. But it's also a story of how the soul deceives itself into finding itself led astray.
Yeah.
I think there's a symbolic representation too with Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, square in the cube, right? Or square in the circle. The circle equals a square, with the square being physical, earthly, the circle being spiritual. It's the same circumference, the same area it matches, but with the man that's in the middle, the center point, the navel, where the seed is born. It's kind of the center point of all of that. But when you square the cube, right, you get the same thing. So that's that earthly. That's that separation of that, the earthly square versus the circle, the spiritual circle. If that makes sense.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. So back then they had such a vivid experience of all these archetypes. So we have to just learn how to use the Bible kind of like they did in the mystery schools. You can use it meditatively. Like I said, go reading it, kind of tripping out before you go to sleep. Go to bed with those thoughts. You kind of find yourself into that theme, awakens some of the archetypes within yourself. And Samuel Ellen War said that if you're under real negative, chaotic impulses and problems, reading the Bhagavad Gita or the Upanishads or the Quran or even the four Gospels, Mark, John, Luke, purify the aura field, just because they're instilled with ancient eternal wisdom of time immemorial, unpolluted. A lot of people say the Bible's polluted, but at the same time, a lot of things in those Bibles that they think are polluted are just more symbols and metaphors.
So I think there's something to those days that you're talking about, those like the four, those 4 times the solstices, the equinox, that's the archangels or the archangles of light. Like that's why all the mound builders built all these, sites to see the, cleared out for as far as they could see to get that certain angle of sunlight to come in.
And each one gives a different ray of intelligence, right? Each one's endowed with a different feeling, essence. Every day is an angel, right? And every day is different. Stantos said this already.
Yeah, but internally, you're sending that energy up through your chakras or resistors, and you're mimicking when the sun goes into Aries and goes into spring, you're throwing that inner light into your right and opening up the right hemisphere of the brain, which you're mimicking what the sun's doing in the sky versus in your brain.
I mean, it sits at the right hand of the Father too.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's really cool when you find out that happens. I feel like we're brought into the world thinking so like we're alienated, right? When we don't know that those seasons. I mean, wouldn't it be awesome if you found that out in first grade?
Yeah, right.
That like the cloudy days happen inside. Sunny days are something inside that outside phenomena is also inside, but not in sync. I think it's really important to know that it's not in sync. Everything's different sync. Month, year, month, day, right? Everything has its own cog. Like the human cog, it doesn't matter if it's winter outside. You could be in spring if you chose to. It's a spring and winter could be a daily thing. It doesn't have to be. But also on a deeper level, yes. There is that backdraw, that background of spring, right? You have a support in spring, right? A potential to be pretty happier than winter. But in winter, you do have a great opportunity to go within and explore that underworld.
Yeah.
To save souls. Save souls is save energy from Malkuth. Where's Malkuth? Saving energies from the demons.
So Gemini, the lungs, or Jesus, as the twin, Thomas. A lot of people talk about carbon, 666. But then if you go in the next step up, it's nitrogen. It's 777, 7 protons, 7 electrons, 7 neutrons. You go in the next one, it's oxygen, 888, which in gematria is Jesus, 888.
No, wow.
And so oxygen, you know what I mean? Is it?
Yeah, and 888 is even the sun too.
It's the right, exactly, yeah.
Leo, the sun, infinity, and the halo. And halo meditation is very important.
There's something in the Bible as well, and I think it
figure 8.
It meant when you're meditating that there's something with the DMT or the deep meditation, you produce more nitrogen. And then so when you mix that when you're do your deep fast breathing, you're mixing the oxygen faster with that nitrogen, you're creating nitric oxide. And then there's something in the Bible as well that talks about if the two could learn, or Jesus talks about if the two could learn to be as one, they could move stones or move boulders. And
if the two becomes one, and it's like the whole thing he says is like a meditation posture. He's like, put the hand in the place of a hand, the foot in the place of the foot, the eye in a place of an eye. And then he said what you said too, make the male, the female one, the inside like the outside. And it's kind of like, just what you're saying, and going into your going real into that portal within yourself.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it right there. Just what I'm getting from this is just, essentially just goes back to just being consistent. If I'm getting this right, just keeping, earlier when you said how, when you were talking earlier about Gemini, how you must eliminate the different personalities within and unify all aspects within. Sometimes all people say, be genuine, be honest.
Yeah, and notice the different personalities. Notice that, a part of, in what book was it that it was saying that Gemini was this one? So many different aspects, How can someone like all these different things, a church, you could like to go to church on Sundays and then like to this comedian and this book and what if they're all different value systems and, you could like be, like preaching spirituality and just not living it. Part of you wants to be spiritual, a part of you wants to be like a rock star, like all this different
personalities, they all need to be combined into one. Part of you that wants to, there's a part of you that hurts maybe when it gives money away, or maybe a part of you that feels animosity towards someone or something like that. But then again, you still feel like on your best day, you're like, I love the world, I love people, everything's fine, And then there's that one day where you're just like, I freaking hate people. I really wish that,
Yeah.
things that you shouldn't wish. So you see what I'm saying? Those personality mix is not ideal for the journey. So that's the mysteries of annihilating the legion through perception and consciousness by being awake and noticing them. Once they're noticed, game over.
Yeah. Yeah, just being consistent.
Yeah, like they said, pitch your tent and stay watchful.
Yeah.
Like a thief in the night could come, like lightning.
Yeah. I was just recalling the original line that the concept of legion. What was it? Was it from the Book of Mark? Like, I am legion, for we are many.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be. I'm just trying to recall the specific details of that. I guess story. Was it that Jesus was encountering this one demon, or demons per se? I don't remember the details on that
See
one.
if I could find that. Try to find my tab. So what was the quote?
The quote was, "I am legion, for we are many."
Mark, what is your name? Jesus asked. What is your name? My name is Legion. He replied, for we are many. Then Jesus asked him, what is your name? My name is Legion. He replied, yes, he's talking about all the different personalities within himself. Exactly. Legion speaking to, yes, of course, and the story would apply to yourself, right?
Yeah.
So it would be talking to your part of you, that knows what's up, that knows who's within you lurking.
Yeah.
All the multiplicities that need to be annihilated with the laser of the sun. Which is just applying wisdom, applying sight, and being aware and paying attention. Which people don't. The Manly P. all said esoteric keys of common sense. Some of the most esoteric occult knowledge is the most common sense of all things that are easily missed and ignored by the masses. And just being simply aware of it transforms you slowly.
Yeah.
Like
I guess you can go ahead.
Like the snake being evil when it's really just a symbol, symbolic for shedding the skin, shedding your physical self and rising above.
Yeah, for sure. The snake represents that. The two aspects you have. Remember that torch field. You have that snake is that force that wants to go. Attempts to go down into the dielectric plane of inertia. It's like it's a yearning for the body. Tree of life is a yearning for the spirit.
Yeah.
That's why usually when people live a very spiritualized life, a lot of the things that they used to like sensually, pleasure, a lot of stuff like that, they don't want to drink anymore. They don't want to, there's a lot of things that just, it doesn't feel the same anymore. Right? Because you have a new taste.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like almost in the same sense of like, say, eating junk food for like a good portion of your life, and you read a health book saying, "Oh, this junk food's bad for you," and this is what it does to you. And now suddenly it's just like I can't enjoy it anymore because I know if I'm doing that, it's harming me in the
Now
background.
there's a phase of the journey that still will eat it, even while it knows, and that's also a part of us that needs to be transmuted.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be ignored. The part of us that still will go against ourselves, even with knowledge. How many of us know things that still make mistakes?
Yeah, sometimes like even for me, like Not very often, but even like sometimes I'll eat like certain foods, like like I don't know, pancakes or nachos, even though like I know they're not the best thing to be eating, but
Yeah, I think more like it's more deeper than that. I think it's more about like it's not right to say that to someone, but you do it anyway.
uh,
It's not right to get angry and out of place, but you do it anyway. Or it's not right to like. It becomes more subtle when you like, right? Like, like in the beginning, right? You have to like it's certain things, but right. But then it gets more subtle. Like sometimes it's not about like, oh, you're gonna go rob a bank. Like maybe you're stealing someone's intellectual property. Maybe you're stealing someone's um, mindset or friend or something. You know what I mean? Like
hmm,
maybe you're coming in on someone's friendship with someone else, right? Are you stealing a pancake? No, but you could, but you're stealing a friendship maybe, and like see how it gets more subtle as the path rises.
uh,
So like sometimes, like it just gets different like that. Like, but yeah, fundamentally, it would be true that like, yeah, if you smoke tobacco and you know it's wrong, yeah, it's wrong. Like I know that smoking like weed is wrong, like inhaling smoke is wrong, and I do it occasionally. And you know,
hmm,
everyone has that. So, but never be guilty on yourself for things like, especially material things of such a small regard. Find things in you that are more like deep-rooted anger, hatred, um, the liar within, the thief, the judger, let's get down to those things, right?
hmm,
Yeah. Who better judge
That's
you than yourself, right?
yeah, yeah, get down and dirty with yourself to find what's going on. And like at first it is going to be true, like, all right, wake up early every morning, take your spiritual bath, eat your vegan food, be very spiritual, don't touch coffee, alcohol, weed, right? Very careful. But there's a time on the path where, you might have a cup of coffee, right? But you're moderated now. And sometimes, you'll well find yourself doing things that, you're like, hey, I hate this. I do this still. I know it's not right, but I continue. That's transmuting. You're aware of it, and that doesn't excuse the behavior nor the consequences, but it doesn't, nonetheless it happens. So to recognize it.
What is sin? Is it a list of these 10 rules? No, it's whatever you consider yourself to be gluttonous or sinful or more in abundance than what it should be, right?
Yeah,
Sin is living in your emotions, dwelling in your emotions.
yeah. And like Manly P. Hall said, the Ten Commandments are universal. Without the Ten Commandments, like Manly P. Hall says, that if you disobey the Ten Commandments, your whole energy field would be disgusting and putrefied with holes, because you would be an adulterer, a fornicator, a thief, a liar, an idol worshiper, a wrathful, like you'd be pretty much a piece of crap if you didn't obey all the Ten Commandments, basically. Now, if you obey them from a really religious, fundamental, fanatical, we have levels here, right? We're talking at the highest, most spiritual level. The Ten Commandments have always, and right, they're from the 42, before there was 42. It's like, but the Bible kind of found the 10 main ones that kind of encapsulate all 42, I think. And I think that those 10 relate to the 10 initiations that we have to overcome according to the Gnostic traditions. Each commandment represents a transmutation of a Sephiroth, and the 9 minor initiations to get to the major mysteries of the 3 mountains. So that all that information can be found with Samael Weor. Read the book 3 Mountains by Samael Weor. Talks about the 9 major mysteries. 10 commandments, all equal things that we have to overcome. But the thing, like they said, like, thou shalt not have any other gods before me. Does that mean that the people that worship Krishna are going to hell? No. It means like what you're saying, your inner God, not your God, right? Like, I'm God, I'll just, your connection. Yeah. It's talking from an inner perspective. Then it says, thou shalt not steal. It's not just talking about, like, right, we steal energy from ourselves.
Right, yeah.
Right? Like if we use drugs, like let's say we use cocaine, do you know that we're stealing?
We're stealing, but we're not stealing bread or money.
Right.
If we're like, if we're not compensating people for what they do, and we know that that's stealing too. Like, there's just a lot of ways you can steal. What's another commandment? Still thou shalt not bear false witness.
Yeah.
Bearing false witness, that could have, like, you should never lie about someone. That's the worst thing you could do, to tarnish someone's reputation and to say that they were guilty of a crime that they didn't commit.
Which those I think are out of like the first few pages of the Emerald Tablet of Thoth, the Ten Commandments. So that which is like the Bible, for alchemy. The Emerald Tablet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's direct connection between direct inner alchemy and the Bible, because the Ten Commandments, like, those are just, it's a lump sum from the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and which before that was the Emerald Tablet.
Yep, and we just have to find out, where did these vestments come from, right? Where did these mistakes come from? Where do you get to the point of lying about someone else? When do you get to the point of coveting other people's, like, it's not right. Also, to even like want someone else's like position or power or path. In the Bhagavad Gita, it says don't follow someone else's path, even if you feel like you're better than them, because it's not your path. So, I think we're gonna wrap it up there, and I really enjoy doing this. Thanks so much for coming, and we're gonna be we're not gonna do part 3 of this. We're gonna be going to the next round of the Zodiac, the next 3. And check out my YouTube channel for some upcoming updates, some discoveries, and yeah, if you have any questions or you guys still want to hang out, I'll be here for a couple more minutes. Great.
Hey Chris, what's your email? I was just curious.
I'd say let's do crcciam, that is, at gmail.com. crcciam, that is, at gmail.com.
Did you watch any of those YouTube videos for like that old world?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, I did. I'm blown away.
There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah. Thank you. And I've been learning about, like, maybe that, what if there was already African Americans here in America?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And they're not from other countries. They just were here already.
Yeah.
Whoa,
so there's a famous quote from Hitler before he died in like one of the Nazi newspapers, and he talked about how America was already going to win, and he goes, "What the Americans did is they stole God's jewel, and God's jewel is the black man. He's the original Hebrew, or he's that lost tribe that we always talk about, the lost tribe. Well, he is that the Indians, the Aztecs, the Mayans, like there's all like these dead ends with all. When you look into it, it's like, where'd they go? They disappeared. They vanquished. But he talks about that's what America did, is they took their identity. Like there's really no slave ships. There's no boats like in museums. There's not really a history down that road, because what they did, they stole their history. They stole it. They didn't think they were brought over here, and they didn't have a heritage, because if they thought like down deep, like, yeah, they're slaves, but their home is just that there, or You know what I mean? They just, you know what I mean? But they took everything and then confused everybody. And,
Wow.
that is, the original Hebrew.
So where do we come from?
That's the confusing part, the Caucasian, which is ironically enough in Turkey, where they said Noah crashed the boat, is the Caucasus Mountains, and that's where they said after the flood, that's where white people came, Caucasian race came about. And it just happened to be on the Caucasus Mountain. But then, there's a lot of that Anunnaki talk, which I don't really enjoy, but you have to
No,
listen
get
to
into
it,
any of it.
And
I believe we're all created from the 7 planets and the 12 zodiac.
There's something weird with our genetic makeup, like with our with the melanin and how just everything about our it's weird because all of the different races can intermate and still have babies, where like a tiger and a lion, if they have a liger, they can never reproduce.
Yeah.
But humans are the one thing that's been genetically modified, but can still accept that God particle or God element to continue to reproduce in that image. Does that make sense?
Isn't it just because we're higher level than animals? We have higher privileges?
It's higher privileges, but it's the genetic. When you look at it from genetic, like over the history timelines don't make sense. We can all agree.
Yeah.
Sense. But are the genetic changes with how? I mean, evolution's a joke, but even to think about how how do we come about as because the Caucasian
Wouldn't it
race.
just have been from the northern hemisphere, closer to the cold areas? What's
Well,
wrong
the
with
Native
that?
Americans have a great old tale that it talks about that God gave earthly responsibilities to all the 7 main races, and they gave the white man was in charge of the north, the snow, the land of the ice, to keep and then I think the African Americans were actually the sea. The Indians were the earth, the ground, the earth.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, it's I remember hearing that tale from an old Cherokee, just
It's beautiful.
wise man, yeah.
Nice.
The giants are what's really interesting, because they're so hush hush.
I think that the giants may have been an experiment of consciousness, that consciousness decided that it's more convenient to be this size. And it decided to start over and try this instead. It's better off this way.
Yeah, it's hard because everything we've been taught is a lie. I heard yesterday that they found a book directly relating Tartaria to the Mongolian Empire. That Genghis Khan was Tartarian, and that's why they painted him as such a monster. Is because they killed they destroyed a civilization or a race or a people, then they demonize things. But it was like some book of genealogy. It shows Genghis Khan was part of that, Tartary, I think is what you call it.
What is this you sent? Nick? Wow. Wow. Odin. The Nordic holy book. Hmm. in their tradition. That'd be good. Viking poetry. Wow. This is going to be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Hey, well, thanks everyone. Appreciate seeing you guys, Derek, Nick, and hope to see you guys again probably Saturday, 11. So, have a good one.
Hey, you too. Thank you.
See ya. Before we were talking about the Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Astro-theological correspondences, and now we have reached Cancer. Be thou open. And the Devil's Pulpit, Reverend Robert Taylor shows that Jesus is referred to as the cockchafer or the beetle, because in ancient Egypt that scarab beetle is what mimics on a small microcosmic level the same pattern that the sun does. Just gonna check, make sure that my mics are all working well. Microphone and speaker, cool, sounds great. Remember, we, as above, so below, uses figurative language and aspects. So when we see in the little beetle what it does with the dung beetle, rolling up the dung and kind of resurrecting out of its own self through its nest and self-metamorphosis to keep renewing, he analyzed that and showed that that happens with the sun as well, in a sense, and how Jesus is referred to as the Lamb of God. He's referred to as the Lion of the tribe of Judah, with he is the exaltation when he's illuminated and they see Moses and Elijah to his left and right. He's the fisher of men. So we have all these correspondences, but we have even more. We have one for, of course, Cancer. He's the scarab, cockchafer, or even with the horse god. Why? Born, and this is all from Reverend Robert Taylor, born from Mother Mary. Mare means horse, but not in a bad way. This is ridiculous to think that, this is a deeply mystical interpretation that the 12 zodiac are hidden within the story, and he's usually named all of them or has a direct association with them. So like Judas being betrayer and kissing him with the kiss mark, that's super obvious, right? Scorpio, fisher of men, Pisces, Lamb of God, Aries. But then more subtle aspects of the story, like when he rebels against his parents, or when they hurry up and take up their initiative on the spiritual journey of intuition, as we talked last time. There's countless examples where it's just slightly hidden from the naked eye. So let's take a look into Cancer, and let's see what this book deciphers. My religion is kindness. So the entry of the sun of the Cancer on June 21st each year marks the time of the summer solstice, the point of the sun's maximum northerly declination and the longest day of the year in the northern hemisphere. From this point onwards, the days will gradually but inexorably shorten as the sun sinks lower in the sky. That is what Manilius calls the hinge of the year, the blazing turning point when the sun recalled and bends back the length of day. This notion of reversal seems common to all creatures, including the tortoise, the crawfish, and the lobster. So sometimes in other stories you hear about the tortoise, like in the Upanishads, withdraw your senses in like a tortoise. The 5 senses, the head, the 2 arms, the 2 legs. That is such a beautiful meditation technique. Because what does that exactly mean? Well, to me, it's always math. To me, I always say that and the end of all things you could see and conceptualize by just minusing and addition. So like if you minus outside, hearing, sight, feeling, and a state of focus on the internal perceiver of that, the part of you that would actually be the one that feels that, right? Because now you're not noticing what's being felt, right? Normally we're like, I feel the table, I hear someone talking, and you're noticing this, and then you're maybe, you're tasting. But if we shift the focus like a tortoise to the one who's actually, pulling the legs and the head, and try to find exactly what part of you is actually experiencing these things. Because at that point, it's almost like you close the circuit, or you become 0 point. I might not be using the right term. I'm still trying to find the right terminology to find exactly what this is, but it's almost like touch and counter space. And then everything becomes resolved. So there's always that resolving factor of that Christic energy within ourselves, which is a seed, that seed of metaphor, right? Because it's like the smallest thing, but it gives birth to all of this sight, and not in a solipsism way, right? We're talking each individual torus-filled microcosm has an individual connection and effect on the collective realm. See, like a lot of people don't like to respect that we all have separate torus fields eternally, and they may see that that's like an illusion, like separation is just a temporary illusion, or that everything's fake. You can go down even more, like more nihilistic, where like some people think that they're the only torus field in existence, like a sense of like almost like depersonalization, right? So there's a difference between true spiritual conquering, resurrecting, alchemy, and just plain depersonalization. Like depersonalization, desensitization of the empathetic centers and sympathy centers and all these things, and just becoming like aloof. These might be signs of actual like trauma and damage rather than actual spiritual elevation. And in the New Age movement, and a lot of like since around like 2010, a lot of information has just been pumped out into the collective without any filtration of what school does this come from, what philosophy does this come from. So that's why people sometimes do say that there is no real correct way to identify the universal cause. There's no way to actually, like some people say, just call it source or this or that. This is just because there's just so many different schools and perspectives, where in some of them, God is kind of completely demarbleized into its creation and forgets itself, has no idea what's going on anymore. So then that removes any sense of intelligence, right? Because the most intelligent being in existence has created a trap for itself. Let's say if you go like the Alan Watts school, right? Like, there is no actual, because it is so absorbed in Maya, there is no part of it that's out of it. But Walter Russell always showed and proved that outside of the torus field and the sine wave and all of our individual souls is a supreme soul, or a supreme mind, or the one mind that produces the many minds and doesn't get lost or absorbed in it. That's what all the scriptures are trying to say when Jesus is walking on water, or Krishna is walking on water, or not walking on water, but doing some type of miracle, standing on 7 snakes' heads, holding up mountains. This is showing that spirit is not lost in matter. That supreme consciousness is beyond us, in a sense that I get to have my own personal life now eternally, and have kind of allowed that unconscious, super conscious aspect of ourselves. See, we keep calling it unconscious. Who are we to say that? Like it is unconscious in the sense that it's automated, but to call it unconscious and even beyond it, some terms may get confused. So in deep esotericism, especially where you say the Vaishnava tradition, or even esoteric Christianity, we know that the sun is the symbol of the source. And that sun, being the symbol of the source, encapsulates all of the spiritual values and qualities in it, regardless of, even though it just appears, it just gives us day and night, comes from spring to summer to fall to winter, just because these don't mean anything. These are just, that is not true. That is the fingerprint, or the actual essence stamped into creation eternally. At the most, maybe some of these, if inorganically, organically, some of these seasons could be modified. Maybe we'll have longer summers, longer golden ages, or long treacherous winters. But in the sense, the universe will always follow the supreme pattern. So, this marks a great day because of recognizing what happens, as Manilius calls the hinge of the year, the blazing turning point when the sun is recalled and bends back the length of day. This notion of reversal seems to be common to all creatures, including the tortoise, the crayfish, and the lobster. In addition to the crab, which has been held to represent this constellation for Christians, this time of year has always been associated with John the Baptist, and his birth is celebrated on 24th of June, 3 days after the summer solstice, 6 months before. See, and this is another interesting fact, you know, to understand. Like, remember, we were in Aries and we were talking about John the Baptist a lot. And now here we are in the chapter of Cancer. And who's coming up again? John the Baptist and Jesus, because the story is holographic. All of the shards are created. You could find it all in all of it. And at the same time, there's going to be a huge amount of chapters that are an aspect of that, like the solar truth, right, is the 13th. So it's going to be the Tao, or the teacher, or the Krishna. So like when Krishna is talking, sometimes that's just the 13. Sometimes that's just the sun, eternal truth. Sometimes it's filtered through one of the 12. So Mark has nothing about the birth of John, but is curious that he should recount his death. Precisely at the point in the narrative where Gemini crosses into Cancer, this could be purely ferocious, of course, but it could well be, as I suspect, the midsummer has been in some way connected with John from the very beginning of Christianity, at least from the time the Gospels were written. If this is so, when the implication is that Jesus was always associated with the midwinter solstice, 2, that the celebration of his birth on December 25th was part of the Christian mysteries from the earliest days and not simply a later concession to paganism as generally thought. See, a lot of this stuff is just misconstrued information. We think that, oh, it used to be this, it used to be that. Turns out, the whole time it was his birth, you know, it's just the mysteries. Of course it is. You know, who else? There's no other way that you could look, and if it happened historically, you missed it. You won't get to see it. How would you feel? The Son of God came and went. You weren't there. Now you have to hear about it from people who weren't there either. Right? As if it was history. I mean, you know, but if the sun does this every year, if this happens every year in our hearts, if this happens in a universal way, if that light being, as who was it that clarified this? Alvin Boy Kuhn, that the light being that everyone sees when they die is Jesus Christ, but not the Jesus Christ, or Yeshua Christ, whatever, or Krishna, whatever you want to call it. It's not the same. It's not a history, but they are seeing it. It is someone. It is a person. Countless people, or Alvin Boy Kuhn knows, everyone knows that. Countless people have seen something. Some higher figure, some higher being, some higher angel. And every culture may call it different. Helena Blavatsky says it's all in your imagination, but it's not. Perhaps she didn't say it exactly like that. Maybe I'm misquoting and need to maybe hold that back a bit. But in a sense, a lot of the impersonalist schools believe that you know, this is just just imagination, right? You're just imagining it. But and Alvin Boy Kuhn takes it on a higher note. It's not imagination. The Christ is a being. It is a higher, eternal, extra. It's super personal, and it's always been the voice of reason and wisdom of the ages. It's the voice of reason. Who does it? It's us. It's intelligence, but it can be concentrated outside of us. We don't have, there could be, there is miracles beyond. There are laws on each plane of existence, and each plane of existence has specific access to the amount of miraculous occurrence. So, like, that's why we don't see a lot of people flying, around. If there are people who are levitating, it's very private, right? If it is true. Right, because I haven't personally seen it, but when I do, I'll know it's true, and I can do it myself, and I'll have. Right now, I believe it's true. But the point is maybe in another realm that'll be something more occurrent, something with less. There's always less hinges as we ascend. So The association of the celestial, okay. So the axis for the stories of the birth of Jesus undoubtedly owes something to the ancient name of the constellation Cancer given by Erotos. And it says, crab the asses in the manger, often rendered as beehive, but more appropriately as manger, is still the conventional name of the cluster of stars in the center of this otherwise inconspicuous constellation. Jesus and John are always contrasted in the Gospels. In the first chapter, Mark, John represents the passing age of Aries, which is giving way to the new age of Pisces. But there's also a contrast based upon the symbolism of the two solstice points. The light of the world is said to be born at the time of maximum darkness, when the light begins to grow. John is born when it starts to wane, hence Baptist enigmatic words in John's Gospel. He must increase as I must decrease. And this is, let's throw esotericism in it. We just got the Astro-theology, right? The light, the map. Now let's go in. Let's dive in and find out what happens. Who decreases in us? Is John the Baptist Satan? No. He's an element in us that's decreasing. That was once used and needed, but now decreases. He's the enlightened intellect, as we've gone over in previous lectures. As that enlightened intellect gets you to where you need to go, it begins to decrease as the inner savior, the higher archetype, increases. Arjuna decreases as Krishna increases, as you merge with the higher tetraagogic being, or the third logos, which is the highest aspect. Remember, we have triplicity: spirit, soul, lower, and human personality, right? But then you have this divided, lower and higher. The higher intellect can only take you to the soul, and then must decrease as you become exalted beyond it, essentially. See their exaltations and inner transformations. In the ancient world, Cancer and Capricorn, the two celestial signs, were considered the gates of incarnation. The human soul incarnates in Cancer, the divine in Capricorn. Homer alludes to this in Book 13 of the Odyssey, where Odysseus encounters two gates in the cave of Ithaca, to which two entries were, the one for man, to which the north breadeth, the other for the gods, on which the south bore no abodes for earthly men, but only deathless feet had their free way. So, of course, souls are always descending and ascending, and that is also biological, because there's always energies and new insights and talents and information and potential procreative faculties coming down, and there's always energies coming and rising up to the top of the head to be reestablished with the source. So as within, so without, that is also taking place without. And it does not necessarily, you have to reincarnate here in the physical realm, but just remember those 7 planes above, you could kind of have some issues here until you're kind of at the top, right? So don't bound yourself to this plane. The Neoplatonist Porphyry, in his commentary on Homer, expounds the astrological significance of this passage. These two gates, These two gates are Cancer and Capricorn, but Plato calls them entrances. And of these, theologists say that Cancer is the gate through which souls descend, but Capricorn in which they ascend. Hence, climbing the mountain, or the goat climbing the mountain. If the men are born in Cancer and gods are born in Capricorn, we can better understand the contrasting roles of John the Baptist and Jesus in the gospel narrative. John represents everything that is good and noble. See, he's the enlightened, but he must decrease because he's still the being. He's still the person. Now he's identified. He's still him, right? And then the Christ, the I am, overtakes. It's the inner being. John the Baptist is like your higher mind, but then Jesus would represent what the higher mind is accessing, essentially. Because among these born of women there is no greater than John the Baptist, says Jesus, yet the one who is least in the kingdom of God is greater than he. John epitomizes the human virtue, but Jesus, who tells us not to share what we have as John does, but to give it all away, epitomizes a qualitatively different way of being. John shows us how to live a human life. Jesus shows us how to live the divine life. John represents the old covenant, the Mosaic law, which takes us to the borders of the promised land. But Moses and this law do not take the people over the threshold. See, there's something that blocks you if you just stay in that Enlightened intellect, you know, the human, you have to cross over to the being. Existential. Transcendental. See, Moses couldn't go all the way, only to the border. John can't take us all the way, only to the border. It's the same character, it's the same story, the same mystery, same tradition. It's beautiful. Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn, cardinal signs associated with different elements. Aries, cardinal fire. Cancer, cardinal water. Libra, cardinal air. Capricorn, cardinal earth. In the beautiful, simple imagery of the zodiac, we see the tension that is produced in Cancer by the union of cardinality with water. Very interesting. Very strong water. So now we're going to the next one. Leo. And we're going to go a bit into this until about 10 more minutes and then open it up. And, we'll continue going until we go through all of these. So, Leo, who am I? And also understanding the will, because Leo rules the I will and represents when Jesus is transfigured and the light is shining so brightly that they can't even see, which represents when the sun is at its strongest point in the northern hemisphere in the Leo months of the year. And we experience that when we actually activate our heart chakras. When our heart chakras, our faces glow like the sun, and our hair shines like the sun as well. But it has to do with the internal alchemical process. Like, if you're just a needy, greedy person, it ain't going to happen very easy. You have to actually have soul. You have to have compassion and understand that there's times where you're very selfish. There's times where that you're blocking this energy, you're blocking your inner self that wants to go out and volunteer and help others right now, feed the homeless. Like, if you don't have a sense of urgency, right, we need to activate this, right? We're all stagnant through Age of Aquarius, down pulses from the society that we live in. Everything is stagnating. We can't let it stagnate. We have to withdraw the fire from the water, activate the Leo will. If we don't follow that, the story we don't go on with the story. Our lives just stay mediocre. We need to reach out and actually help and change other people, help, not force it on them, but be a light, right? Be a light unto others that attract like moths, but the result is different, right? So, one who knows everything else, but who does not know himself knows nothing. Gospel of Thomas, know thyself. The sign of Leo, says Ptolemy, as a whole is hot and stifling. And from a pure meteorological point of view, he is absolutely right. The days from late July to late August are the dies caraculae of the Romans, the dog days, named after Sirius, the dog star, whose helical rising 400 years before the Christian era corresponds with the sun's entrance into the constellation Leo, the hottest time of the year. Even King Herod, on a negative aspect, is Leo, the sun, King Herod, in a negative aspect, see? But the positive is Jesus of the Lion tribe of Judah. And also how Leo is opposite of Aquarius. We're in the age of Aquarius, so we're working with the forces of Leo as well. All humanity is activating their heart chakras and their inner knowing on various levels. When Sirius parts his head and knees and the body is dried up by the reason of heat, then sit in the shade and drink. Leo, the fire sign, is the sign of sunshine, the only one of the 12 zodiac signs said to be ruled by the sun. Marks the point of the sun's greatest northerly declination. See, because Aries is the sun, the baby, the coming of the Lamb of God, right? And then the Leo, that's the true being. Aries initiates. Leo, you come into actualization. And then that's the lion and the lamb. It's very interesting because some Bibles used to say lion and the lamb. Now they say lion and the wolf, but the movie that I've seen says lion and the lamb as well. It's just been very strange. But we all know that the lion and the lamb is the supreme symbolism. The head, ram, the heart, lion. And when we make our mind, our higher mind rests with our higher emotional ideals, and they lie with each other because usually they're at unrest, right? Our minds are noble in these areas and trying this, but our hearts are noble in these areas and trying this, and they fight. Or if they're negatively polarized, then they're still in intolerance with each other. But usually the lion eats the lamb, right? Usually our hearts end up overpowering our mind, logic or thinking, rationality. And so of course, with the lion laying with the lamb, that'll be great, right? Because the day our hearts and minds will stop fighting. So Leo marks its point of the maximum power. Its metal is gold, the royal metal, and in the zodiacal man it corresponds with the heart, the central fire of the body upon which all other organs depend. For the Jews it represents the tribe of Judah, the lion's whelp. And remember, wasn't in Freemasonry we learned from Manly P. Hall, or the lion's grip of initiation, right? They grip you with the lion's grip as you come out of that death state of resurrection into summer, to your new being, to do away with the old being, to do away with the old wine bottles and containers, and to put on the new. So that's what we're doing here. And yep. Oh, we're gonna keep going. Nick, do you have anything to put in, man?
No, nothing too much. So far, it's really interesting stuff. Two things that what was just on my mind earlier was, even earlier when you mentioned how that like in the beginning you were talking about how like the whole thing of like people are saying like we are all one, but then I only just got up like roughly an hour ago. I had a bit of a restless night last night, so my mind's a little over the place.
Oh man,
again.
don't worry, man. I feel like that just life is life, man. I like what you're saying. You're saying that you like the one and the many part.
Yeah, and how some of the teachings get a little mixed up. How like it kind of takes away from the individualization of the soul. At least I remember getting from it.
And then it takes away from the individuality of divinity, right? Because I've always wondered, like Santos is the reason why I started listening to Vaishnava tradition. And Vaishnava is a great tradition, and right, not to become, right? We're Priska theologians. We don't have to go off and like become anything, right? We know things, but we love them, right? We love traditions. We love truth. We love understanding. And from the Vaishnava understanding, the supreme, and same with others, I've seen similarities too, that they just believe that the supreme mother, father, God is like a separate emanation, that we emanate from that. Like that's our blueprint, and they are not lost or confused inside of their own realm. You know what I mean? Like in Western Christianity, you have the two polarities too, right? You have deists who believe, let's see. Yep. I think we talked about this last time. Deists believe that God, when we say God, right? Eloah is the female God in the Bible. It was in there 459 times. Elohim there is Adonai, Al Chai, Lord of the earth. There is male names for God. Okay? Great. Yeah. There's female names for God. Great. There's no need to argue about it. And I'm not saying you, Nick. I'm just saying for, whoever's out there to understand that this is just outdated language. So when we refer to God, we know that in all the traditions, the mother has been hidden. So of course she's relevant. At least in the Hindu tradition, she's more there. Like there's more female names for God. Radha, they have 9. More than 9 probably. There's just plenty. And there's male too, and there's no like one over the other. So, and we know we talked in the last lesson how Mary was more divinized at a time, archetypally seen as more divine than they try to make her out to be or whatever. Yeah. So just a bunch of confusion. Yeah. So, but there's nothing wrong with believing that your source has an intact self-consciousness outside of you. That is, you can become and be with and come onto an example, something to attain to that is holding everything else together, right? But like deists, right? They believe that like God created you here and then kind of leaves that to itself, a self creates a self-existing construct of beings and environments and situations, and like with the faculties that you're given, they are nourished and developed to be able to come out of it. But there's no help other than you able to pray to, or like acts as your higher help that's in your toolbox. God's not thinking, Nick, you better not get that job, or Nick, you better get this or that. It's just, Nick, you're out of the house. Right? Since day one, though. Now, theists, on the other hand, they don't believe that. Theists are more like the Vaishnavas and other, like, well, Vaishnavas kind of mixed. I'd say more esoteric Christian, and like esoteric Quran and things of that nature. They believe that God is personally actually involved, motherly and fatherly. Father more aloof, just like fathers are, but motherly, you know, it's involved, very involved. So, and it's concentrated elsewhere than everywhere. It's everywhere in us. It's us, where people are, God is present. But it's also in a concentrated area. It does no need for me. I'm important, but like, you know, like when I pass away, I know that anyone who didn't pass away is still going to be here, right? I mean, even if you believe that technically, oh, you know, are you sure it's happening? What happens here, right? This is the realm of effect. I know, like, you could really go into thinking, like, it didn't really happen, right? You mean, you fell asleep to this realm and it all just, everyone else disappeared with you, right?
Yeah.
It's true, but, like, we witnessed, then you have to, it's just an illusion that other people are passing away and you're still here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just hard to say that there's not, like, there's tombstones here from eternity. Like, it's almost like what's marked in Malkuth in this physical realm is marked. It's eternal. Like, whatever you do here, whatever you decide to do is eternal here. Depending on what it is, correct?
Yeah.
You know, like, if it's not gone with the wind, right?
Yeah.
But to think that it's not just you. You know, we're collectively here and share a realm that if you succeed and I don't, that's great for you and that sucks for me. We don't all just wait, you know, it's not, it's a little bit more than that, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, our actions here do echo, like, even outwards as well. Like, what we do here still carries with us. Otherwise, what's the point of coming here? If, like, yeah, I still remember from the book of, I guess, damn, I still need to finish reading about the.
Well, it's because, right, people think that it's just the experience, right? It's just an experience. So there is no, like, all your, you know, like, but we don't know. Didn't we know that all the ancient traditions have adherence to their ancestors and know that the ancestor realm still is intact until some family members pass on, and that it is important. There is life after, there is continuation. If you really study the esoteric traditions and don't let the new age garb you, there's a lot of beautiful, interesting knowledge to be beheld.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Right? And potentials.
Yeah. Yeah, and from the book, wow, suddenly the name escapes me. The fire of the initiation. Yeah, like I mentioned, like it's a classroom, right? It's like, imagine like going to school, but then suddenly like everything you've learned in school or diplomas that you've gained suddenly just mean nothing. And at which point, like, this realm was made for a reason. We are here to actually do something, and whether it's to do something on the physical realm here to influence in some way, or even just to learn ourselves, or both even. Like,
Yep.
It does have purpose.
A continuation after you get what you put in.
Yeah. And yeah,
so it's an input-output realm, right?
Yeah.
You don't come in a nice essence, behave like a delinquent, and then, or a horrible, disgusting person, and then just get shot out the other side a cream puff. You know, like, it doesn't work like that. You know, you're gonna come out exactly what you became here.
Yeah.
And there's either you're either densifying or humidifying.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just like, or decaying on a soul level, even perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, what's the point? Because, yeah, this life is, I've always been saying, like, I'm sure, and I've already said it like multiple times, like, life's a crucible, and like the fire of life, the challenges as well. Like, we either forge ourselves into something stronger or we wither beneath the flame. And become something less, and thus we either start ascending back up to the higher realms, or we go back down to the lower realms. of perdition.
Yep, which are more monotonous, long, dense, boring,
Yeah.
and desires that can't be quenched, right?
Yeah.
Unquenchable thirst, hungry ghosts, as they call them.
Yeah.
Meaning that, at least here in the physical realm, if you're not a hungry ghost, you can actually get some sort of satisfaction out of desire. As a hungry ghost, you can't.
Yeah.
At least as a human, if you stay under the natural law of things, like you can have a nice, whatever you want, like a cup of tea, right? And it tastes good. That's fine, right? So like, and then you could feel like, oh, I had a tea, nice, or like, there's things that you can have like a sense of satisfaction here in this physical realm.
Yeah.
Like there's like, yeah, if you manage your desires well and you elevate yourself, you can manage. But in other lower realms, like those hankerings don't go away, and you can see people start to go into those lower realms by how they're the hankering for those things, the dissatisfaction they are with food, sex, life, job, sometimes just living, right?
Yeah.
We can see that like they become, it's not enough.
Yeah.
It's not satisfied. Whereas a normal healthy person can find a balanced amount of satisfaction of desire to where they can actually have their life cleaned up to a point where they could take a deep breath and say, you know what? I enjoyed what I've done. I've felt remorse for the things I've done wrong. I've forgiven those who've done them to me. And I feel that what I've had has satisfied me to the point where I can exhale and say, you know what? It was okay. Rather than the hungry ghost who is saying, oh no, I hate that person. I can't stand that if I died and they were happy, it would wrench me and I want to hurt them. And these are very different thought patterns, nonetheless true.
Yeah.
There are people that hanker until their deathbed will still be having horrible resentments, hatred, anger, lust, vindictiveness, and they will haunt these people. They will want to incarnate into these people. They will want to suffer and drink and lust, but they can't until they until that, it's just like but then they always say like hell's eternal. But what's funny is that Jesus went down and saved souls from hell in the Bible. Is that just a one-time deal?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Kind of sucks if it was, right?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, just opportunity come and gone. Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. And actually, a lot of what you're saying just seems very akin to just addiction. People get addicted either by its drugs, whether it's dopamine hits from like games or anything else.
Yeah, it's almost. But then you can even get addiction to like murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's murders that you're addicted to killing. They don't know why they do it. They like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's horrible. Like what? How far can addiction go?
Yeah, like it's really something that can really degrade someone. It's like first it's just like, you just want to keep constantly feeding on something, whatever it is, like whether it's killing, whether it's sex, whether it's drugs, food, something, I don't know. Yeah, take your pick. There's lots of different addictions. And then slowly then it's just like, okay, at first it seems like something satisfying, but then you want to go back to it. But then afterwards that same hit doesn't do the same thing. So now you want to go more. Then you get a little bit more. And then that satisfies you for a little while, but then that stops being satisfying. Then you start hungering for more and more and more. It just starts consuming you from within. And then just keeps spiraling downwards and downwards. And yeah, just going back to like, Jesus going down to hell to save the souls as well. I mean, that's obviously just like, learning, whether getting that spark of inspiration to suddenly it's like, you know what, I don't want to be addicted to this anymore. Now I'm going to start fighting it. Now I'm going to start overcoming it.
Instead of the one-time historical gig.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, oh, if only I lived, however many years ago, centuries ago, then maybe I would have been fine. But nope, Jesus is now back in heaven, hanging out with the angels or whatnot. Now I'm stuck down here.
Dude, this is a classic, man. This is such a great class. I'm gonna relay. This is a great one, dude. I really love this. Nick, you're awesome. I love this conversation, man.
Thanks, man.
So, dude, I think we're gonna close it up now. Unless you have any questions, this was awesome. I just love this conversation, man. This is great. So it was good being here with you, man.
Yeah, same thing with you, man. Like, I always love your stuff, and yeah, I'm sure you've heard this praise many times, man, but your stuff is fucking awesome.
Oh man, I know, man. I'm just here. So love you, Nick, man. Peace.
Yeah, you too, Chris. Oh, gracias que Brandon, no sé si es tú o si hay otro, pero gracias por todo también.
Welcome. Today we're going to be discussing astrology and archetypes and how it can help you realize your destiny in its full totality and understand how to take your consciousness out of the elements as it's been subdued in matter and bringing it up and out of the four elements and becoming cosmic conscious of the first on a planetary level and then in the astrological level, and then finally attaining the celestial state of consciousness, which is the supreme Purusha or seer of the Vedanta. So, by understanding that with initiation, we understand how to read and interpret the symbols, and we understand that all symbols come from nature, and nature and the celestials is the eternal craftsmanship or the divine book that was written by the Logos. Logos, in this sense of being the supreme intelligence of the universe, and was able to imprint all of that into the matrix of the physical realm. So, the initiate on his journey first goes to take on the internal battle with the elements. The consciousness is always waging war upon the forces of the elements: earth, water, air, and fire. And when we take these elements and we begin to consecrate them, which means casting our conscious attention onto the part of our being that is earth, the part of our being which is water, the part of our being which is air, and the part of our being which is fire. Once we master those elements, we create a personal center or a personal point of consciousness of the Akashic principle, which is the fortifying factor, which is the dissolving coagulate of the four elements in and of themselves, because the four elements actually emanate from the Akash, the fifth element, which is the space, but not only the space, it is the energetic substratum that fills the space. If you look closely to the sides, you can actually see the Akash in video camera as well as in the room around you. All you have to do is look without looking, essentially. By looking without looking, you're able to perceive the subtle etheric realm, which is closely related to the Akash or the space principle. It is the everlasting current of energy that fills the void, essentially the void of space. Now, the space is in regards to the womb of the universal mother, which is impregnated by the creative Purushic force, which then produces all of these identities and different soul variations. So, as the souls descend into the physical realm, it clashes with the matter and the four elements and rages war upon them. Think of the times that your soul's in a physical body, so that could be very limiting, correct? So you could break a bone, you could have various diseases, you could various different harms that could take place against the physical body. And then you have the water principle, right, which is the emotions, the tyranny of the emotion of people can commit heinous crimes based off of unregulated emotion, correct? So those inner emotions can sway us one way or another and actually tempt us to act illogically or irrationally. Then we have the air principle, which is the mind, right? A flighty mind, an airy mind. We know that the mind has been ascribed to the air element, and until you have mastered the air element, you experience the whirlwind of thoughts, the thoughts running rampant, the unable to master concentration on one subject or one thought, or being able to follow your train of thoughts without judgment or without getting lost into them. These are all related to the air initiation stage. Then you move on to fire, which is based on your eternal internal impulses, the creative ability, the potency, the vril. And once you overcome that fire, you're able to temper the powers of Mars, for example, Aries, the pride of the heart, the more infernal, fiery aspects of your consciousness. And in Initiation into Hermetics by Franz Barden, it was said to the first steps of initiation to start with the soul mirrors, which is to put all of your negative qualities and traits in one book, and all of your positive virtues and qualities in another book, and then ascribe elements to them. So pride could be fire, or sloth is it an earthly sloth, or more of a watery, sentimental, sanguine sloth. So getting to know the archetypes and the planets are correct. So first mastering the elements. Once that is mastered, you move on to the second level, which is the mastery of the planetary bodies. So the seven metals, the seven planets, being able to access the various portals of Mercury to be a good communicator, or to bring the jovial energy and abundance of Jupiter, or to have the discipline and fortitude of Saturn, to have the ability to transmute the fiery, anger nature of Mars into something more productive, correct? So anger can be used as a debilitating force, but if it's put for the correct avenue, then Mars becomes almost our best friend, because it is that anger and rage that we actually need to temper our sword so that we can actually make different decisions, instead of repeating the same behaviors and habits. We actually can use that anger to be angry at ourselves or the state of the world, and to begin to make changes rather than just being in the passive state. Of course, with the mysteries of, we have Venus, we have to master the essential nature of the universe and our body, as well as understanding how to appreciate beauty. Now, beauty, truth, justice, strength, these are all archetypes that are attributed to the highest, which is the creator on high, the most high, has all of these qualities in a very perfectly balanced state of being. When the souls descend into the physical realm, as we're individuals of that Purushic first force, then they all have our own in particular journey into the four elements, where we acquire various different temperaments based on the time of birth: earth, water, air, fire. Some people are fiery, some people are watery, but then they have different tone boards as well. So just because you have these various planetary ailments or benefits, you still have a soundboard to go off of from the 12 zodiac signs, depending on the planets they're in. So depending on what your specific outlook is based on those temperaments. And if you understand that, then you can direct your destiny by understanding which archetypes rule your subconscious patterns, how to tap in, and how to activate them. So I just wanted to share my screen really briefly. Let's see if I can. And let me know if you can see. Yep, looks like you can see my screen. And I'll check back just to make sure. So these are notes from a lecture I did in the past called Genesis mysteries, Abraham dwelt in the city of Ur, the hidden light. So the West mythos usually depict humans as the archetypes, and the East use more godlike figures. As we can tell in the Western traditions, we have stories like Abraham and Sarah or Joshua, and these are human beings, right, on the physical plane, and they take place in various interactions that correspond to our internal soul journey. Whereas in the East, they use more godlike figures that are more deific. So in the West, story of Abraham, you can take it from an astrological point of view and syncretizing the East and West. Abraham being Brahma, the creator, representing the individual spirit, the brain, and Sarah, the throat, the feminine aspect. So we have Sarah, the feminine aspect, and we have Abraham, which is the individual spirit. And their main goal is to produce that soul, the child of promise, Isaac. The child of promise is always the neutral force. You always have to have the positive, negative, and the neutral. So you have the father, the mother, and then the activating force, which is always the key aspect within the various esoteric schools. So you have the two pillars, correct, on the tree of life, middle pillar being the Christic principle, the left and right being various imbalances from whether either materialism or ultra spirituality. And I give thanks to Robert Gilbert, great esotericist, bless his journey, bless his heart. He has been a very big help in my individual soul journey, and I was always very good at explaining the balancing of the pillars of the tree of life. So, of course, recommend taking a look into his work. But essentially, taking a look at the story of Abraham dwelling in the city of Ur, and Ur meaning light. So, right there, the Bible already gives you a hint that the city of Ur is actually the transcendental realm. A lot of these stories are talking about pre-incarnation. So, we're actually talking how spirit manifests into various subjects. In the Vedantic aspects of looking at it, you could say there's the self-reflective consciousness, the supreme consciousness, which then creates individual souls, which then have self-reflective consciousness. So you have a part of yourself, as in the Upanishad said, there's two birds on the tree. One is enjoying the fruits on the tree, and the other one is looking past the fruit on the tree and is enjoying just the horizon. This represents the watcher within that is aloof from the phenomenon and the part of you that is partaking in the phenomenon. I'm just checking to make sure that yep. And was everyone able to see my screen okay? Just want to make sure because I'm hopping back and forth. Cool. Going back now. Boom. Okay, cool. So, Ur is light, right? So Abraham dwelt in the city of Ur. It's a really cool way of basically explaining the fact that this man that you thought was a historical figure actually dwells within the hidden light of the unmanifested realm. And he's your inner aspect of the part of yourself that's the creator of the soul. Because in Kabbalah, we have the unmanifest, which has its own manifestation qualities. We have to remember that when we're talking about the unmanifest realm, that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't have form. It has transcendental forms. Here in the physical realm is the manifest realm, which means you're manifest in time and space. This is the place where most of the work is done to fortify the personality, the higher personality, the ego, developing preferences through pleasure and pain, navigating through all of the various realms. That's why in this realm, you experience all of the archetypes, all the movie, the you experience the triumph of the hero, or sometimes you experience the death of the hero. Sometimes you experience the traitor. Sometimes you experience the messenger, or sometimes there's a part of you that's giving you a message within yourself. These are not always external. John the Baptist being within, as we looked in the last lectures, John the Baptist being a symbol of the enlightened intellect, which searches within for the Christ, Christ being the Prussian aspect. So there's these different faculties within ourselves that are guiding the different faculties. You can almost look at it as a water wheel, and as the water rises up into the systems, each one has its ability to turn itself into the next groove on its way back up, in the same way it goes down. So it always has its likeness and correspondence of the sphere or reality above it. So when this comes down to human beings writing these holy books, we transcode these and put them into perfect little characters and storylines that show the relationship between the various realms of the unmanifest becoming manifest. So, or is light. Abraham dwells within the hidden light of the unmanifest. His father says to get from my city and go on to another land. What does this mean? Now, does this mean that there's people in the desert and his father's telling him to go to another land, and he's going to have a vision and God's going to talk to him and tell him to, kill his son, that he doesn't have to, promised unlimited, reproductive ability, etc. Well, what it means is his father says, get from my city and go to another land. It's because he's leaving the land of light, or, which is the unmanifest realm. He's coming down to another land. What is that other land? I want to see if someone has an answer in the chat. What is the other land that he's coming to? Just to pop, just to see if anyone has an answer. Okay, so the land that he's actually coming down to is actually it's the physical realm. So you are in that other land. Bingo, right? That's the whole point of the esoteric text, are to basically kind of have that shock factor, allowing you to basically perceive into a higher dimension without it fully explaining it to you at face value. So I'll go ahead and share my screen again. So his father says, get from my city and go to another land. And that other land is the physical realm. So your higher aspect of your soul, the super aware part of yourself that dwells within the hidden light, a part of itself higher than itself, told itself, hey, go down into matter. Manifest into the ninth sphere, the realm of the elements. Take form. So this always implies that the soul leaves from the unmanifest realm. Manifesting is just said on the tree of life to do the work upon the human soul in Tippereth. Because in order to do work upon the human soul, because before you were human, you were in essence, in order to fortify the human soul, it has to utilize manifest as just said and to do work upon the human soul in Tippereth. And this is how we can decode the story of Abraham and Sarah, understanding that Abraham and Sarah mean love and wisdom, and then Isaac meaning happiness, which is also another allegory of living your life. When you combine love and wisdom in your actions, he manifests the child of promise, which is happiness, which is the Isaac. And the story of the faith, of the celestial aspect, he's told to, take his son up to the mountain and slay him. But instead, God says he was just putting him to a test and says to slay the lamb instead.
symbolic of the transition of, the hope of being lost in winter, the season of winter, the darkness of the soul, or the physical carnality of the soul touching and coming into contact with the physical realm, right? As Alvin Boy Kuhn says, as that fiery spirit comes down into earth and water, it's almost like a sizzle or a tsh, tsh, tsh. That sound is the sound of manifestation. And then we manifest the microcosmic portal of the whole. So, of course, we have these two aspects within ourself, Abraham and Sarah, cerebrum, the cerebrum. We even name our anatomy after. Everything is connected symbolically, but sometimes even by name. So we have the cerebrum being the left and right faculty of the mind, the receptive aspect of the mind, and the active nature of the mind. And it's important to utilize both of these factors, as Robert Gilbert was explaining, that receptive meditation is just as important as active meditation. And in the East, we focus too much on the receptive, abstract meditative techniques. And then in the West, we focus too much on visualization, when in reality, we need to enter into the silence and then enter into active meditation to extract information from the higher spheres. And once we understand Kabbalah and archetypes and what all of these characters represent on a psychological level, and we become astropsychologists, then we're able to navigate this realm and use these scriptures as a roadmap to the Supreme. Isaac means one who laughs or one who rejoices. This is the state of being when the sage reaches the point where he has surpassed all frailties, all prejudices, all judgments, all concealments, all negative internal aggregates, and one who begins to laugh at the simplicity of nature, and one who rejoices in life because their nervous system's overflowing with light. So when you become an Isaac, the child of promise, which is another Christ symbol, Isaac and Christ are the same archetype here. If you haven't noticed, Isaac was going to be sacrificed, but instead the lamb was sacrificed, which represents Aries. So when the sun slays the ram Aries, then there's spiritual resurrection, which is the deeply hidden esoteric symbol of when we die here in the physical realm, we will achieve our spring on the higher planes. So Gebedah is also Isaac. And Egypt represents the lower self, or Malkuth. And Tiphereth is the human heart. Then also in the story, we meet Melchizedek, who blesses Abraham. Notice how, like even in the story of Jesus, we have John the Baptist, which blesses Jesus. So we have these other characters, right? There's never just one hero. There's always support. And this doesn't just manifest in your physical realm. These archetypes are inside first. Everything's inside out. So they may manifest to you in your physical realm or in the transcendental planes, but know that there's a Melchizedek within you that needs to bless your inner Abraham to set it in motion so that Chesed can begin to work on Tiphereth, the human soul, and to put it into form. Because when we remember back in the lectures of Genesis, we remember that Adam is in formation. Right? The story of Genesis is ongoing. And that's why there's two chapters of the same thing, because the first chapter explains the totality of the story, and then chapter 2 sets the pace of the realm of the soul coming from the monad, coming down into duality, departing from its twin flame, going back down into Egypt. And just as it said above, Abraham was told to leave the city of Ur and to go to the other land being the physical body. As a child, we could easily astral project or as I like to say, inner project, because we go into the higher realms through the inner planes. It's an outward end. The outer form, outer part of the realm is the physical realm, and the inner point is the spiritual. So you have your physical body, which is your clothes, and then you have your internal soul. So same way as within, so without. So it was easy for us to project into the inner planes when we were in our Isaac archetype, as Jesus says, be as children to enter the kingdom of heaven, because when we are children, we are Isaac. We rejoice and laugh with the simple nature of God. It's only then when we acquire our egos by leaving the garden and entering duality, which is multi-layered, right? We're talking pre-manifestation of the physical realm, as well as on a deep psychological level and a daily level. You can experience Genesis and daily, but even primordially. So Melchizedek is the superconscious Christ mind. And this imitates and activates and puts into activity, and Abraham begins to inherit the lands, or the holy land, which is basically mastering your houses, mastering the 12 aspects of life, the 12 zodiac, inheriting the lands, the inner planes. The different realms within yourself are realms that you need to inherit and are promised to you if you follow through to your higher calling. So acquiring land from the Lord, this is the Sephiroth, or the inner planes. As the consciousness awakens, the fertile land becomes flourished, and our inner senses are awakened. We begin to be naturally clairvoyant, clairsentient, clairaudient, to be able to hear the internal voices, to be able to see the internal denzians, to be able to awaken our consciousness to see from a non-dualistic point of view, and see that the truth is always in the center of the extremes. So this occurs by our internal Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed, which are all the bestial animalistic tendencies that are ingrained in the physical animal soul of the body, which is transmuted and to raw energy for the natural soul, and then the divine soul, which is where the animal sacrifice comes in. So we have to sacrifice the animal of the lower nature, and that feeds the higher nature. So the God in the Old Testament is actually not as scary as we think. He's actually the spiritual aspect of our consciousness. And that is destroyed from fire from heaven. Well, what do we see in the microcosm of heaven is the heaven being Aries the head. And that heaven fire being the cardinal fire, which comes down from Aries and enters into the spinal column and begins purifying. Now, Yesod on the tree of life, this part right here, let's get this bigger, is the astral dimension. Yesod is the fourth dimension. Now, Abraham, the exalted father, the sun in Aries, or the heaved up place, heaven, which is on top of the two shoulders, which the two shoulders don't reach all the way up. Again, only through the center column are we able to reach the exalted father, Abraham, Aries. And that's why also Moses, the story of Moses, he has depicted with ram horns, also blows the ram horn and says, stop worshiping the golden calf, because you have to rise from the throat chakra to the head, which is Aries. And even overcome words, just like the Tao Te Ching says, the master, speaks less, listens more, and only when you're teaching you become a blabbermouth because you have to point the way, correct? So there is a time where silence does overtake, and sometimes it just does become kind of hard to just like try to overly express and communicate, when silence sometimes is the best teacher as well. So once Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed, will no longer operate in the lower mind. So Abraham sacrifices his son Isaac. Abraham is put to the test, told to sacrifice his son Isaac. Remember, Isaac means joy or laughter. So to sacrifice our joy and pleasures for God. God then shows us that we do not have to sacrifice our joy and happiness, but we have to be willing. The ram or Aries is sacrificed instead, and this is the crucifixion of the seed in the brain or Aries, the rising of the serpentine fire into the brain. As Moses rose the serpents in the desert, so the Son of Man must be risen on the cross. And sacrificing the Son is like sacrificing happiness and joy, which we don't have to do. So allegories are more real than history. These archetypes are trying to help you align to your personal destiny. A story of Abraham manifests biochemically, astrologically, and spiritually. The planets within all have personal characteristics. In fact, they are immortal demigods and angelic hosts, which have their internal point of consciousness and their own state of being outside of our awareness, as we have our awareness comparing that to the animal kingdom. So angels also have a higher state of consciousness compared to the human kingdom. Now, humans can manifest that angelic consciousness through the initiation and bearing their cross, which is crucifixion on the four elements, putting them into activity, purification, achieving celestial consciousness through the 7 planetary spheres, and then achieving celestial consciousness through the zodiacal spheres. And then eternal immortal progression through that. So we'll be talking about conscious immortality and transversing and kind of what the whole point of all this is and what kind of techniques. I'd like to be able to go into specific esoteric techniques that have already publicly been announced. So you can find all this information on the internet, but be more than happy to help guide you and point you in the right direction and see where we can help facilitate that that kickstart. Because once you achieve that self-illumination, now you can achieve self-realization or illuminate. You can achieve illumination by simply listening to the Upanishads or Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam or Psalms or the Old Testament or the New Testament. Various different, or the Tao Te Ching. These are all here to help you achieve illumination. So it's something that just kind of is granted to you. And in the Upanishads even says that the Atma chooses. And same like in the Christian tradition, you always say that God chooses. Few, many are called, few are chosen. You know, it's the Brahman or the Krishna within that calls us to, we have to hear the call. We have to hear Moses blowing the horn of Aries to be able to wake up that part of our brain. And it happens naturally as well. We can see this in people. When people start activating their cerebrum, their higher mind, rather than their cerebellum, they're less impulsive, and we grow out of our impulsive behaviors and achieve Aries. So, Abraham, the father of nations, because it is exalted in the head as Aries, and the creator of worlds like Brahma, the creative aspect in us that descends into Chesed, the innermost is always noble and righteous. Innermost is Abraham. And he is put to the test and trial, since Abraham represents the part of our soul or intelligence that maneuvers through the trials of the elements. Remember, his father told him he had to leave the land of Ur and go to the other land, the physical realm of the 4 elements, which is very painful for the soul. It is basically like a spiritual death to descend into these lower spheres, but you have to do it in order to acquire the human soul, because Chesed has to work on Tiphareth and put it into action. So you have to have trust and faith in the unseen. And these are qualities an initiate needs. And these are the qualities that Abraham in us that is developed. And then Ishmael, who is someone who is listening to God. Ishmael, the character, is listening to God, but putting the information to action is where Abraham comes in. And putting that listening that we acquire from our internal Ishmael, where we listen and acquire the knowledge of illumination and then putting into action. And that's where we experience the name change. The H in Hebrew is the name for God. H, her, is feminine aspect. It resides at the throat, the outbreath of the creative spirit. The name change symbolizes the change in consciousness or an initiation. When we take our lower personality and it gets absorbed into the higher nature. But there's still more to go. This is just one part of the transition phase. So we work with the breath or air, which is the symbol of Kether. And in the earth stage of initiation, we understand that Kether is a point with no magnitude or circumference. And we begin to see the Kether as the Akashic air or the primordial spirit or the impersonal Brahman. H. H is the name for God. And in the Nordic rune Hagal, H is the three primary forces and shows how light descends from the unmanifest realms into the physical realms through the various poles. We have the left and right poles, and we have the light that descends down into this. In the same way, the Eden Pingala in our spinal column, as we can see, it comes down from the left and crisscrosses over to the right, showing how the right is in charge of the left and the left is in charge of the right when it comes to the brain. And the same with the Eden and the Pingala within the nervous system or the two channels. So to facilitate activity with this, we can use the same thing that Isaac means, which is laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Or the art of laughing or the cosmic giggle. You practice ha or ha gal, ha gal, or ha hey he ho who. You could begin to work with these three primary forces and put them into action. The intention and the divine intention combined with the breath, when you're utilizing intention and the breath and the vibration of your voice, attracts Christic energy into the body. Yesod is in the astral realms. Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest realm. So the unmanifest realm is even higher than Kether because there's splendid glories. As Swedenborg said, there are lands and plains and abodes of existence. As the Srimad Bhagavatam says, Krishna Loka, the highest realms, beyond the unmanifest of Kether, the impersonal Brahman, which is the demiurgic force that manifests the polarities necessary to create the womb of physical realm to seed the individualistic consciousness that is going to be on its immortal journey from this point on. So enjoy the journey, gain knowledge, learn love, learn wisdom, understand your archetypes, understand these stories, and you can enter the door, which is Da'ath, which is knowledge or the hidden child, and the door is Brahman. And we can go into that in our next lecture. Just want to see if there are any questions in the chat. If anyone's willing to drop one of those super chats, show your appreciation, give thanks and praises. And also, just want to do some updates. There's the archive, innermysteries.org. You could take a look and see what kind of research is being done on this eclectic science, where I've compiled information. And of course, we're just going to be diving into it. Just take kind of a little break from the PowerPoint and just see if anyone had any questions or conversations that they'd like to kind of steer towards. I'm just taking a brief pause. Yup. All right. Cool. I'm back. Thanks. So, the difference between Chokmah Bana, so wisdom and love, the father and the mother. You have the father aspect and the mother aspect. You have the divine wisdom and divine love. Now, love without wisdom is always naive, and too much wisdom without love is always too harsh. Yeah, thanks, man. It should be good now. Audio should be working now. Is it? Let's see. Cool. All right. So you need to have both, and love and wisdom is always guiding us. When love is guiding us, it's the mother. When wisdom is guiding us, it's the father. Samael, you are the Gnostic Bible. Yeah, I've read a lot of Samael's work on, Mary Magdalene and the Gnostic Bible, and I feel like he's a revolutionary, He's someone to read when you really want to get motivated and kind of kick yourself and get to work. So essentially, what is the point of all this is to actually acquire a personal point of consciousness, a personal center to navigate the internal planes after this life on Earth. So once this life on Earth's over, we have to navigate these other realms, and the people that have a personal point of consciousness or an internal center developed through life are going to be able to guide and help and be the protectors and guiders of those who may have a disorganized center. And you can see this in this life too. If you have a disorganized center, it could, manifest as various mental ailments, bipolar, schizophrenia, uh, violent tendencies, impulsiveness. Just look at all the ways that the planets or different archetypes of behavior can go wrong and actually lead to taking the life of another person. Like, I mean, there's some pretty crazy things that can go on. Yep, no worries. Come back. This will be posted. Yep, and you can always go to the live tab and rewatch them. Yep, I will post it, but it'll always be in the live section of my videos. They're always there. Thanks for stopping by. So we just have to learn how to work with both, right? We have to work with we got to work with the fatherly aspect. That's why people without both parents don't seem to they have some issues, right? Single grown up single mom. That's how I grew up. Or sometimes people have dad issues or mom issues, and that's just the physical representation of the internal issues that we have if we're estranged from our internal spiritual father. You can see it in people that they are estranged, and they have it's almost like father issues with God upstairs, or they have mother issues where they actually have issues with the cosmic mother. Life's against them. Life is they're a victim, or they are protagonists, and they're always trying to acquire or facilitate. There's just various different archetypes. If we don't control our archetypes and stars, our archetypes and stars will control us. If we don't get a grip on the elements of water, earth, if we don't acquire mastery of earth, then our physical body will fail, will become disgruntled, sloth will take over. If we don't acquire our ability to master air, we won't be able to master the art of communication. We won't be able to get our point across correctly. And in the spirit realm, after this life, it will also be difficult. So just know that everything you're doing in this world is in preparation for the spiritual abodes. And hopefully, I feel like we're all training this group here. We're all here to facilitate and be guides and helpers and protectors of the arcane wisdom. I hope that everyone feels like they're initiates of the flame, and that we have to protect and guide this eternal flame that even the Zoroastrians are we're keeping alive, the Christic flame, the star of the Magi, the the flaming pentagram of the Christ, the divine Krishna child, whatever, we have to keep this fire alive, and we have to pass the torch. And we have to make sure that we're not commercializing the esoteric teachings, and making sure that we're giving value, and that we're always available to help others. Like, we have to pay it forward, We have to take all these teachings and learn, just like the Rosicrucians said back in the day, heal the sick, feed the poor. Like, that's really what it's all about, is basically just sacrificing your selfish animal nature, the me aspect, which is the negative aspect of Leo and Aries, right? Aries, self-centered. We have to transmute that and sacrifice the lamb so that we can experience Isaac, divine happiness, divine laughter, divine joy. So that's how we can do that. And we can do that through ceremonial magic, through the Golden Dawn, or we can do that through Vedanta. We could, Vaishnava practices. And once we become sages or mages in our own right, we can create our own practices once we know the ingredients of the cosmos, essentially. Because that's what a magician does, is aligns himself with the celestial consciousness. And you have to have elementary consciousness, planetary consciousness, then zodiacal consciousness. And the same of the three worlds: earth, astral, and celestial. Earth being the bottom of the spine, the physical realm being the bottom of the spine, astral realm, or you can say earth being the heart, astral realm the throat, and celestial the head. And these are the three kingdoms you have to transverse to. That's why all the ancient temples are made in the shape of a human body, like the Temple of Luxor, because the ancient priests and the ancient seers were anatomists. And they understood that the workings of the human body were in alignment with the divine workings of the cosmos. And they understood that, just like Swedenborg, which I recommend everyone to learn, who is a great seer and transcendentalist, even quoted by Eliphas Levi and all the greats, really. Swedenborg mentions the different parts of heaven and the different jobs and host and like, after this life, your purpose might play the heart of the cosmos, or the brain of the cosmos, or the tendons, or the skeletal structure. So in the physical body, there's a skeletal structure, but in the ethereal realms, there's different corresponding archetypal ways of being and beings, right? That facilitate the same thing metaphorically as the skull or the jaw or the fingers or the hands. I'm sure everyone understands this. It's very simple to understand. Once you understand the two keys of occult science, the law of correspondence and the law of similarity, and the doctrine of the chain, that everything is a chain, everything is a correspondence, everything is similar, as above, so below. We are truly miniature vehicles of the Supreme. So we have to actually experience the whole Bible from the Old Testament to the New Testament, which is a revolution of consciousness, from eye for an eye to not eye for an eye. Love, forgiveness, right? Instead of casting stones, we help lift up the fallen brothers and sisters. I'd say the quickest way to the Supreme is through sound and vibration and the inner sound current and finding what was lost, right? We've all lost something and we want to regain it. We need to find the hidden gem, the hidden treasure, the Ark of the Covenant, which is in the chest. It's in a chest, but it's talking about our chest because it's in our heart. And we have to activate the the 12-petaled lotus of the heart. And shout out to, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard Robert Gilbert passed away, and I don't know, I've been really upset about it, but you know how rumors sometimes, but regardless of the fact, he's an immortal being, and definitely been inspired by his teachings quite a bit. And it just it's good to see good, great syncretists out there. There's a few really good syncretists out there in the world, and everyone's playing their own part, right? Because in the age of Aquarius, we will need a new way to facilitate this knowledge that will bring everyone together. It's time that the esoteric mysteries are unveiled, as the Bible predicted. What was hidden shall now be brought to light. So now the keys of esoteric science are freely given to everyone. And that can also spawn, you can feel like you know so much that you don't have to act as much. And that's exactly what the story of Abraham's trying to explain. Ishmael listens and perceives and hears the higher realm, but can they put it into action? Surveillum asks, what are your thoughts on the Platonists? Do you study Plato's works? Intense commentaries. Yeah, so I've read some Plato and some Lamachus, but what do I think of Platonism is that I feel like a lot of it is very similar to the Upanishads and understanding, emanations and understanding how the one becomes a two, the two becomes a three, and from the 3 and the 4 comes all things, and that the force of positive, negative, and neutral, or the father, the mother, and the child being the logos, and that word vibrating and creating all the similar universes down to the minute physical atom, atom or particle, or not particle, but just the physical realm, right? The spirit's negative polarity, right? So that's what I think about that. And what I think about theurgy is I feel like that we can utilize symbols and archetypes that our subconscious mind picks up on to align our intentions and our will and organize our elemental structure so that we can purely reflect what the soul wants to do rather than the instincts, right? So we just need to polish the mirror to be able to see a perfect reflection and be able to act upon those influxes without getting in the way of ourselves and without letting the physical realm get in the way. So through theurgy, we align ourselves with our higher archetypes, and we align ourselves with what we are supposed to be doing and which way we're supposed to be heading, rather than just going willy-nilly, pulled here and there. So guided spirituality asks, what is the best way to activate your heart chakra? Random acts of kindness, selfless service to the creator and others. The mantra, oh, deep breath in, tongue at the roof of the mouth, oh, activates the heart chakra and helps you actually enter in to the internal planes as well. And the heart chakra is also activated by transmuting the lustful instinctual energy and allowing it to vaporize into the heart chakra, having a more heartfelt experience. Activate the heart chakra. I'd recommend having children is a great way to do that, because once you have a child, then you know what true love is and what love for a being that you created, like God created you. And you feel that type of love when you have a child as well. So that can activate your heart chakra. And then the 6 esoteric exercises that Robert Gilbert or Rudolf Steiner taught to develop the 6 petals of your heart. So one being thoughts. So you're going to want to basically pay attention to the contents of your thoughts. There's various thought meditations, but it's directing your thought faculties. So you want to basically focus on one thought, one thing at one time, exclusion of all other things. You also want to master not thinking of anything at all, and you also want to master being able to simply observe the train of thoughts as well. And the second exercise would be doing something every day at the same time, like a ritual, like maybe snapping your fingers every day at 12:01, so that you are constantly doing something that'll be physical. And then emotions, just being aware of all of your emotions. And when you're angry, find the point that anger creeps in, instead of just allowing it to take over, the lion eating the sun, right? Or in the parable where it says, man becomes a lion or lion becomes a man. Don't let the emotions take over, right? Observe them from a distance. And then the other exercise to stay positive, always positive, to see everything in the light of goodness, because the Logos is supreme good. So when we stand in goodness and we see things in goodness, we actually take as within, so without, our life becomes good. If we see everything in the positive light, then we feel everything is good. We can extract something good from even hardships, right? And then the last exercise, to tie it all together, so that your whole life is living those 6 exercises, and they become automatic, and you are able to activate that personal center within yourself. Yeah, and smoking syncretism, amen, brother. Christ died for the truth. Yeah, man, that's true, and I like that. Christ, the divine Logos, came down into human form, knowing that he would be killed by us, but still wanted to come down to teach those transcendental truths in that beautiful cryptogram. Cryptography is beautiful because it encapsulates spiritual truths through images. And that's why a lot of the stories of Christ and Krishna are in images, and why you can actually see the pictures of the story, because the picture is worth 1,000 words. And those pictures are cryptograms and are keys to unlocking those individualistic archetypes within yourself, so that you can develop that personal relationship with Christ within yourself. That is the Logos and the divine protector. You could see Christ as the big brother of the human race on the transcendental plane, who's the principality of goodness, the perfect human, the perfect man, and someone that we can emulate and try to be like, right? It's an imitation process. We have to imitate the higher aspects of the higher beings in order to transition from the selfish aspects of the human. So, yeah, great questions. Probably just going to keep going on this one. Also, book a one-on-one consultation, innermysteries.org, or check out the book I've added and revised, Divine Mysteries of Existence. And then there are some really good cell salt products at the natural store I have on my website for best made natural products. And also, I recommend those cell salts for sure. Help restabilize the deficiencies. As an Aries, burning up the potassium phosphate can make me pretty impulsive, erratic, or irritated, and just supplementing those really actually helps transmute them. I was reading on like a Rosicrucian website a long time ago, and they were even recommending the cell salts. Yeah. So I would recommend you thoroughly read Rudolf Steiner and what he thought about it. And then that should lead you to the correct answer, basically, because it's not like, for example, it's going to help purify your soul, but you have to be at that level and ready. You have to activate the internal forces within to help extract. And that's why vegetarianism is recommended, and why the polarities of carnality and carnism can chain you to the physical realm, as Rudolf Steiner said. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, it can also make it so that you're too airy and not able to accomplish some of the mission that you're here to accomplish. So yeah, I guess the balance would be the latter. So, yet his life is eternal. Can you elaborate on the true teachings of Yeshua the Messiah? Also, your view on the Ethiopian Bible versus the King James. What is the most complete Bible? Well, the Bible is always complete in and of itself because the Bible is made in a way that the cryptic allegories were going to keep the truth afloat, even if they were compromised. The Ethiopian Bible probably is mostly on point, and a lot of people from the Rastas and stuff like that already know that the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 zodiac. So with that knowledge, should help unlock and understand the allegorical template of that. Yeah, Samuel Weor is an intriguing author for sure. I don't know why some people think, we're saying that, I don't know. He definitely had some great thoughts and ways of expressing it that were very catapulting and unlike any other. So big shout outs to Samuel Weor. The three mountains, right? That's the three initiations, right? Same with masonry, the 3 degrees: earth, water, fire, physical, astral, spiritual, mind, body, spirit. We all have to conquer the 3 mountains. But essentially, the 3 mountains is the path of the sun, birth, death, and resurrection, or the path of the Lord. So it's basically giving birth to the solar bodies, which is our higher virtue, spiritual nature, putting to death the inferior egos, and sacrificing for humanity. You have to give something to get something. You can't just take. Yeah, Rudolf Steiner on diet. I think you'll find what you need. Are the Dead Sea Scrolls important? I believe they are. They have a lot of cryptic energy. But I think what is beautiful about it is once you know it's not history, you just kind of everything's an open book, right? Like I almost hope someone's going to write the next gospel. We need a new one for Aquarius. All right, and we're taking a quick break, but we're coming back and we're going to get into some books. So stay tuned, chat amongst yourselves, check out the Patreon, join the community. It is free, but members, of course, we appreciate you because it helps facilitate all the expenses, with the internet and all this editing and all this hardware stuff. So I'll be right back. Thanks. And the similarities of the Upanishad and the Old Testament are uncanny. If you listen to the Upanishads on YouTube and you compare that to the Old Testament, you will see that the whole Nachiketas, him being sacrificed to Yama, the god of death, and then him being able to fulfill 3 boons, and him asking for his father to be saved, and he understands the mysteries. It's such a beautiful story. I recommend everyone to listen to the Upanishads audios on YouTube. Probably the best ones out there are the red one that pops up, or the individual ones by Seminary Jayasarya, if anyone's familiar with that. I'm thinking the Upanishads are so similar to Freemasonry. I'm almost thinking that the esoteric Western traditions pull a lot from the Vedantic traditions. Seem like there really bridge a gap between East and West. Yeah, and if anyone has any questions on the change of how research has changed and the research of the internal planes, the inner planes, electrification of the body, and understanding how important it is to utilize those transition periods of sleep, because while you activate the inner witness within, you have to watch the 3 gunas, the waking, the sleeping, and the dreamless state, become outside of them and utilize them as tools. Because when you're in the dream state, you can accomplish phenomenal aspects. You have to be able to fall asleep awake, and you have to train yourself to be able to be aware right when you wake up, because you're still in the spiritual body at that point. When you first wake up, you can leave your body. We all have to train to do that. I have not checked out that book. But what I do think is there should be more cryptic biblical works going on. There should be more, prophets and seers compiling these beautiful books. Especially for the coming of the age, we need the new gospel. And not the new, right? Just the continuation. Nothing new under the sun. Just the change in that behavior. But maybe now just facilitated in a different way. Aquarius is more networking and kind of like what we're doing now, just sharing all of our ideas here together online, and putting things together. AI has taken over a lot of the information realm. I try to keep it face value, face to face. I try not to use it like AI pictures and all this stuff, just because everything is narrated with AI now, and everything is a visual disaster. When it comes to all the just everything is just out there kind of similar. I guess I'm just old school and miss the old days of just talking face to face with the internet. But yeah, the most, as some of the comments before, activating the heart chakra is the most. That's why, if you really think about it, and Jesus is pointing to his heart, when the lion and the lamb lie together, there will be peace. Reason being, the head and heart have to work in unison. Before initiation, the mind's going this way, the heart's going another way, right? So you have to actually tame the passions of the heart with the mind, and you have to cool off the heat of the mind as well with the coolness of the heart, because they both work together to balance each other out. They are the 2 pillars, Joachim and Bakin, mercy and justice. They are the 2 pillars you must cross through, the heart and the mind. See, in esoteric teachings, there's always these other interpretations. First, you learn it's Ida and Pingala. Shushuma's in the middle. And then you learn it's mercy and justice to balance it out, to not be too harsh and to not be too non-harsh. But then you find out it's the head and the heart. And then you find out it's all of them. So you keep climbing up the ladder, everything just becomes more clear. And once you be able to become so able to pierce the veil and utilize the information from the symbols, you can extract information from a chair. You can extract information from a plant. You can extract information from the cycles or the seasons, or just you could begin to understand people and their motives and their behavior. Instead of seeing someone and saying, hey, they're this way or that way, and this is who they are, you begin to see the puppeteering strings beyond the veil and see what is actually motivating them from the internal planes. As C.C. Zane and Thomas H. Burgoyne said, the inner weather affects your life more than the outer weather. The astral currents, the astral weather within. What does your astral forecast look like right now? What is your astral weather? What is taking place within your internal plane? Because it affects you more than the cloudy day. Because even if there's a cloudy day, if you create sunshine on your internal plane, you might be able to even cast the clouds out. As within, so without. And that's what it's all about, becoming a mage and becoming a sage and becoming a seer and being able to utilize the forces of nature to accomplish the will of God and not be thrashed around by them. Surveillance says, with technology, computers, AI, there may be new incumbent duties for all mankind that the ancients didn't have to deal with. Yeah, man. There's a lot of it's a very Aquarian type of era. So the technology does have to shift. Yeah, that topic, without saying it, just because I don't want, any issues with the live or whatever, but depends how ignorant the soul is, man. I mean, the more conscious you are, doesn't seem like something someone would do, but if you're ignorant enough, I could see why you'd want to, I guess, self-transition to the next realm. But what you have to understand about the afterlife is it's instantaneous transference into the subtle realm, just like going to sleep. That's why they say sleep is the cousin of death, because every night when you go to sleep, you're practicing death. You will instantly transfer into the next plane of existence, just how you are right now, tenfold. And if your road is foggy, then that realm will be foggy as well. If your realm is clear right now, then you'll be able to see clearly there and be clairvoyant. So become a clairvoyant now. And there's people out there that are clairvoyant, right? And they don't know anything about spiritual teachings or whatever. They just, it's all about life, character, and it's all about that this life is trying to do this. Initiation is just nature. The mystery schools are just nature schools. It's all here for us. Let's see. So you have a herniated disc. So someone just in the comments saying they have constant pain, what to do about it. So you actually will just have to train yourself to not be bothered by the pain. The pain won't go away. You can only trigger your cerebrum to activate and surpass the cerebellum and tell your body that you're aware of the pain. You do not want to be alerted by it any longer, and that it will no longer bother you. Tell yourself this 30 times to mala beads before going to sleep and see if that helps. Yeah, man. It's all about just tricking you, right? Because, thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate you for being here. So, yeah, pain is pain, right? But it's just a warning signal, right? If you just tell your subconscious mind that you're aware of what's painful, you know there's a problem, it will no longer bother you. The pain will still be there, brother. But now it won't be noticed. Hope I zoomed out. There we go. Yep, mind over matter. Subjugation of the elements. Your goal should be to become an underlying centerfold personal point of consciousness, eternal immortal progression, and to subdue all lesser elements. Subjugate matter. And that's exactly the mystery of the Christ walking on water. So you have to have Christ within you walk upon the waters of life to overcome it. And in order to do that is just to access deep love and compassion. And like they said, you know, the easiest way to activate the heart chakra, right? There's esoteric practices, but also simple random acts of kindness to not only your family, but to strangers and to yourself as well. Krishna is within you. So we have to become esoteric psychologists. We have to become astropsychologists. We have to become seers and clairvoyants and clairaudient. We have to be able to hear the internal messages that we're receiving from the still small voice within. Clairvoyance, we have to be able to see past the illusions of the astral realm and to see the realities of the causal realm. Okay, Surveillum saying, regarding your previous comment, Ken often speaks of disembodied beings. Are they trapped? What happened that impeded their liberation? So disembodied beings are beings that get trapped in the lower astral realms and are unable to fully transition into the higher astral or celestial realms, even with the help of higher beings. So there's usually relatives or higher beings that are there waiting for them to help nudge them on the path. The universe or God always sends someone, and yet they still harbor within their own confusion and their own attachments to the physical realm and have an extended period of sleepiness where they're actually not aware that they've transitioned into the astral realm, and they become kind of trapped on those lower earth realms. They will be able to transcend them once they overcome their sorrows. Yes, Darren, random acts of kindness does help charge your battery for sure. And that is an esoteric secret to know. It is amazing the thrill and ecstatic electrical energy and surge that you get from even the smallest act of kindness. That is just kind of sends a huge shot of dopamine through you for sure. But this realm, they're slowly trying to take that away by having us be so self-consumed that we can't even do a simple act of kindness without wanting to plaster it all over the internet. It's always good to stick to the ancients, man. The ancients never usually go astray. Follow the wisdom of the wise. And I'd recommend everyone take up bhakti yoga. I've been listening to a lot of reggae music for my bhakti because I used to listen to a lot of like Vaishnava music from Krishna music and stuff like that. And now I've just kind of transitioned a little bit more to reggae, but it still has the same activation process and it allows you to align with the heart. Because jhana yoga is the mind and always studying and learning and karma yoga is the actions, but you need to have that heartfelt aspect. And that's why some of the churchgoers are actually pretty ascended, just because they're actually doing bhakti yoga. If they really are actually in tuning to the emotional plane, then that's good. Yep, don't advertise your kindness, but right, Jesus says don't do it for people to see. Don't pray like the hypocrites outside. Do kind things for your Father who's in secret to see. But guess what? He did say to put out your talents. Don't hide your advertise the living crap out of all your talents and gifts, but don't advertise your kindness, and that you'll stay good. You'll stay in the middle path, the middle pillar, and become depolarized. It's all about doing, not doing. Being the fulcrum, not the will. Be the fulcrum and let the will drive the car. Jaw is the driver. Shout out to Burning Spear. Yeah, but basically those initiation, it's all about going into trance and electrifying the nervous system, certain techniques to transition and be able to be aware in those astral plane. I feel like we need to tell people how to, all right, let's do it. We were going to talk about disembodied beings. Yes. So what happens if you're not a disembodied being and you make it past? That's even the average Joe, according to Swedenborg, even the average Joes, they don't get trapped in the lower realms. Is that crazy? Like, we all think that, you have to be super special, super good, super this, super that. Most people make it to astral realms, right? It's super simple. Like, you go there already when you sleep. And most people are just living day by day there, just how they were here. Except if they're awake of their death, which is the true remembering your past life, if you've become awakened, which is the rebirth, the resurrection. See, most people, that's why initiates awaken. They have the second birth here and now. They're born as a baby, which is actually death, right? So first you think it's born, but then you find out that the physical realm is death of the spiritual soul. That's in the next initiation. But you have to understand that the whole point is to understand that when you die in this physical realm, you're going to become aware of yourself in another plane of existence instantly. And whether or not you're aware of what happened or not depends on, did you awaken already? Most people understand that they've transitioned to the next realm. They're greeted by beings, friends that they didn't even know they had, or lost long relatives or loved ones, and are able to escort them to the higher planes. But if people have severe psychological imbalances or emotional imbalances, then obviously you can become lost. But even then, the universe sends someone to help. Just like here, an ambulance comes to get you. Same with the other plane, except it won't be an ambulance. Maybe it'll be a flying chariot or something. And it sounds like jibber jabber, but the ancient realms and the ancient writers, the Vedas, Swedenborg, East, West, have all seen the internal planes and know that, Darren, you're right. Once you're in those planes, you don't want to come back here, right? I mean, but we should learn to practice them. It's not that if you learn how to astral project and travel on the inner planes, then every night you'll visit that place that you'll be at permanently when you die. But it's actually not, it's kind of a lie, actually, that you'll be there permanently when you die, because actually in the astral realm, you die too. So you'll actually have a passing, a disintegration of the astral body while you're giving birth to your celestial body. And once you're born in the celestial realm, you leave the realm of ideas. See, you're the human realm of ideas, then the realm of archetypes. You're going to become an archetype. But you'll still have a being, you'll still have a nose and eyes and ears. Like, I know it's hard to believe, but you're not a floating head, And consciousness must use a vehicle to experience its surroundings and locality. So every step of the ladder has a vehicle or body that you use. And you can prove this to yourself by accessing those bodies. Through deep concentration, you can slip into an astral virtual reality and be aware that you're still here in the physical realm. So you can actually be in two bodies at once. Of course, one is stagnant. And people actually go about living their day-to-day life and still having access to their other life that they're living in the astral and the causal, and depending on how awakened you are on these various levels. And that's why you can receive messages from your future self. Your future self isn't in the physical realm. We're all going to die one day here. This is the realm of time and space. Your future self is you disembodied in the celestial realm. It's not the future anymore, because the future here is the grave. Except we won't even experience that because instantaneous transference and the continuum. We just leave this life and transfer into the next. Like a butterfly leaving a cocoon. Yeah, we all have psychic powers, Darren. Some of us are clairvoyant. Some of us are clairaudient. Some of us are clairsentient. People have our ability to feel clearly, see clearly, hear clearly. You know, if you're clairvoyant, you can see clearly. It doesn't mean that you can see necessarily. Clairvoyant sometimes means that I can see energy or I can see auras. And clairvoyant also means that you can extract truth, right? Or pierce through the veil. Or open up a channel to information from higher spheres that surpass your own intellect. That's like John the Baptist, right? The enlightened intellect leading towards the Christ, the supermind. And I'd love to do a series on the Upanishads as well. Yeah, our brain is a filter that makes it so that we only experience these five senses through this nose, ears, and mouth. But in the superior planes of the protoplasmic atoms, we also have organs there too. What do you think of that, Darren? That we actually have astral organs that facilitate similar jobs that correspond to a more subtle reality with less laws. Yep, we have astral organs, folks. I mean, it's not very hard to conceive. I mean, how do you think that body works last night when you were sleeping? You're in the astral realm. You have a body. Have you ever been in the astral realm without a body? Can you imagine not having a body? You can't not have a body. It's just the substratum is non-form, but the substratum needs a form, masculine and feminine. Feminine's the form, masculine is the spirit, the unseen. The unseen moves through the seen, but they've tricked you into thinking that the seen is only in the physical realm, so that everyone thinks that when they die, they're going to be a floating head of nothingness. Surveillum says, the mystic in George Jurdiff, Pastor Ted Nuttingham, reversed this man. He has a different style. I'm intrigued. He was very brilliant, a hypnotist. Yeah, George Jurdiff, Samuel Weor learned a lot from him. One of the most profound mystics. And shout out to Ted Nuttingham. Maybe we can get Ted on the channel. I was trying to get Curtis Childs from Off the Left Eye over here, and would love to meet with Ted too, man. I feel like he'd be right up our alley. Shout out to Ted, man. That's why I like whoa. That's real Christianity. So yes, definitely consider the fourth way. I think we're going to be doing a whole live stream on the fourth way. In fact, I think I'm just going to go have a quick puff. And when we come back, I think we're going to go into the fourth way, because that actually goes right in to how to create a personal point of consciousness. And right now, if anyone in the chat, yeah, man. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave. I'm just going to keep this on. I'll be right back, but we're going to show you this really cool practice, right? So meditation 101, tongue at the roof of the mouth, eyes slightly gazing to the horizon.
Spine erect. Slowly, slightly pulling up on your muscles, lower down to the lower part of your spine. Fingers touching. So these are a lot of steps, right? Chin down, slightly. Head straight, chin down. Eyes slightly to the horizon. Do the fourfold breath. Breathe in 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But bring it up. Hold for 4. Bring it down. Hold for 4 out. Breathe in 4. If you combine this, you can slip into a trance. You have to feel the rotation within your body. Once you activate that rotation, start trying to figure out how to move inside your body. Do a 360 in your body without moving your physical body. Learn how to begin to navigate and swim in the astral cosmic ocean. Yes, there is. Let me just fourth way. Yeah, we're going to get into the fourth way, and we're going to get into the deeper reason for people born with disabilities. 100%. And it's not reincarnation, and they're not paying for their past sins of their past life. So stay tuned. Don't go, or everyone go grab some water or whatever. I'm coming back at 5.
All right. Thank you for your patience. So let's get into some of these questions. So people who are disabled, they come to this plane to help teach the people around them. People around them as their caretakers have divine missions that play a part in the next realm as caretakers as well. Because we're all caretakers of someone after this life. Our work continues in ways we can't imagine. And people with disabilities are born because their soul take on those specific circumstances to build the specific viewpoint that they need, that in the afterlife, their cosmic mission, they will be splendid and glorious and take on higher forms than those who may not have taken on that challenge. So they've taken on a sacrifice to acquire a more advanced, a spectacular, finer, subtle body than even someone who didn't have access to that challenge partook. So it's definitely a sacrifice and a lesson to all of us. So we're going to get right into Jurdif, the fourth way, and how we can utilize that in our everyday life, understanding the comprehension that we live in this world of matter. And as Alvin Boy Kuhn says, in fact, let me grab the book. This book. So, dang, I bet. Okay, cool. Probably just from. Wonder when I lost sound. Cool. Well, anyway, the fourth way, understanding that we're asleep, and understanding, I guess, was I muted when I said that disabled people have a higher purpose and they're here to help facilitate interchange in those that are the caretakers, and they acquire more splendid, subtle garments in the afterlife than those who don't. Okay, cool. So if you can hear it now, they're going to be taking on those higher forms. So as for the teachings of the fourth way with Jurdif, we understand that we are profoundly asleep. We're profoundly asleep right now in this physical world. And that's the earth stage of consciousness. Before you're baptized with water, you're an automaton. You're just going based off your impulses, your belief systems, your subconscious traits and habits passed on to you from your parents, first 7 years of life, etc. You haven't built a point of illumination of being awake. That's where baptism of water comes in. When you're baptized with water, not just physically, but metaphorically and spiritually, then you awaken out of the kind of like when water is splashed on you. Think about being asleep, which is your day-to-day life, awake, right? Awake, but you're asleep because you're not fully conscious of your actions. You're not sure who's behind what's making decisions. You're just making decisions willy-nilly. And it's a little bit kind of seems like when you go back to this form, once you transcend it, you go back just like the snake eating its tail, because there comes a point where your life does become automated, in the point where once you're fully conscious and you activate that consciousness, you can just kind of go with the ride. And now you're just kind of like in the you're letting Christ take the wheel, right? And now you're the passenger
of Christ. Before, you're driving the car all angry, you're an angry driver. Now you're kind of sitting in the passenger seat and letting Christ take the wheel. There's a lot of truth in that. Let Christ, Jesus grab the wheel. Esoterically speaking, you do let the higher conscious center, the awake part of you, that awareness wakes up the detrimental effects of being asleep in matter, because when spirit comes down into matter, it becomes entombed and dies in from a higher realm into the lower realm. And that's how you live now, because your spirit had to die for your physical body to live. The spirit had to shed its blood, spirit blood, for your physical body to live and have an ego, to develop a personal point of consciousness, so that in the afterlife you can function and you're no longer just an essence. So let's read from the Lost Key to the Scriptures, just to understand the sleeping, stagnant state, and then we'll go into the fourth way and how Jurdav taught us how to extract ourselves from that encumbered state of passivity by springing in the active forces of the Purusha. So we'll need to activate the inner forces of Aries to create the fire, to create the sizzle and the vapor of the water, or the baptism of water, so that we can meet Jesus in the clouds of vapor. And you can notice how that storyline aligns with the transition of consciousness and internal processes that take place. It's very deep and very profound. Libra for real says, what is an example of a higher form after you finish your thoughts? What do you mean by that? Do you mean like what form do you take after you die physically? Well, an example of a higher form to me would be, a higher form is a protoplasmic form or a celestial form of pure light. Just like in the Upanishads, it says, when the physical body or the soul departs from the physical body after death, it goes on to take on a more subtle form and superior form. What that means to me is that there's a better version of yourself outside of this physical body that's going to die. And this was the cocoon for that butterfly. So an example of a higher form would be your butterfly. This physical body is a cocoon. So when you die, you will become the butterfly. There may be some transition periods before the butterfly stage is fully reached, because that would be the immortal, celestial, self-conscious, immortal being. But it will look exactly like you. It'll have the same gender as you, the same characteristics as you, the same face, etc., except things will be polished and modified according to the spectrum of light. Yep, Christ's name and parables are written in every sign of the heaven. Yep, that's why the eternal scriptures were written on the heavens, so that man could never profane them. Yep, the disabled person will take on a higher form, meaning they might have an archangelic form that's higher than just an average citizen who crossed over. They might have way more spiritual power and prowess, because everything in the subtle realm is based on cause and effect in a very instantaneous way. So your form changes based on your mood. Your clothing and the clothes you wear are based on your character, your mood. The weather around you is based on your character and mood. Your house that you have in the astral realm is based on your character and the life that you lived on Earth. The life that you lived on Earth is already storing a subconscious unit of energy that's creating an actual domain and a place of residence for you in the internal plane. Why do people have houses in the internal plane? Is just for privacy, so that you can have your own space that's shielded from external energies, in the same way that you have a house here to shield you. But yeah, the higher forms are splendid. Just go to the astral realm and you can see the higher forms. There's a lot more higher forms that you can say. You have to use your imagination to imagine, because the sage or the mage uses the imagination as a lens, not to just create a fantasy,
Imagination is a lens to pierce beyond the veil and to see what is actually already there. And so technically you can't imagine something that doesn't exist, because imagination is just clearing the lens and peering into a certain frequency broadback spectrum that you tune into. So in the same way we surf the internet, we have to learn how to surf the inner planes for information and extract it. So yeah, Darren, we came here to learn how to manifest properly and also to navigate, right? We came here to pleasure, pain, developing preferences so that in the other life, you actually know who you are, what you are, and where you're going. And the physical life gives you those dimensions to be able to form that. Because before this, you were just a simple essence in the bosom of God, essentially, without form, just like in Genesis, void and without form. And now you're being molded. Lost keys recovered. If the Bible is a collection of dramas and allegories of the soul's life and body, the point of next importance concerns their interpretation. Everything of value ultimately hinges on this. And because it was ever of pivotal importance, it was right here that ineptitude, unintelligence, and chicanery crept in to ruin the operation of the entire scheme of instruction divinely instituted for human benefit. The loss of the symbolic codes and the conquescent failure to grasp the proper interpretation sent the entire structure of ancient sagency crashing down in tragic wreckage. The trap that caught ignorance in its snares and led to the fatal decline of intelligence necessary for a true interpretation of scriptural lore is not hard to locate. It was the strange device that ancient genius employed to release truth to the intelligent and the uninitiated. Correction. It was the strange device that ancient genius employed to release truth to the intelligent and the initiated, while hiding it from the base and the vulgar mind. For the Bible was written in a language, the very existence of which has hardly been known since the days of its ancient usage, the language of symbolism. The glyphs and characters of this ancient language have been undeciphered for 20 centuries or more. Only recently have the first steps been taken toward its recovery and restoration, but already it is seen that through its light, the interior true meaning of the Bible and theology leaps into glorious significance and luminous intelligibility, so that the whole volume of divine revelation embodied in the Holy Scriptures is at once redeemed from errant nonsense to sublime import and value. And that's why I love the quote by Alvin Boykoon that says, "We're not here to take away religion, but to reestablish the true religion, the transcendental, syncretic truth, where we believe that there's only one truth, and that truth is God, and that truth emanates and is sown in various different cultures and languages and ways of being, because it's all on the wave. We are a wave manifesting into form in a torus field, the plane of inertia. We are the denizens of the physical realm. This is the only physical realm in existence. And once we leave this physical realm, which is a womb, a tomb, we will experience the mysteries of spring, or the mysteries of the resurrection, which we will actually experience the spring. And then there was just a question, are there any practice to strengthen that attribute? Yeah, so you have to slip into a trance of visualization and let it play out. Like, there's Hermetic exercises in the Franz Barden book, Initiation into Hermetics, where you learn how to visualize and to the point where you can see a pencil in front of you. But the main idea is you need to be able to electrify the nervous system through pranayama, slip into a half-sleep state of awareness, and basically let yourself overcome with sleep paralysis, and then just get up out of bed. I recommend, we're going to be doing advanced astral projection teachings, which are already public, but we can kind of get them concentrated here and focus on how to navigate the internal planes. And sometimes it's just sporadic, right? We only have our own experiences when sometimes God allows us, right? Sometimes we can't initiate them on our own, but we have to be open to receive them, and we have to want it, and we have to have the willpower and the want to experience and to know more. And if you go to sleep with that intention, have you ever went to bed with a question in mind, and you go to bed and you're figuring it out, or you go to sleep listening to Manly P. Hall or a lecture, and all of a sudden you're having a conversation 8 hours with Manly P. Hall as you're sleeping, almost half awake, half asleep. That's one way to tune into the higher planes. But other people are literally appearing in their bodies in the internal planes and communicating and doing things. And this happens in very lucid states of dreaming. So it's just basically mastering the art of dreaming through dream yoga. And I do have previous videos on my channel on dream yoga practices. And yeah, Darren Smith, the higher dimensions manifest in an instant. Yeah, instantaneous transition, exactly. They're already there. They're already encoded, and it is collective. It's not like what Helena Blavatsky teaches, that it's just hallucinations and that your relatives are just projections of your mind. No, we are not. Yes, there's one. We are one at our substratum, but we are all individual impartials of the Lord. We're all individual miniatures. We're elementals of God. In the same way the elementals are below us, we're the elementals of God. God is the supreme logos. Christ is king. Yeah, so all dreams have a symbolism. So not being able to breathe in a dream could symbolize more of an emotional grief. The lungs have to do with grief. Yeah, we have to recover what was lost, the lost word of Freemasonry, the still small voice within that whispers the truth. Like Bob Marley's last words that he said in his last interview, he said there's a voice in each and every side of us that tells us the right way, and we need to learn to follow it and wake up to it. Yeah, grief is just heavy on the lungs. 3 fateful words, Alvin Boy Kuhn. The rehabilitation of the lost meaning of the sacred books of old properly begins with the revelation of the cryptic connotation of 3 words in the Bible, whose true interpretation will in a flash work a miracle of re-enlightenment in all minds, and will in one vivid moment of new realization transform the entire structure of religion and theology. So right here on Eclectic Mysteries, I publicly initiate you into this information that we all deserve in this age of Aquarius. And why I say that is because this needs to be dramatized, because these secrets were, you would have to go through so much to learn this. You would have to go through so many trials and join a mystery school and whatnot. And when you receive the information, it was mind-blowing. You're supposed to have like an awe, like a wonderment, so that it can inspire you to action. If it's just knowledge for the sake of knowledge, then it doesn't have its lore. The whole rationale of religious conception, so far as it is based on the authority of Bible literature, will undergo a complete and astonishing reorientation when the great light released by the proper esoteric sense of these 3 words is turned upon the mystifying problem of sane exegesis. The discovery of this meaning, hidden for 20 centuries, will inaugurate a new era in all world religion. And what are these 3 words that carry such vital significance? Here they are. They are the dead, death, and to die. In essence, they are the one word, death. It will fall with a stroke of amazement and incredulity upon minds of limited intelligence to be told that these words can possibly have or could for 25 centuries have had any other meaning in the scriptures than one commonly attached to them. What, it will be asked, can death possibly mean other than the demise of the physical person, which ensues when the impalpable life energy or soul detaches itself from the vehicle of flesh? Who else can be the dead but those who have lived in body and are now gone across the great divide? What can to die mean if not to undergo the separation of the body and the spirit? Surely there can be concealed no mystery here. Yet it is our obligation to announce, in the face of this universal superstition, that these simple words have all the time borne a connotation different from the one commonly supposed to their standard and established acceptation. And it becomes our privilege, on the strength of tested scholarship, to proclaim that they bear a meaning not only different from the one generally conceived, but one precisely opposite to that universally attributed to them. Incredible as it may seem, when used in their theological reference, those words bear a meaning that at one stroke turns the picture of all exegetical significance almost completely upside down. For to die means for the soul to live here on earth. Death means the soul's life here in the flesh, and the death is a term denoting those alive here in the mortal body. Could any assertion appear to be more preposterous? So essentially, this is the land of the living dead, and we are as close as we ever will be to death. So in that sense, there's nothing to fear. So allow this initiation to let all fear scatter from your mind so that you can live life truly to your destiny, mastering your archetypes, your astrology, and being able to understand that this life is death. Your time to bear your cross on the crucifixion of the cross, to experience the holy resurrection, to be at the right hand of the Father with Christ, and return to the grand monad, a self-conscious, immortal, and eternal progression in a vivifying true life is after this life, essentially. Yep. So smoking syncretism, the Kaliki, the white horse, Jesus on the horse, coming in the clouds, and Kaliki on the horse Pegasus, and the hippocampus and the brain, the higher mind, and riding on the donkey coming into Jerusalem, meaning the Christ is won over the impulses of the physical flesh. When the inner Christ sits upon the throne at the right side, at the right hand of the Father, you are now riding the donkey. Yeah, so Christ returns in the heart of man. Yeah, the list of reading material would be found on my website under the book recommendations tab, innermysteries.org, and I do have a recommended book list. So to wake up from our encumbered state of death and sleep, we have to become awake. So the practicing of the fourth way is combining jhana yoga of the mind, devotional emotional yoga of the feelings, and karma yoga of the body into an all-in-one inclusive path that it uses awareness and paying attention to yourself via turning the light around. Watch my video on turning the light around. Turning the light around constantly throughout the day so that you don't fall into an automatic automaton state, and you're able to live your whole day consciously and self-remembering that you are spirit in matter, and that you are connected to the higher planes, and that you are conscious. And then you begin to slowly wake up through your actions, and as you expand this consciousness, you become more aware and are able to become more useful to the cosmic scheme and your destiny. No, I'm actually in the US. And if everyone can share this, please just share this, like, subscribe, comment. Just try to get the algorithm out there. And I think we're gonna call it good tonight, and then we'll do the fourth way next, the next live, and then the live after that, we're gonna go into the inner plane mysteries as well. But actually, I might just leave this on for a little bit longer too, just because I kind of wanted to go all out and just stream. I have some time on my hands. It's been a pretty productive week, and just wanted to get this information out there. And updates on Santos. Things should be getting fixed soon, and get back to the book of Syncretism. Hopefully, trying to offer some more higher quality content, so that we can like have better camera and stuff like that. So everything should be going good. This year should be great. Spring's coming. It's the real new year. The spiritual new year is Aries, March, right? March, April, May, June, July, August, September 7, October 8, November 9, December decahedron 10. Right? Because the new year is actually in Aries starting at the top of the head. On the sign of the ecliptic, the sun starts in Aries, the first sign of the zodiac. So when you're starting in January, you're actually doing the Capricornic New Year, which is just the physical aspect of the sine wave, as we'll learn more intrinsically later. Yeah, we'll do a few moments to break, and then we're just going to do some Q&A. So hit up the chat with questions, drop a super chat. I'll be back, and we'll dive deep. Just any questions at all, just let me know, and we'll dive into it. So kind of throw it in the chat. So, for the fourth way, Samuel and Weor gave a good technique, soul technique, subject, object, location. So that just out of nowhere, you can ask yourself, what is the subject of what's going on right now? What is the object of what's going on now? And what is the location of what's going on right now? And then see yourself from above, like a third person point of view. And this is a good way to practice that throughout the day so that instead of slipping into your automated state of consciousness, you can just step into the state of mind of the witness and the observer. The witness and the observer is always outside of the phenomenal world. Krishna is outside of the phenomenal world. So you want to be with Krishna and not necessarily entangled in with the senses. You can pull in those senses, and that electrifies the nervous system and charges up your Jing energy, and it create more chi in the body, which then feeds the higher vessel into creating the spiritual solar body, which is your self-conscious immortality suit, so that you can go to the celestial realm. If you activate your celestial body here in the physical realm, then you don't have to go through all those astral spheres. You go straight to the premium mobile and beyond in the celestial body. Usually people have to transition to the astral realms. There's 7 of them, live there for centuries in hopes of creating their celestial body. Yeah. Any good spiritual movies I know of? Yeah, I like Donnie Darko. The Life of Pi was really good. I think Donnie Darko's sick. What else? Redwall, Naruto, The Legend of Zelda. These are all things that inspired occult esoteric knowledge that are works of art. But every movie, I think there's someone who said, who was it that said every movie's about Christ? Literally every movie. Christ is the intelligent factor, and in various forms it takes on these different substances. Well, you only have, so Darren asked, I've mentioned in past teachings that if your sign is Capricorn, that you are at the end of your cycle here. So Capricorn is the end, we leave through Capricorn, but you're only human physical life one time. So you've only actually been one zodiac sign here. You're all 12, but you're focused on the one you took your first breath on. But the end of your cycle is just basically done when you die here. So there's actually, you haven't had any other past lives here. This is your first life. Surveillance says they might be making a Zelda movie. Yeah, I hope so, but I hope it doesn't ruin it, man. Because Link's not supposed to talk, because Link is the intuition. Or Link is the link to, right? You are linking into that universe, and the journey are on the journey. Yeah, Beelzebub's tells are very complicated. I think Samael did a spiff on it. I would recommend just reading. I would just learn from Ted Nuttingham, to be honest. I think he does a really good way of just summing it all up. Well, and also the Gnostic lectures, Gnostic teachings. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I try to dive into it, just because there's just a lot of those easy, there's a lot of like information for beginners out there, I feel like, and I don't want to have to slow down. I just want to kind of, get information out there for, so when everyone's done with all the AI slideshows and all the history of everything, people will come for the meat of the subject. And it's a little less fancy over here, but we're going to be getting to the truth. Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, Darren, interesting stuff, right? Reincarnation. A lot of schools say it's true. Thomas H. Burgoyne explains the misinterpretation of that, why it was misinterpreted, why this is your real only one physical life you've ever had, and now you're going to be you forever. Before this, you were in the essence realm, molding into a being to come down and transverse. You've had life experiences on these subtle realms, as you come down, and then you hit the rock bottom negative plane, come up into the physical human, one and done. That's why in the Buddhist traditions and whatnot, they always talk, and that's why in the Upanishads it says once you die, you go to the realm of the ancestors, and then it go take on to a more subtle, higher form. And that's why also, what was the other book I was going to say? The Buddhist traditions, you become a hungry ghost. You know, hungry ghost is you don't reincarnate and pay for sins of a past life. You just become a hungry ghost and try to vicariously live. Hungry ghosts and demons are the legions that run the physical matrix, and they are trying to crystallize the physical realm and to rule over it for eternity because they can no longer access their immortal bodies. So they actually are trying to create a permanent physical realm and entrap people in like a physical and extract the soul intelligence from humans and create automatons, androgynous automatons. And that's why certain esoteric schools that taught that the soul doesn't have a gender before the physical body are incorrect, because the physical body is a perfect reflection of what's within it. So your internal potency is male or female depending on who you are physically, because your physical body is a counterpart of that internal. Now you may be a more feminine man or a more masculine woman, but you're still a woman. It just depending on the Mars and Venus on the chart. Yeah, syncretism really is the true holy science, and Christ is king. Christ is the true crown principle, because Christ is the epitome of all the knowledge of the Upanishads, the Tao Te Ching. You know, people are saying, oh, the Tao Te Ching was preparing for Christ. Well, the truth of the matter is Christ is the reconciliation of the Old Testament, the Tao Te Ching, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga. You could say it's the most advanced spiritual teaching right now, the syncretic mastership of the world, and should be reverent as such. The Vaishnavas have no trouble with Jesus being the Son of God. It's only certain religious sects that don't understand. Even esoteric Kabbalah and Judaism can determine and show Christ relating to Tiphereth as it funnels through, right? And Chokmah. Christ is Chokmah. Right? And then it comes down and expresses through Tiphereth. Just like Abraham is working on Chesed, Chesed is working on Tiphereth through the innermost. Chesed is the innermost, working on Tiphereth, the human soul, to develop it. That's the whole journey of Abraham. And to, the previous PowerPoint slide we were talking about. And we definitely have to go into the Garden of Eden mysteries as well. There's a lot more information to extract in regards to the allegories and symbolism of the Garden of Eden. Yeah, Smoking Syncretism says, yeah, the hungry ghost will steal your life essence through dreams too. If you don't have God's protection, the mother of wisdom has a number of our days measured in her hands. Yep. And the hungry ghosts are if your energy field is low and your mentality is low enough, they will take over your body and commit heinous crimes. The demon haunted realms, as the Upanishad says, there are demon haunted realms, and there are superior realms of beautiful glory, beauty, and all sorts of activity. Activity never ends, motion never ends. There's always the supreme stillness, the Brahman within, that's the forefront, and the screen that your soul is projected onto is your eternal substratum. You have the crown of thorns. You finally rise above your animal nature, and all the energy is transplanted back into the head. As Samael Weor says, we have to take the moon that is in our mind, the sun that has gone to our belly, and we have to take the sun from our belly and put it back into the mind and become solar minded, and take the moon and put it back where it belongs. In our internal universe. A lot of alchemy and theurgy and magic is about basically organizing your internal universe to align with the kingdom of God. You're building Solomon's temple. And Solomon's temple is not only the physical body, but it's your internal bodies as well. Yeah, and like Darren, you were saying, constantly being watched. Basically, those planets have seen the whole epic of human history, and we think that we're not being seen, but the planets see everything, right? They're the demigods or the watchers. And then not only that, we discover the watcher within. We understand that God's watching us from inside of us. The supreme seer, the Purusha. Hovering above the waters in Genesis. The waters being the nervous system. The spirit hovers above the nervous system. Yep, when you're on the initiate path, Darren, and you're on the path of awakening, you will be tested by higher beings. They are actually invisible beings, not just forces or archetypes. They're not just like floating ideas testing you. It's actual beings. And their job is to help you. In the same way you will take on an occupation, a subtle occupation. You may have a mundane occupation, but you have a spiritual occupation. When you go to the afterlife, you'll have a spiritual occupation. No more mundane occupation. No more oil change for the car. No more broken bones. No more worried about certain things that you only have to worry about in this dense physical realm. Even though you will be in a protoplasmic, subtle physical realm, but the laws will change to the point where you'll have to worry about other things. It's not a perfect place. Let's get some questions in the chat. Yes, all of them have refrained from flesh. So, Darren, karma is not exactly what we've been told. necessarily just because we're not paying for something we did in our past life. Our karma is actually done. This life, we pay for what we've done in this life. We get out our energy within ourself, our internal astral structure attracts events to us. So our internal condition actually attracts the events that we call karma. And we're not actually paying for something that we did in the past life. Some of the challenges that we do have, we did choose when we came down so that we could experience them because they align with our higher purpose. But that's why we do have to become master of our stars, master of our destiny. And that's why in the Bible, Job was told, can you tell forth the Mazzaroth? Can you bind the Pleiades? Can you feel the tug and pull of Ursa Major? In a sense, do you know yourself? Do you know that you emanate from these celestial bodies and that they move and work through you? And do you know that you can control them? Yep, those are astral denizens. Surveillance says similar to lower demons in Platonics. There are good demons. It is through some of them that act as doorways to the divine and why they're respected, so I learned. Yeah, a lot of time a demon just means disembodied being, right? An astral citizen. A lot of the astral realm, you could consider them all demons we're all demons until we're angels, basically. And you're not an angel until you're in the celestial realm, which is the third realm. That's why in the Upanishads it says there's 3 realms: the land of the physical realm, the land of dreams and ancestors, and the celestial spirit realm, the realm of Brahman. So we have to make that boat trip, the land of the living. We have to cross over that ocean of the astral ocean after death. And we're actually preparing for it now every day. Every day is a microcosm of your whole life. Nice. Feel free to stick around, restart it later. We're going to keep going. Yeah, baptism. So Smoke and Syncretism says he likes the Ebonite idea of ritual baptism, bathing, and practice that as well. Do you have tips on baptism and ritual cleaning? Yes, from the Hermetic teachings of Franz Barden. Light, cold. I'm not a teacher of cold showers. I don't recommend cold showers, but I recommend brisk, light, cold water, body brushing, pore breathing, ritual cleansing, baptism in spirit. So yes, the physical baptism may be beneficial, but it's true to acquire, it's a transition from the earth stage of consciousness to the water stage of consciousness. So you acquire truth and knowledge of soul within a body. Once you've done that, you have been basically baptized. But of course, water is a cleansing agent. So when you wash your hands, as taught by Franz Barden and other Hermetists, imagine yourself washing all the negative impurities and vices off of your hands going down into the drain. Yeah, there is genetic karmic change. There are genetic predispositions, karmic weight that you acquire by whatever genetic pool that your soul decided to descend into based on internal resonance. Everything in the whole universe is based on internal resonance. Yep, the baptism of fire. And that happens, you'll notice that your voice will change. When you go from the earth to water, your personality changes. And when you go from water to air, your mind changes, your mentality changes. When you go from the mind and become baptized with fire, your voice changes. And you speak from a place that is hidden, from a hidden, invisible place. Yep, so instantaneous transfers into the inner subtle planes of existence. Preparation for it every night. as we go to sleep, be aware of the vigil state, of the transitioning between waking and sleep, because that is your key to being able to consciously be aware of what you do in the inner planes. Because even though you can't, just because you think that you're not doing it or you need a technique, the truth is your soul is free. Every time you go to sleep, your soul is liberated and travels amongst the spheres. It's just that you need to develop the self-perceptive consciousness that you're here in the physical realm to create, so that you're self-conscious of it, so that subconscious behavior becomes conscious, so that you can navigate the dream and astral realm and celestial realm consciously instead of automated, as people that even die and don't even know that they've died and continue living in a physical realm thinking they're alive until someone finally gets it through to them, the truth, and then they're awakened from their slumber. We must all awaken from our sleeping slumber and wake up and live, because we have to wake up and see the truth in front of us. Yeah, Noah represent the super earth baptism of water, yes, and then Christ the earth baptism by fire, correct. Yeah, if everyone, please join my Patreon. There's a link in the description. Join, be a part of the community, and also be up to date on syncretism, as well as just public posts and stuff like that. Good place to kind of organize all the information. Yeah, I feel like the phone. Yeah, so Freeman says I have my phone do funny things every time they smoke. The sister gets the same. Does it alter our frequency? Then the phones can't communicate, or is the mind altering reality? Yeah, your aura field and energetic field is getting in the way and interfering with the phone. Yeah, man, a good quote by Bob Marley: "Life is one big road with lots of signs." Yeah, and I love that because I think he talks about the zodiac signs quite a lot. A new sign is rising. The sign is arising. Rainbow Country is the astral realm. Listen to the song Rainbow Country and know he's talking about the inner planes. Yeah, musicians are definitely communicating with higher intelligences that are beyond even what they understand. Yeah, Santos, man, I've known Santos for a very, very long time. And I feel like some things, even like Rastafarianism, right? They come out in an exoteric way, but they don't sometimes not even aware of the profundity of their esoteric teachings that glimmer forth from within the husk of the outer form of it. Alvin Boyd Kuhn, The Lost Key to the Scriptures. It is also held the explication of why the Egyptians' Bible was called the Book of the Dead. For those whom they dubbed the dead are ourselves, the living humans. The antique tome of supernal wisdom and transcendent knowledge was, after all, not as Budge and not at all other beguiled scholastics thought, written for the benefit of the dead, as some people say that these books are written for people after they die in the physical realm, that they're going to use that information to cross over the astral realm, when really those books were intended to help them cross this physical realm into the spiritual realm. Okay. It was seen that there was no clash between Macy and Plato, save that Plato was using the word death in its esoteric philosophical sense, and Macy was using it in its common reference to bodily decease. And what was that flash of illumination that came at that one moment of clear insight? To unlock the meaning of thousands of volumes hereto read in befuddlement and confusion of ideas. It was the outstanding realization that indeed and in truth, beyond all cavil and controversy, the three pivotal words, death, the dead, and to die, before the same cryptic meaning and reference in the Christian Hebrew scriptures, creeds, and theologies, as they did in Greek and Egyptian books of the old. The lost light of ancient Egypt had been rekindled, the rush of clarifications of scores and texts, the flood of new and more luminous meaning in every dialectical situation in the theological purview was an experience never to be forgotten. The light of new comprehension was almost blinding. In its permeating radiance, the entire structure of all ancient sagacity stood revealed in all the grandeur of its divine harmony and beauty. The mystery that this physical life is death and that the afterlife is actually life. So yeah, that's definitely a esoteric key. Yeah, Darren, you asked, is numerology a real thing? Yeah, numbers do carry encoded meanings, and everything is encoded, and our numbers related to our birthday definitely correlate to our destiny as well. These are some of the things that we can use to help guide us and to kind of pierce the veil and kind of get that extra help to kind of see, are we going in the right direction? Are we being authentic? Yeah, if anyone wants to book a one-on-one consultation, just email me as well. Email will be found on my website, innermysteries.org. Yeah, as for the synchronicity and the mystery of 1111 and 33, 1111 and 33 are the most powerful numbers, as well as 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, and 9 relation to the physical body, the mind, body, and spirit, right? Spirit, soul, matter. 1111, the gates, the door, the da'at, the window, perception, truth, being on the right path. Basically, a divine being tapping you on the shoulder saying, hey, you're on the right path. 33 means, you have the ability to become a master here on earth. I'm in Utah. But yeah, creating a personal point of consciousness. You got to utilize the 3 different aspects of thought. Learn how to train your thoughts. Create an initiation pattern where you're going to. Another good teacher that is good at that is Sifu Ramses, who is very good at teaching the Franz Bard and Hermetic tradition. Trying to find out which archetype do you play. There's the 7 archangels or the 7 planets, and then you have a different tone boards for the 12 zodiac. So usually your rising sign should be what you're striving to be. Your sun sign is your natural aspects. Your moon sign is the part of you that's hidden, but other people can see that part of you, but you can't. The rising sign is what you're striving to be, but you're not there yet. Your sun sign is who you are now and what you have to work with, essentially. So your rising sign should be what you're striving for. Yeah, definitely. Never want to leave this place. Yeah, thanks, Darren. It's Mercury in Taurus. Oh, nice. You found Santos, Jason. Not familiar with Jason, but yeah. Shout out to the journey, Freeman. That's beautiful. Yeah, Daniel. So, look, your sun sign is your natural, like that's what you're given, right? That's who you are. Like based on that, your rising sign is who you're trying to be in the public eye. So, like that's your front, the mask you wear, but you're trying to become and encapsulate that. So, like I'm a rising Leo, like I'm an Aries rising Leo, right? So I'm trying to get on that king type of mind and glory, but you got to go through the Aries, right? The impulsive nature. And the moon sign is what's hidden from yourself, but others can see, and is kind of your inner world. Well, this is a good channel to be on because we got some of the best syncretism in the world. We have just a lot of great minds interacting here. We'd like to get some. I'd like to get Ted Nottingham on the show. There's been some standing on the back of giants, I want to go through all these books. I've just been kind of using the same books. I don't use actually a lot of books. I have a certain amount of books that I use and a certain amount of books online that I get from archive and whatnot. But there's not many books to go that we could go through them at another time and kind of see how we can get things organized more. Heck yeah, man. Well, glad to have you here, Darren. Yep, just listen to this still small voice within. Just know that that voice within your that small still voice within is what is trying to be drowned out by all the distractions. So just always take time to revisit the stillness. That's why practice some type of Eastern meditation or Christian esoteric practices or Golden Dawn or Hermetic exercises, just to return to the stillness, return to nature, return to stillness, stay grounded, stay breathing correctly, stay with the tongue at the roof of the mouth, stay happy, stay irie, stay jolly, invoke Jupiter, stay disciplined, invoke Saturn, stay righteous in your anger with Mars, stay glorious like the sun, take all the planets, utilize them correctly, take the soundboard of the zodiac and transmute your 12 demons into the 12 holy creatures, for they'll be your cherubim and your ark to cross. They're the animals you have to load into your ark once you take off from this physical realm with the flood and go into the astral realm. Yeah, and does anyone have any information on Robert Gilbert? Yeah, meditate until your life becomes a meditation, right? Once the fourth way is unlocked, your whole life will become a conscious meditation, and you'll always be residing in Brahman. So no one has any information on Robert Gilbert? Yeah, I used to sun gaze when the sun is at appropriate spot, and I always love looking at the sun sometimes anyway. I feel like it electrifies the pineal gland. I feel a crackling sensation in the pineal gland and a sense of, divine guidance. Yeah, when you do sun gaze, remember you try to communicate with the sun telepathically as well, and try to absorb. You have to learn how to utilize hermetically the eyes, right? You have to learn how to inhale 360 degrees around your spine. Your spine is a cylinder, and you have to inhale. And you can inhale and pull in through your pores and through your eyes and electrify the central nervous system. It's all part of the alchemical laboratory. Your body is an alchemical laboratory. Those alchemists were working in the laboratory of the human body itself on a microcosmic level. And if everyone can look at the 12 steps of alchemical process, I did post that a few months ago, I believe. Yeah, living in a place where winter is, you really experience the elements on a whole other level. I feel like humans are supposed to be sun followers. We're supposed to kind of migrate with the sun, but being in the northern hemisphere, you really do go through the winter death and the spring resurrection on a profound level. In the astral realm, you'll experience different kinds of astral weather. For example, in the astral realm or the inner planes, the weather is more filling. So you'll be feeling irie or feeling melancholic or jolly or ambient, but you will no longer feel cold or hot. There are places in the astral realm that mimic those feelings of cold and hot. However, the astral weather is more based on feeling and sight and visual than it is, harsh elements. Like, in this physical realm in the summer, it gets too hot. Did you know that King Herod is also astrologically the sun negative? So in the Bible, the characters actually change places. Sometimes the various characters in the Bible exuberate and an archetype. Just to get back on the topic of the title, right? Um, King Herod, right, according to Devil's Pulpit, the sun raging, killing all the firstborn, the crops, the sun raging in the sign of Leo of August, right? And also Jesus is the sun in the book too, so the characters play different parts. It's not just a one-to-one character kind of thing. All the characters in each of the chapters play the corresponding astrological archetype that they are resonating with at the time of the chapter being written. So,
according to Sifu Ramses, teaches the Franz Barden, right? We get the initiation to Hermetics. First, you learn how to observe the train of thoughts in a way where you are observing your thoughts, but you're not getting in the way of it, right? A lot of the times we learn how to meditate and we have these thoughts and you're trying to deal with them, right? You don't know what to do with them. They're overwhelming. Well, the point is you don't do any of them. You let them pass like clouds. Train of thoughts. Don't follow any particular train of thought. Just watch them go by. Go from one to the next for 10 minutes, but don't go asleep. Do not become unaware of you watching your train of thoughts. Do this practice 10 times for 10 minutes. The second practice, thought realm. Focus on one thought and one thought only, or one subject and one subject only, and exclusion of any other thoughts for 10 minutes, 10 times. Third exercise, go into the void for 10 minutes, no thoughts, no train of thought, 10 minutes, 10 times. A good way to train this at the same time is to actually practice creating an energy ball, a Qigong technique. Just put your palms, your hands together like this in front of you and start forming a psi ball, mental etheric energy. And this is actually just working with all three faculties. If you think about your thoughts, you're feeling the sentience of it, and the physical nature of you doing it. It kind of condenses those three practices into one. So you can even amplify the practice even more by adding that into it. Thank you, Sifu Ramses, for that. And the pore breathing is always super important. That breath, you can breathe in that exciting electric energy. And put your eyes towards above, like you're looking up. And when you breathe, pull in from all directions. Soak it up like a sponge. Soak up the ether. Soak up the ethereal electrical energy, even to the point where you can breathe in the minerals that are existing in the air. Ask the air elementals to help activate the nutrients within the air to supplement your nervous system. Yeah, chemtrails are just a reflection of our internal turmoil. Our internal minds are clouded, so now they're clouding our skies. If we were to clear up our minds, they wouldn't be allowed to do what they're doing. All right, well, it was a good stream. Until next time. Welcome. Today we're going to be discussing the secrets of the greats, the art of meditation. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, let's see. Yep, cool. All right. And let's just kind of practice here. Make sure we know. I haven't went live in a while, so that's how you stop. Okay. So while we wait for people to arrive, essentially, the art of meditation helps you transcend the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, by accessing the secret of the greats, which is the ether or the astral light. When we access this astral light, we're accessing the causal dimensions and are able to create effects rather than being trampled by effects. We're actually able to be the effect. So in order to do that, you have to pull in energy from the causal plane
and various religious rituals and esoteric rites from all ages have always been to tap into the 0 point energy of this astral light or ether or chakra or chi to be able to access the higher dimensions to create change in the lower dimensions. Now, this ether or higher cosmic energy is what we use to transmute the lower vessel into its higher form, which in this world is a school, a realm where we're growing in the same way like a womb, like a mother matrix. So the womb is the matrix and we're in the matrix. And because of that, we have to utilize this opportunity to give birth to the child, which is only, you can only give birth to the inner child through the virgin consciousness. So the virgin consciousness is what you have to access, which is streamlined to that 0 point energy, the zero, the womb. That 0 point energy is the middle of the sine wave of the line of truth. Now, this line of truth is where the realm of duality plays its drama as the souls incarnate and play their specific role. All of our actions that we embody here in the physical realm has a higher intention from the causal plane, from the unseen architects of reality and the unseen demigods and cosmic creators and creators that are all below the supreme personality of Godhead, which is the Krishna, the Christ, or the Logos of the ancients, which is the organizing principle. So meditation helps us get in touch with this organization principle within and helps organize our inner matrix so we can get in touch with this organization principle within and helps organize our inner matrix so we can access and reflect that inner the kingdom of heaven is within. So when the kingdom of heaven is within, so once you start initiating inner glory, you're able to manifest it on the external plane, essentially. So the main art of meditation can be done utilizing the principles of the fourth way taught by Jerdif, which was a great esoteric scientist who utilized ancient practices of the early Christians, the true Christians, which interpreted the Bible in 4 main ways. There's 7 different layers of the Bible, but the 4 ways being, spirit, mind, and body. So not just the body of the letter of the word, but the spiritual meaning of each interaction, which takes place within the books. So most of these books are helping us access the internal plane, which gives us access to that ether and allows us to essentially surf the cosmic web as above, so below. We surf the web here and now on our computers, but that's just a copy of the internal web that we are able to essentially surf. And why it kind of surf is because when you tap into that inner plane, it is kind of like a vast ocean that you're surfing and able to experience those subtle realities. So let me just go ahead and share my screen. I do have a presentation prepared for everyone tonight. So let's see. So the secrets of meditation. In the Bible and the ancient holy text says, "Thy eye be single, your whole body will fill with light." When you put your attention between the eyebrows, you're utilizing the forces of Kether, which is above duality. That single eye is the unifying factor of the causal plane, and the 2 eyes which perceive duality are the 2 thieves in which Jesus is crucified in between the 2 thieves, because essentially these 2 eyes lie just because the physical realm is Maya, because our internal condition, we are under amnesia and unable to awaken to our higher sense of being. So essentially the reason is that we see through only the physical eyes, which are the only perceive the truth of appearances. As Thomas H. Burgoyne said, there's the truth of appearances and the truth of the causes. And as you climb up Jacob's ladder, you're able to perceive those higher truths, so as transmute the lower truths and essentially make them useless as you understand the higher keys. So the eye be single, your whole body will fill with light, also keeping a simple eye to be able to look at the world through the eyes of a child, non-duality, and to be able to pierce through the appearances of the physical realm and enter into the causes that are the archetypal invisible lords or archetypal forms. See, we acquire forms as we transverse down the ladder. When we go from the causal plane down to the physical realm, we go down to the world of forms and desires, and we acquire these various different bodies within that are all embodied within the physical vessel at once, here and now. So we're multidimensional beings, and we actually have access to these 6 other bodies, not just the physical. We utilize the etheric body when we're utilizing heat energy or pranayama, or able to feel, like if you focus on your foot, you should feel a tingling sensation in your foot. If you focus on your third eye, your attention's there, you should feel energy or electricity actually rushing there. Once you become advanced, you should be able to place your attention on your third eye, and all of a sudden you hear it crackling. This means you're very tapped into your physical body, as well as the hormonal processes, as well as the etheric body, which is able to actually transmute that magnetism and create an effect which you can actually hear, see, and feel via focus of attention of energy. And that's actually how you activate various parts of your body, through the attention. When we go through the mantras at the top of the head, E, and we place our attention on the pineal gland, and we go to the throat chakra and we go and we place our attention on the throat chakra, and we go to the heart chakra and go oh, and we place that energy there. We're actually moving that electromagnetic energy to that key spot, which then accesses the portal of the etheric plane, the astral plane, and so on and so forth, because the 7 glands of the body are the mediators, or the areas where the energy processes and manifests in the physical realm. Another key meditation from the ancient Christian scriptures: be still and know that I'm God. So stillness, silence, and darkness are the best places to acquire gnosis and knowledge. When we speak of gnosis, we're not talking about prison planet gnosis. We're simply talking about knowledge of the inner being and its relationship to God and the universe. So be still and know that I'm God. Be still as a stone. The first practice of initiatic esoteric science is to remain still in your whole body. Don't even flinch. Don't move. Don't grapple. Don't scratch. For 10 minutes, set a timer and try to be still for 10 minutes. And you'll feel that it'll be hard at first. But once you start acquiring and do it 10 times for 10 minutes, you'll be able to master the body. And once you keep it still, you'll be able to enter to the next plane and the next practice. So we also learn meditation practices from the Bhagavad Gita. Lord Krishna says, for one to practice meditation, one should make a seat in a secluded and sacred place, neither too high or low. Seated firmly, the yogi should try to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities by focusing his mind on one point. Now, please watch the video Turning the Light Around previously on my channel, because this goes into how to actually focus the mind on one point. What is that one point that we're focusing the mind on? Is it a dot on the wall? Is it a cube? Well, actually, what you're wanting to do is you're going to want to turn the spotlight around and place it in your central nervous system. You're going to want to place your focus on the heart, which is your center. And by doing that, you're going to tap into the invisible aspect of yourself that's actually Bluetooth or frequency Wi-Fi connected to this body in your center. So when you're activating the center, you're going to 0 point energy, which is actually allowing you to transcend the physical plane, go to the causal plane, and initiate change psychologically, astrally, and physically, so that your even physical appearance can change, your emotional states can change, and you can start transmuting your vices into virtues and following the 10 commandments, essentially, of the order and laws of the Lord, which is the supreme good. Essentially, we have to control these horses, like Krishna says, the senses are riling horses that need to be tamed. The only thing that can be tamed is the 0 point observer within the center. And once you go into the one that knows and not the one that experiences, you're able to tap into that 0 point energy and essentially be able to tame the horses. And then you're able to utilize the physical body, the mind, the emotions, and the physical body appropriately rather than haphazardly. So an initiate handles his horses appropriately, Someone who is in the earth stage of consciousness is not handling their horses, so they're being led astray here or there, and essentially is unable to access the stillness within, which is the controlling center. I recommend Jurdif, the fourth way, practicing self-observation, self-remembering, so that from every moment, instead of just, yes, posture is important. If you put your spine correct and your chin straight, tongue at the roof of the mouth, just complete the circuit with your fingers, pull up slightly on your lower muscles, abdomen muscles slightly. And then when you mix the in-breath with the out-breath, that means you're going to breathe in and then breathe out without pausing. So you breathe in and then out. And before fully out, you breathe in. And before fully in, you breathe out. And before fully out, you breathe in. This is all with having the tongue at the roof of the mouth and slowly gazing to the horizon between your eyebrows, because you want to activate Kether, which is the singular point where you can commune with the Father who's in secret. Krishna explains how to meditate in the Bhagavad Gita. He says he must hold the body, neck, and head firmly in a straight line. Between the eyebrows, some say the nose, but that's a misinterpretation. Yeah, the nose is going to put stress on the body and not allow you to access that inner plane. So you want to have a slightly gaze forward, chin up, back straight, so that the electromagnetic energy can travel, tongue at the roof of the mouth to complete the circuit. So you must hold the body, neck, head firmly in a straight line and gaze between the eyebrows without allowing eyes to wander. Thus, with an unwavering mind, devoid of fear and free from lust, one should meditate on the Supreme Lord and make him the ultimate goal in life. See, the Supreme Lord is the Logos. It's love and wisdom combined in such a futile event that the utterance of consciousness was uttered in the first dawn of days. That utterance was the Christ, the Supreme Lord, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that moved upon the waters and manifested all the universes high and low. And we are recipients and physical manifestations of that realm, and we're here to grow our spirit bodies so that we can climb Jacob's ladder back to the heavens, essentially the prodigal son story. We've come down in the physical realm to experience knowledge of good and evil, to choose good from our own choice, and then transcend the physical realm of limitation to the unlimited realm. Remember, the unlimited realm is not just a place of floating heads or a consciousness or a void. It's actually a more of a physical realm than here. It's just translucent, and also it is a protoplasmic realm, which is a realm of light, essentially. This physical realm is just the negative polarity of spirit. So this physical realm is just spirit slowed down to the lowest point where it becomes physical. That higher plane also has physical appearances, forms, etc., except you're in an unlimited capacity and able to access the ether and the divine mind, and also have an all-knowing, because you're not actually numbed by the aspects of the body. See, when you meditate, you actually crucify by the aspects of the body. See, when you meditate, you actually crucify on the cross, because once you crucify the four senses, or the four elements, earth, water, fire, and air, and the five senses, and you bring the spotlight into the center of yourself, then you're actually able to transcend this realm and access the point of the 0 point energy, which allows you essentially to surf the inner cosmos. So the Supreme Lord in this sense is the highest ideal, the organizing factor of universe, love and wisdom, fully combined, manifesting as knowledge. And that was the voice or the sound that the Father God created when he first emanated from himself. That cosmic sound, that noise, is the marching voice of a army of Christ. As Samuel Yor had said, that Christ is a eternal cosmic army of the voice of the supreme divine reason, and is the complete antithesis of atheism, nihilism, and complete essentially the full carnal materialistic aspect of the mind. For example, if you were to activate the opposite of the divine good of immortal spirit, then you worship death in the physical realm and the temporary plane only. And those legions of people that do that, they become lords and legions over the physical plane, and they're the ones that run the bloodlines and essentially try to keep humans enslaved. There's a battle going on for consciousness between good and evil, and not only in the physical realm, but the higher realm. Just like in the Bible says, we battle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, beings of the ether, essentially, archetypes and principalities. And essentially, we're waging war with these on our mind. And there is a war to keep souls earthbound and to become the astral lords of the physical lords that keep humans enslaved to co-opt their energy, essentially. And that's how they feed on their energy, because they're no longer immortal. So what should the initiate do? And he finds himself in this physical realm full of turmoil. Let me just make sure everything is good on the stream. It's good. Let's see. All right, yep, it looks like we're rolling. So let's keep rolling then. All right. So how do we access these higher realms and dimensions? We have to access the lost word of Freemasonry, which is the inner sound. Once you silence your mind, begin to put your attention on this inner sound. To some, it sounds like a cricket. To some, it sounds like a ring. To some, it sounds like a high-pitched noise in between the temples. Sound is the least dense of earth, water, air, and fire, in which each have this source in sound. Everything that we see has its source in sound. As we said, the divine word at the beginning that emanated from the Father was sound. Now, put your attention on this inner sound current, and it will put you in touch with the great now, the great it. This sound is the sound that everyone else hears. It is the logos and the om of the Upanishads. And when you access this inner sound, you're able to go within yourself and access the inner planes. If you focus on it all the way until you fall asleep, you should be able to practically wake up on these higher planes. But the problem is it's hard to place our attention on this sound because the monkey mind tends to want us to wander to other experiences. And there's multiple facets of meditation. So the aspect of chant and praying, first to purify the heart and senses. So you could do the Hare Krishna mantra, or a Christian prayer, or any type of aspect that helps you inflame your reverence and open up your heart as a soul, being the individualized multiplicity of the one. Essentially, the soul is feminine in nature just because it's the multiplicity and the emanation and the individualized separate. So when you're chanting, you're putting you in touch with the soul, with the super soul, which is in the higher realms, essentially. So first you chant and pray to purify the heart and senses. Practice the inner smile, or the Mona Lisa smile of the ancient Taoists, which is where you slightly smile without smiling on your face. Just slightly smile within and create a sense of calm. And the same feeling you'd feel as smiling with your face, feel that you're smiling with your being. And then create a point of focus within. That's where you create the personal point of consciousness, which allows you to go into the part of yourself that's not physical. A lot of people would overcome depression and depravity and feelings of hopelessness if they access the part of themselves that is the spirit, rather than the physical senses of the body being enslaved or within the physical self or the soul. You can access the point of focus within and find the part where you're connected to this physical body ethereally. And then also utilizing the sun and moon by having your eyes slightly open. What I mean by that is the sun is your eyes open, being able to see the light, and moon is darkness. So what you want to do is, instead of closing your eyes fully and meditating, you're going to want to have your eyes slightly open. So you're going to have them halfway open and halfway closed. This way you're able to access both yin and yang and cross the left and right hemispheres of the brain and enter into eternity and transcending time. You've all entered into eternity when you feel like you've almost slept only for a few seconds, but it feels like hours. And almost you were partially awake while that happened. So you're kind of conscious of crossing over the ocean of eternity.
And then, of course, placing the tongue at the roof of the mouth to complete that energy circuit, because there's always energy accumulating at the lower densian or the lower cauldron of the body at the bottom of the spine. And that energy needs to vaporize and utilize the electrical circuits to rise up the spine, or up the head and down, back in. So you have a warming and a cooling resting in the heart. One of the main tips of initiation in exploring the mysteries is to begin to completely forget you are a body. Once your attention has been withdrawn from the outside world, like a turtle withdrawn into its shell, practice rhythmic breathing and completely become absorbed in the soul, as it states in the Upanishads. Once in this state, you move beyond time and into eternity. So essentially what you're going to want to do is, like a turtle withdrawn into its shell, take your consciousness from the center, pull in your senses of sound, sight, touch, feeling, hearing, place your attention on the part of yourself that's connected to your body via Wi-Fi, essentially, and essentially become absorbed in that 0 point energy. And once in this state, you move beyond time and eternity and are able to make changes in the causal, mental, and astral planes, which will then ripple into the physical realm, as the tree of life does. Picture water going in the top and trickling down, which will then ripple into the physical realm, as the tree of life does. Picture water going in the top and trickling down. The main purposes of meditation are to transmute energy from the lower chakras into the brain and extract information from the inner plane. If you go into meditation without a intention, then you will access Brahman, but you won't necessarily extract information. If you go into meditation with an intention, as also before you go to sleep, never go to sleep without an intention. Every time you go to sleep or meditate, you can utilize this to actually extract information. Extract information. Your life is a labyrinth. Your life is a beautiful story, an epic, a drama. And you are on a mission here to acquire knowledge and to understand yourself and to acquire wisdom on all the twists and turns and journey of life. So we need to use meditation as the hermit used his lantern to explore the darkness and to make the darkness light, to make the subconscious of information. But you have to meditate inherently, and you have to have an open mind and heart, essentially become an empty cup and become receptive. So we could do meditation for up to 30 minutes where we sit still and simply watch our thoughts and impressions without trying to control them. This has been taught by Israel Regardie, renowned Western esotericist, as well as Saint Swami Vivekananda of the East. This initiatory practice is unlike others because you do not have to control anything other than the body movement. Breath is normal, think as normal, but do not move even a scratch or a twitch. The body should be still, the mind alert, and watching the thoughts and emotions without trying to control them. This practice will help the initiate become acquainted with the different aspects of the entity it resides in, such as the understanding the body and the mind. As the initiate watches the thoughts, there becomes a separation between these two faucets. You will then be able to comprehend the part of you that is the body, the part of you that is the mind, and the part of you that is the witness, and then the being itself as well, and be able to put them in separate categories within yourself, so you know which one you're utilizing at any given moment. The body will want to move. The mind will bring up random thoughts. Whatever happens must be recorded in the magical journal directly after the practice. The initiate will realize Malkuth on the tree of life, which is the bottom Sephiroth, Malkuth being the physical body. The astral plane is in Yesod, the one above Malkuth. We have to become awake in Malkuth, and this practice brings awareness to the body, which then, once we activate Malkuth, we can then begin exploring the astral plane. In our future live presentation, we're going to be going through how to act. The most important thing you can do for your spiritual growth is to pay attention. Realize you are sleeping even while in the waking state. Meditation helps you come into contact with this inner darkness within, and using the light of the single eye, you extinguish the darkness. Once in this darkness, the melatonin activates in the pineal gland, magnetically amplifies, and the oil from the sacrum floats up the river, the Jordan River, and lights the lantern within. You should be able to actually see progress and experience actual
spiritual phenomenon by actually seeing the great light within. Instead of darkness, you'll see light. Do it for yourself and see for yourself. So then I've given you some keys to utilize meditation in a way that puts you directly in touch with the causal spiritual plane through sound, the inner sound, the silence, the darkness, the energy circuits and the nadis, the vibration. And that will help warp you to help you transcend. Identify with the spirit. Learn to discard your identification with the body. That's essentially what the ancient initiates were doing. They essentially experienced the death of the ego and the physical death of this realm, and were able to transmute the lower vehicles into the higher vehicles. And essentially, when they died, they instantaneously transferred into the subtle realms, the astral plane or the causal plane or the celestial realms, essentially where all the archetypes exist. Yep. And then if anyone wants to book a consultation, check out the wellness store, or also check out the book that just dropped. Take a look at the description. I provided the 3 links. Santos is going to be doing some how to be a competent astrologer on his Patreon. He might even show up on my channel coming up. It's been a while since I went live. I wanted to make sure we continue the movement. And if anyone has any questions, let me know. Join the Patreon. It's free. Of course, we always support and appreciate. If you want to be part of the Syncretism team, there's options to learn about various ways to escape the matrix and whatnot as well. But yeah, thanks so much. Have a good night. Welcome. This will be my first live stream, so feel free to put any question in the chat for any type of Q&A. And today we're just going to be talking about esoteric occult knowledge. Essentially, one of the most amazing gems of information that was discovered was from the work of Alvin Boyd Kuhn, and how it explained the soul's temperament and how when it comes down into physical incarnation, and how it reacts to that earth and water, because spirit is beyond the air, the fire, and more close to sound. So when the soul comes into contact with the physical water of the body, it's said to be baptized in a physical vessel. And that physical vessel was known as the scepter of the soul, or a mummy, or a tomb. And that is in an allegorical sense, because this tomb that we're in is also considered a womb. This womb is what gives birth to our eternal individuality. In a sense, we come from an essence. Our essence grows into the supreme individuality, and it uses the ego or the persona as a chariot or as a vehicle of expression. That's why when we listen to the greats or the masters, we see that they have the eternal principle within themselves. That's the master principle, their higher self, the unmanifest, their inner soul or spirit, as the Gnostics would say, their inner glorian. And people have this inner individual self, the Christ self, or the Son of God within them, manifest at various different levels. But most people, we operate from a personality and a persona, and this essence has to grow into that eternal individuality. That's why it's not good to necessarily criticize people on the personality level, because their mannerisms or their behavior or their actions or how you perceive them to be, it's just a show on the divine theater, divine play. There's the person, the lower self, and the higher self. And even beyond this lower self and higher self within the persona is the individual glorian, which is supreme goodness. It doesn't have a duality. It comes straight from the Father, straight from the abode. So that's why in the Bible it says to not judge others, or to, whoever hasn't sinned cast the first rock, because most of the time we're just seeing people on the phenomenal plane, and we forget that there's the phenomenal plane, the astral plane, the emotional plane, and even the super causal planes. And we need to become aware and awake on all of these various different levels of our being. And a lot of people think that, okay, we just exist right now in the physical realm. But when we came down those 7 planes of existence, our consciousness is crystallized there. It just needs to be activated. So, for example, we're here physically, but emotionally in the astral plane, we're on the astral plane. Then on our thought plane, we're on the mental plane. And then on the causal plane, we're on the causal plane. And then even the spirit plane, and even a part of us is in the celestial spheres. We have to become aware in those higher spheres so that we can operate and make decisions here and now with that information. So we're always being prompted by our higher super sensible vehicles. And these vehicles, once you're awake there, we've all experienced this, where you actually will become awake in one of these bodies. And whether it's the astral, the mental, or the causal, sometimes we experience lower level astral planes. But you'll notice that you do have a body there, and you instantaneously transfer into that body. And it just so happens that you're living there, and you're living in these higher planes. But you're just more, your consciousness as a whole is super focused on the physical, because this is your point of individuation. This is where your essence becomes embodied, so that it can keep growing and growing and growing until it reaches its higher abodes. For example, Rudolf Steiner said that the spirits that live in the sun have acquired the bodies of spirit and air, fire, whereas we have bodies of flesh and blood, water and earth. Of course, we have a spark of fire, and we're inundated with air, the Holy Spirit. But once this physical body becomes crucified, in a sense, then you will acquire your body of fire and spirit. Yes, the ancient Eastern traditions are correct. Your substratum of consciousness is, in a sense, a no thing, but not nothing. It's just that it's the substratum. It's behind the screen. It's the witness. So the screen of life is Brahman, and then the witness is Krishna. And we all have our individual witness, but that individual witness also is just an emanation from the supreme witness, as in the Upanishads it states. The glorious Brahman, there's the one and the three. The one, there's the universe, the inhabitants of the universe, that means all the emanated souls, and the one who watches it. So there's always is that type of figurative speech that we all hear about in Christian theology as, the old man in the sky. Is he an old man in a cloud? Not necessarily, but the divine eye, providence, sees all, hears all, as in the Upanishads it says. Even without physical legs, he runs everywhere. Without physical eyes, he sees everything. And on these various different planes of existence, it must be apprehended. And this can be proven by some of the information taught by Thomas H. Burgoyne and C.C. Zane, is that consciousness must have a body to operate. When you die, you don't just become a disembodied floating head, or you don't just merge back with the cosmic goop or the one. You maintain your separate individuality, just as the supreme creator, the mother and father of the universe, maintain their separate individualities. We emanate from them like a loaf of bread. That loaf of bread is the supreme bread of life, because even though it creates crumbs, and these crumbs go back to the loaf, they still maintain their individual crumbs, and this bread does not shrink. So that is exactly why in the Upanishads it says, once you die, you go to the realm of the ancestors. If you're transcend the realm of the ancestors, then you go to the realm of the sages who have divine wisdom. If you transcend that, you go up to the realm of the spirits, just firstborn spirits, and the spirits that were born with divine wisdom. And then above that are the souls that have descended to physical form, transcended, and are born with the knowledge of good and evil, and have transcended by doing good. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a question in the chat. I think that DMT, which is found at its highest concentration in humans at birth and death, perhaps DMT is a portal for the soul. Yep. So DMT being the land flowing with milk and honey, when we activate this throughout our entire life, but it happens mostly at birth and at death. And it is said that it is the physical chemical reaction to the spirit. We know that the chemicals in the body are related closely and closest to spirit more than the physical. So the spirit can operate through the chemicals of the body. That's why our endocrine system produces fluids and chemicals, but our endocrine system is responding. So those 7 glands, the thyroid gland, the pineal, the pituitary, the prostate, the thymus, etc., they're the physical manifestations of those energetic glands or energetic energy wheels that surround them. And that just happens to be what manifests. And that's where the kind of the spirit and the body collide. And that's where that communication system is interlooped and received within the body. The body is a supercomputer. And we have to understand that if we don't understand the subtle bodies and how to activate our awareness in them, then when death actually comes, we're going to be flabbergasted by the fact that it's so similar to here. The lower astral planes are so similar to here that there's people that pass on to the other life and they don't even know that they've died. Of course, they're woken up by other people, their spiritual guidance, maybe even relatives that try to remind them. But sometimes if you fall too deep into the hypnotism, it can be kind of hard to comprehend the fact that, hey, look, you're disembodied, but you're still alive. But most people, as C.C. Zane and Thomas H. Berwin and other seers say, most people have a pleasant experience and transcend and actually get to understand, like, oh, hey, life still goes on beyond the tomb. And that's very mysterious because, when you're studying kind of like Advaita Vedanta from a non-dual perspective, you might forget that they're just talking about the substrata. Of course, you still have an individuality after death. So the whole point of the crucifixion, the resurrection, you're resurrecting into your solar body or your body of gold and fire, and you're going to, there's going to be people, places, and things to do, but of course you're not going to have a physical body that needs to eat, sleep, poop, needs to, break a bone or have to do all of these monotonous things, because in the physical realm is the land of the mundanity. This is the mundane plane. And we transcend the mundane plane by going into the I call it the transcendental plane. Of course, you have the transcendental plane, then you have the realm of dreams, and then you have the physical world. And Brahman goes back and forth into all of these. All the individual souls love to go from the earth to astral to celestial. And just like in the Upanishad says, awakened souls, they go to a place where they return not, because our main goal is to transcend upward. We don't want to become an earthbound soul on the lower astral spheres, hankering after other people's physical senses and trying to gratify our physical senses, when we need to be cultivating our ability to gratify our super-sensible senses, which are our subtle body. Of course, that's why there's countless of NDE experiences expressing people talking to relatives, ancestors. Countless people say that they've seen God, they've seen Jesus, and of course, and why not? The transcendental Christ transcends history. As Alvin Boyd Kuhn says, the glorious Christos, the individual Son of God that manifests in the beginning, was the word and emanation from the universal pleroma, or the divine abodes. And it's the voice of the word, and it's the hum that you hear inside your head. And it's the connection you have in your heart and your compassion and your ability to live a good life through your words, your thoughts, and actions, and to create a place where God can manifest, which God is the good principle. The good principle is God. When we are using the physical body and just like a narcissist, he comes down and he actually sees into the pool of water. He falls in love with his reflection and he drowns. And that's what happens to our soul, because that pole, that earth and water is such an attractive pole to the souls that when they come down, it's just an allurement, and they're lured down into the physical realm. And essentially, we have to overcome that hypnotism. And once we become that hypnotism, then we become a playable character. As you see in a lot of social media and YouTube, everyone's talking about NPCs. And if you get too far into the simulation theory, which I feel like some people have, they go off the deep end and they don't understand that everyone has an equal opportunity here to awaken the consciousness within them. And that the NPCs are nothing but unconscious individuals that have not awakened their consciousness yet. Once you awaken your consciousness, you become a playable character per se, because you're living from a perspective of witnessing, and you understand that you're not the body and you're not the four elements, but that you use the four elements. And if you understand that you're just utilizing these four elements and that you are the witness beyond it, there's nothing that can hurt you, there's nothing that can harm you, and you'll continue to transcend and just cultivate that. Yep. So when that swirling mass, if you do enter the substratum, that is a portal, and it is there's the physical universe, and then there's Brahman, and Brahman's like an ocean of energy of love and divine wisdom. But notice that you didn't lose your individuality as you crossed through it. If you had crossed farther up into it, you would have awoken up in a place similar to this, except a little bit higher. And then, of course, once after a while being on the lower astral planes, usually someone comes to wake you up or to show you the correct way. Or maybe if you've been also practicing and comprehension and understanding throughout your physical life, then you'll take that awareness with you, and it will be quite a simple transition. But essentially, yeah, of course, conscious must have a body to participate and in life, and life is beyond here, and each level appears physical, of course. And, yeah, this is physical, but when you dream and you wake up in a dream, it is also physical. And you wake up in the celestial realm, of course, it appears physical, but it's protoplasmic matter, protoplasmic atoms. You're building a protoplasmic body with your divine purpose here on Earth now. Every action, thought, and everything you do, the sexual energy that you transmute into divine love, all becomes subtle atoms to your subtle body. And that subtle body will look either better or worse than your physical body here, because in the physical realm you can hide your true intentions, the wolf in sheep clothing. But in the higher dimensions you can't hide, and you'll have to just go with the people that you align with. And yes, you can progress on the other side. And I didn't just make any of this up. I've read this from C.C. Zane, a Hermetic seer, who's the contemporary student pupil of Thomas H. Burgoyne, on Illuminated Brahmanism. Please read Illuminated Brahmanism. Free PDF on Google. Please read Thomas H. Burgoyne, Line of Egypt, and then please read Swedenborg. Once you put these three together, you'll completely be astonished at not only the misinterpretations from the Western religion. We always give the Western religion kind of a hard time. The East has also had a screwy priestcraft as well, and they started misinterpreting things as well. And one of those misinterpretations is countless life cycles as a human being. The only people that really reincarnate are spiritual masters who've transcended into the celestial realm, and only then they also only appear as spirit to their disciples, or to the people that are in their influx or astral consciousness. Everyone could transcend. Once you die in the physical realm, that's it, buddy. You're going to the astral dimension. Whatever you took with you will be there. There will be there to help you, just like there is here. Here, there's people here to help you. There's people there to help you. Here, there's people that will haunt you. And there's people that will haunt you. So whatever your inherent nature is, of course, it will come out. And that gives a whole new meaning to as within, so without. So, yep, if anyone wants to put some comments in, we could do some other topics as well. This is my first live stream. Kind of want to see how long I can go, and just try to see if we can get down to the nitty gritty on some of these esoteric conundrums, like the living dead, for example, this physical realm. is the place of the living dead, because when the soul comes down to the physical realm, it experiences a spiritual death. And that's why we're most pure when we're babies, and as we grow up, the children will inherit the kingdom of heaven, because once we reach a certain age, we kind of leave the Garden of Eden. See, there's two separate leaving the Garden of Eden, and it's an anagogical story. Remember, there's 7 different interpretations of every single scripture on the planet. So, one anagogical of Adam and Eve is, of course, we descend from the high abodes as a unit, an atom, and we are split, and we come from heavenly angelic parents. Light comes from light. You had to come from somewhere. And remember, the physical realm is just the physical representation and manifestation of the spiritual realms. So when you come down as a unit and you're separated from your divine half, male and female. So if you're male here, you're male there. If you're female here, you're female there. You come down the caduceus of life, not just the spine, as within, so without. So you're coming down the caduceus. You inherit all these different qualities from the 7 planets. You're deposited into a specific place in the physical universe to incarnate your essence, which is a crucifixion to the tomb of life, or the womb, in which you'll await your trials and tribulations. The sun goes through the 12 zodiac, or as the 12 labors of Hercules, and finally come out as a mature soul ready to acquire the subtle bodies and be able to advance into the astral realm and the spiritual realm, where there are many things to do. People in the next life are preoccupied with people here as well. They're preoccupied with their own life, but also they have the ability to influence here. That's why people that are beyond the tomb are still trying to get their research or information or spiritual wisdom out to the people that channel or mediums for that. Because if you're a medium for a specific type of information, for example, Thomas H. Burgoyne, or for example, Thomas H. Burgoyne or C.C. Zane, or you're picking up on a current, like you're listening to Sandro Spinacci. If you listen to Sandro Spinacci, think about the currents of information that you're tapping into. Of course, you're being we're all being divinely guided to continue the self-realization of ourself and where we are in this universe, so that we can align it correctly. Now, there are entropic forces, the dark forces that they were human before. They did evil acts, they were disembodied, they became demons, and they dwell on the lower astral planes, and they influence people here in the physical realm to do their will. They do not want souls to transcend. They want to siphon and vampire energy, because they have now lost their ability to manifest appropriately in the higher dimensions. So they have to still energy from the lower dimensions. So we have to watch out for those interlopers, to say. So it will be interesting to find out that once, try to practice now, of course, through the astral projection practices. And that hum in your ear is the word or the logo. So while you're going to sleep, if you focus in on that small sound, that high-pitched sound in your ear, if you just pay attention to it, it has been known to transport yourself to these higher dimensions and keep yourself aware in the vigil state between being awake and being asleep. We're always going through these 3 cycles of wake, dream, deep sleep. And the one problem is that in the waking state, we're actually still kind of asleep. So if we wake up here in the waking state, which we're actually asleep, we can begin to wake up in the astral realm and also become aware of deep sleep, which is the substratum or Brahman. So one of the most significant esoteric practices is simply just to be aware in those states between. Try to practice, like right when you wake up, don't just open your eyes. Try to just sit and feel yourself into the body. Well, if you feel yourself dozing off, try to just keep a bit of awareness awake, so that you can be aware for that transition. You might find yourself getting up from your bed in another dimension. And that other dimensions appears just as physical as here. It just has a little bit less laws. So to be able to float, teleport, thought transference, only stuff that we dream we could do here, we could do there. Now, of course, people that astralize their physical realm and bring spirit down into their physical body through ceremonial magic or esoteric practices are actually able to astralize their physical realm to an extent and can perform things that only one would think they could perform in the astral plane in the physical dimension. But yeah, there's schools and universities and all kinds of beautiful things in the astral plane. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on up there within. It brings a whole new meaning to as within, so without, because most people think like what's within you manifests without you, like on a metaphorical way. Like if you think bad about yourself or your environment, then people on the outside, you're going to find that and see that in your realm. Yes, that is true, as within, so without, but that's where the law of correspondence, as within, so without, meaning everything you see out here is within you. And they are separate, because within you is the spirit world and out without you is the physical world. Remember, Thomas H. Berglund said spirit and matter are actually the same. They're just separate polarities. So matter is just a negative polarity of spirit. Spirit sped up so fast that it becomes physical. That's why people say, increasing your frequency, that's actually becoming more physical. So if you want to do better in the physical realm, increase your frequency, but the higher realms are actually slower. So just thought I'd throw that out there. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. See. Yep, souls can be, earthbound and basically just want to siphon off other people's energy and whatnot. So let's go on to, we were talking quite a bit about mysteries of the afterlife. So many people believe that the afterlife is just a fairy tale or a mechanism of comfort. So throughout the ages, esoteric orders have carefully documented the accounts of NDEs as well as clairvoyant seers who can see into these higher dimensions, or as I'd like to call them, inner planes. And they can see these while still embodied and have verified an afterlife. All of the wisdom traditions of old, including the Upanishads, explain the realm of the ancestors, as well as higher realms with varying degrees of intelligence. One may ask, where does reincarnation fall into this matter? There have been many accounts of people remembering past lives. What is the cause of this phenomenon? How can there be a realm of the ancestors as well as reincarnation? Some may argue the relatives of the afterlife are simply holograms of the consciousness and are extinguished when the one soul who projected them is reincarnated. According to countless seers, such as author of Illuminated Brahmanism, ancient Christian theologians, C.C. Zane, the Upanishads, as well as the great seer Swedenborg, and have verified, attributing evidence to countless NDEs and clairvoyant experiences and comparing experiences for thousands of years of seers and researchers have concluded that the soul's continuation, not only the soul, but the personality's continuation after death, takes with it its memory, personality, and many other features. Some features are discarded: the physical body, the energetic body, the survival aspects of the personality, as well as certain social contributions to the persona are left behind. And the soul is molded to a form had on earth, but more perfected and mutable, and no longer fixed. As with the Upanishads, it says once the soul is disembodied, it takes on a finer, more subtle form. It doesn't necessarily just reincarnate to another physical body. That's retrogression. We do not retrograde. We ascend the ladder. Don't allow yourself to be tricked into earthbound beliefs. I can verify this through Hermetic masters, Hermetic seers. The East is not perfect. The West has its flaws in the East, and I would recommend everyone read Illuminated Brahmanism. And who referenced him to me was Thomas H. Bergoin, The Light of Egypt, Science of the Soul and Stars. So, the realms that one ascends to depends on the merit of the heart in this life. live a certain amount of years, have a certain amount of dreams, aspirations, preferences, and aversions. This all molds and shapes our souls. Jesus says that with patience ye shall possess your souls. This means that we are in the process of creating the soul, implying that before incarnation, you were just individual essences or individual spiritual children. The afterlife is separated into a few different realms. We have the physical realm, which is just the negative polarity of spirit. Then we have the realm of dreams, and then beyond the spirit world, and even the celestial realm. The astral realm below the celestial is separated into 7 or sometimes 9 different layers. So there's 7 different substratums of astral, 7 to 9, each with its particular environment and plane of inertia. What happens to people who died before you? The Upanishad states they dwell in the spiritual sky. Earthbound souls who fiend after material sense gratification, dark desires, and wish to do evil, or who have hang-ups, obsessions, or certain fanaticisms and attachments to the physical realm, become earthbound and entangled. And this is what we see as hauntings or ghosts or earthbound souls who try to vicariously live through others and try to get embodied physical humans to commit crimes and do things that they can vicariously. Many addictions and habits are from beyond. Yeah, so we are the soul. So it just appears that we're not the soul because we're embodied in the physical body, and that physical body has the kind of like there's a separation with it. It's like a creature creation. There's the created part of you, like physical created, and then there's the uncreated part of you. The physical created part of you is actually coming out. The physical part of you is coming out as an expression of your invisible self, and it's not invisible, right? Because in those other planes, other people can see you. So that's why there's a lot of confusion in the esoteric communities because, yeah, I mean, you go into the invisible realm, but in the invisible realm, you can see. Read the Upanishads. So yes, the soul stays with us. What happens with the soul? How do we depart? Once our soul becomes too corrupted and it's completely casted in perdition, for example, it usually does that by choice, and it finds a gang of other evil entities to group up with and siphon energy from, and they are shut off and locked away into the lower realms, and they lose their divine consciousness, which is the Holy Spirit or Krishna within themselves, and essentially no longer have connection to what's right. So they only do wrong, and they take pleasure in evil. So what does it mean when your soul leaves you? Is when you take pleasure in doing evil. And if you take pleasure in doing evil, then your soul is left. If your soul is left you, there's a chance that you might not be able to do anything about it. So yeah, I recommend everyone get into Swedenborg. Check out C.C. Zane. Check out Thomas H. Burgoyne. Let's try to see if we can lift our perspectives. We're in the age of information. We're all tired of hearing the same phrases and the same crap being thrown around on the internet and YouTube, all cookie cutter, boxed up very nicely for us. And we all think we know. Yeah, wait till you find out what those past life memories really were, and that children or people can pick up and tap into the astral matrix and attain information and see it as if it were memories. And a reincarnation being only an appearance of phenomena. As once there's a great soul or mother matrix or the divine mother creates an entity. Let's take Walter Russell, for example. Walter Russell has moved on, transcended, he's on the next plane. However, God could create, now that Walter Russell has been here, a replica that is upgraded. The replica that is upgraded, people will point and say, aha, at last, there's the reincarnation. But it's just an upgraded version. Just read the books that I said, and then you will have a perfect understanding of how beautiful this opportunity of life is, and it's not a prison, and it is a prism because the light comes through the 7 lights. You have Snow White of the Seven Dwarfs. You have the sun and the cloak. Joseph and the coat of many colors. Joseph has a coat of many colors because his father Jacob endows him with the coat. Because when your soul comes down, it's given to your divine father, gives you the coat of many colors, and then you're kicked into the pit by your brothers, thoughts, emotions, egos, and you climb out of the pit. Let's read some comments. Souls left. Yeah, so they're actually alive. They become elemental. It's almost like they digress into their elemental self, and it's almost like their soul is just completely soulless. Yeah, there comes a point where their soul is completely distinguished, and once they die, they get disintegrated in the black satellite and come out as crocodiles, things of that nature. That's where all the creepy creatures come from. So an evil entity could have come all the way down from the substratum, came up, down, got disintegrated, come out a crocodile, and then a human. So now there's human crocodiles. So there's souls, the humans that are come straight from the divine plane, little perfect innocent souls, children of God, and then there are literally demented hyenas in human form. So not everyone's human. Some people are hyenas. Yep. So this is your first physical life. You may have had life on other planes and higher planets on your way down. And you may have experienced, your childlike forms. Thomas H. Berwin talks about the spiraling down. This is your experience that you had pre-mortal experience. Once you become your physical essence is embodied and you're created by your father and mother and you are your soul. This is your first physical human life. Once you die here in the physical life, you graduate to astral. Some people skip astral and go straight to celestial. So that's like divine prophets and seers and true saints. So past lives, they're just data stored. So like your past lives are basically just your genetic or your transference, where you've picked up where these people have left off. That's why if anyone watched shows like Naruto or played Zelda or any of these like Japanese anime, you'll see that the reincarnations are still alive in the spirit world, individualized. Like the Avatar. How's the Avatar, Aang or whatever, talking to his previous ancestors if they're reincarnations? Right? He's supposed to be the reincarnation of them. So if he's reincarnated, they don't have existence. So of course that is called reincarnation, is more passing the flame. You're lighting another torch. So you could be lit. You could be the torch that's lit by someone before you, but that's not really reincarnation. It's more of transference of spiritual will. That's why I said the East did a terrible job misinterpreting that, and I did not make this up. So please read the Illuminated Brahmanism book. So we haven't lived any past lives, man. I'm sorry to break it to you. I believe in reincarnation for years. I was hooked on Alan Watts and stuff like that. We don't remember past lives. I mean, it remembers past lives by tapping into the Akashic records, and those Akashic records appear as memories. They're not memories. The true seer would distinguish them between memories and actual experiences. So when we come down here, we actually pick up where others left off. That's why everyone's evolving and getting better and progressing. It's because you are picking up where you left off. It's just that it's hard to understand because the astral realm's not much different than here, and so neither is the spirit world. So it's actually kind of like neat, awesome to understand that, you only experience what the sun goes through: birth at 6 a.m., resurrection, maturity at 12. It starts dawning and waning at 6 p.m., Libra, and going down into the tomb. And then it comes back, resurrects, boom. Not reincarnates, resurrects, and continues its journey on a higher plane. Each plane has its own zodiac. Each plane has its different sky and plane In fact, they're all just kind of on top of each other like that. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They all enclose and are connected. Yeah, so people come back to the physical realm by becoming earthbound souls, and then they co-opt and hijack your experience and make you and to vicariously live through you. The only way to actually come back is if you really messed up on the other side. It became disintegrated and recycled, and then came back as a crocodile. But at that point, you're not even the same person. The soul enters the body. The soul doesn't ever really enter the body. It just kind of wakes up and dims. It's kind of like conception is when light transference occurs, you could say, but the soul periodically hovers beyond the astral, and especially the ages from like 0 to 7, you know, the soul's still more so in the astral and spiritual dimensions. That's why children can see spirits and talk to their imaginary friends and astral project and lucid dream. And then slowly as they become embodied more and more, that simply goes away. But you're somewhat embodied from the start. Yeah, when you do mature as you're reborn and resurrected in the next plane. So there's 3 births. So you have the birth of, you know, first you have, well, you can call it 4 actually, because when you become an essence, you have essence. And then when your divine angelic parents create you, and they create thousands of souls, soul groups, this is what we call soul groups. Then your essence is transformed and transmuted and separated, and you leave the Garden of Eden, which is a perfect realm. You're just innocent, coming down the cycle of the planets, acquiring the 7 vestments, vices and virtues. You deposit in the physical realm, and sometimes you won't meet your other half here. Yeah, sometimes your Adam and Eve or whatever, your soul or your twin flame, whatever people call it nowadays. Not sometimes you just don't meet him here on the physical plane. But a lot of the times you do, and it is a glorious celebration. But usually that is all sorted out in the afterlife. And sometimes if you don't find a partner in this life, you will in the next. Yeah, it gets recreated. Yep, that image is not. It doesn't get recreated. It's already being created. So, great question, Mobile01. So he or she says, so all the knowledge, my personality, and memory that I have gathered are what I consider myself. That image gets recreated in the etherical realm. Yeah, that's actually what you're building. Your preferences, your pain and pleasure. This physical world is the garden, is the knowledge of good and evil. Pain and pleasure, pain and pleasure, pain and pleasure, pain and pleasure. I did this, I did, you know, right and wrong, right and wrong. All these decisions shape your subtle body and also your likes. You know, you might love music, you might love philosophy, you might love art, you might have a strong connection and bond with your family. This is what you take with you. But of course, in order to, I don't know, experience it for yourself. Don't take anything I say for it. I mean, I've played instruments in the astral plane. Anything you can do here, you can do there. You can even eat in the astral plane. It's just that after a while, you won't want to anymore. Sometimes when people die, they still have attachments to their physical addictions. That's why C.C. Zane and Swedenborg say that even in the astral and celestial realms, remember there's 7 astral and 3 celestial. So even though you can fly and transport, and there's flying chariots, and you can get around however you want, you can walk on water if you want. The modus operandi is still walking, just because we've acquired the habit of walking here in the physical world, and it transfers to the astral realm. In the astral realm, you guys have all experienced flying, but yeah, you don't just fly all the time in the astral plane. You walk around too. You are the soul, so don't separate you and the soul, because your physical body is being created, and that's what it's merging. It's the divine connection between matter and spirit. So that separation is going to be distinguished, and you're going to go with it. Yeah, Yeah, I like that, Nick. I think that, yeah, yep, try to do it like that for sure. So, another question, can someone from the etherical world, I love that term, the etherical realm, enter this realm? Well, they enter it through so they enter it through thought forms. So they try to put impressions and thought forms and emotions on other people. And for example, like, let's see, someone from the etherical realm enter this realm. Well, we're always coming down. So if you've never been in the physical realm before, you're coming down from the etheric realm into the physical realm. You're still maintaining access to these bodies. For example, just have an example here. Close your eyes, feel yourself now, and now feel what you're feeling. Can you take yourself somewhere else and feeling? Can you imagine something else? Can you feel somewhere else? Can you imagine yourself somewhere else? And can you think about something? You're already a triad being. You're already doing three different things at once. So, and remember, when the soul comes down to the physical realm, it becomes entombed. And this is the land of the living dead. Every time we hear, like for example, in the Bible, when it says, "And the wages of sin is death," it's saying that well, you sinned against the spirit and became physical, because physical nature is so opposite to the spiritual nature. It's kind of like it's seen as a punishment or a dwelling place. You're in the cave or the dungeon or the grove or the den of the the and the evil king always tries to apprehend it. That's why in the Bible, King Herod's always trying to kill the firstborn. King Herod, on one level, represents the sun and summer scorching the firstborns of the plants, but also it's the ego, the lower animal ego, is enforcing its survival of its individuality separate from God and wants to rebel against the spiritual impulse that's born in us around the age of 12. Yeah, so your soul's age will manifest in the next realm based on who you are. That's why everyone says that when they see dead relatives or when they die, come back, they see themselves younger. So the soul doesn't have the same types of uh, negative qualities that the physical realm does, per se, or limitations. So any type of decayment is only physical. The soul cannot be decayed. So the physical body experiences that degradation, but the soul, of course, is endless, ample power from the divine realms and is not covered by the physical material atoms. So it's like shedding a cocoon. Who cares about the cocoon? Become the butterfly, right? You could say the caterpillar is the soul, and then when it becomes a cocoon, that's physical life. And when it becomes a butterfly, that's spiritual life. And when someone becomes wakes up their consciousness, you could become born again here, physically embodied, and that person's a master. So you can become born again. But then remember that the day that you wake up in another realm and you know, hey, I've died in the physical, I'm awake here, and I'm not going back. That is your thrice born. You're born third. Hermes. You become a Hermes. Oh, there is a birth of the soul, actually. I mean, yeah, that's true. There was never a time where you did not exist, but your essence was taken from that abode it's kind of like, you know, you're an essence, like just a sweet little essence of divine wisdom and knowledge. Remember, God is love and wisdom, and God creates multiple demigods or angelic hosts of creators, male and female, and then they create souls. And then our souls come down into the physical realm, and then we create more souls. So it's an ongoing process. We're taking souls that have been created above, and we're nurturing and maturing them here so that they can resurrect and acquire their body of fire and spirit and disregard the body. Well, instead of saying disregard the physical and water body, it's better to say that you're transmuting the earth and water, and you're transmuting the subtle atoms from the earth and water, and that's why you maintain a form in the astral realm. So there is a birth of the soul in a sense. Yeah, we're separated from God's consciousness, but don't forget there's a part of us that's not separated. Remember, there's the higher soul, the lower soul, Arjuna and Krishna. And we have to connect our Arjuna, which is our higher soul that's separate, to Krishna. That's why Arjuna is always asking questions to Krishna. Arjuna is always questioning. Yep. We're always connected. And it's funny when Krishna is talking, right? It's the Lord of the universe talking. When Jesus is talking, it's the Lord of the universe talking. When Allah is talking, it's not these separate individuals and such. There's just one voice, and anything that goes against that voice is just noise. So get into divine sound and tap in Christ. No, maybe the words doesn't really have to come from either or. They were both eternal. They're just both picked cryptograms of the one eternal principle, the good, the supreme good. Because there's the mundane good and evil, and there's the supreme good, right? So yeah. And it's a story about our divine counterpart. And yes, I mean, there's countless people that die and see Jesus the Christ, the Son of God, just like Alan Boy Kuhn says. Yeah, of course, because it's a transcendental being that transcended from the abodes. In fact, it's if you say God here is impersonal, then it creates Christ as personal. Alan Boy Kuhn says cultures have been trying to cultivate the Christos principle or the Christ principle for eons. You know, and that's what we're all trying to cultivate here and now. Yeah, and if you read Illuminated Brahmanism, there's a lot of evidence showing that uh, the West, of course, the Avatar ship and the Son of God manifesting on the planet and past times and whatnot. Krishna may be a more ancient, prevalent story, but just know that there's never a time where it was invented. No one invented it, so no one owns it. But actually, Christianity actually was a little ahead in one point, Thomas, as it was said in Illuminated Brahmanism, because at least they got past the whole point of that endless reincarnation cycle. And it's good to open up your mind to higher worlds and higher planes of existence and not be overly focused on this is just a womb. You don't stay in the womb your whole life. Yep, the soul has no beginning and no end. There still is a beginning. Yep, as there is in all the sine wave. You always have your Aries, Taurus, Gemini going up to maturity, dropping down to Libra, and coming back up again. And each time you come up, you go up a level. So, but then that line, remember, in one of my lectures, please watch my previous videos, you are the substratum line. And then your mind and thoughts are the ups and downs. Stay as the line. The plane of inertia is your balance point. And yes, Brahman and Abraham represent the divine innermost, and they are principles and personas of that which influences us within. And that's why when Abraham leaves the city of Ur, Ur means light. So when Abraham comes out of the light, he descends. Yeah, time works differently in those higher realms for sure. Like some say there is no time, it just speeds up, it goes fast. You'll notice in the astral realm, things just happen by events. Event, activity, activity. There's no, there, like here in the physical world, there's this, right? Nothing. And then, oh, stuff's going on. Oh, you have to do this. Oh, you have to do that. Oh, nothing. Oh, you have to do this or that. There's urges here, the three gunas, tamas, rajas, and sattva. There's the rest, and from the rest comes the passion. From the passion comes the goodness. You have to activate and climb this ladder. We always have these three. I'm going to sit here, sleep will come, death will come, hunger will come. a need for reproduction will come. All these things are natural part of the cycles. And then, of course, in the other realms, you also have particular urges and incentives and things that you want, but they won't be based on, physical crude matter, like I need to eat or I need to sleep or I need this. You might have energetic resting points in the astral realm, but you won't have a body that needs rest, for example, only here. Yeah, so time definitely works differently there, and it's a lot more pleasant there as well. I mean, just remember that to practice waking up here and now, and to try to communicate with those dreams. So keep a dream journal. Make sure you write down all your dreams for a number of years, because after a couple of years go by, you'll be reading them and you'll see all the connections, and see that you have this whole other life that you're not even aware of that is so similar to this one and interpenetrates this life as well. And you'll have a good idea of where you're going, because as they say, sleep is the cousin of death. So, yep. So we're almost at the top of the hour. If anyone wants to put in some topics of discussion or any types of questions in the chat, that'd be much appreciated. Please join my Patreon for free. I'm always posting free lectures there and have a pretty good community there. Of course, we appreciate donations and paid memberships, just because it kind of helps things run a bit more smoothly over here. And please keep up to date with Santos's lessons that he does every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And we just did 4 of them, so they've been going really well. I hope everyone's been able to catch those. And thanks for tuning in. So I'm just going to sit here and look at the chat for a minute, see what comes out of it. Yep, and just go over to Patreon to see his videos. There's 4 new videos, but they're only on Patreon. Mr. Astro-theology on Patreon. So make sure that you head over there and check it out. Please check out my Patreon as well. And also, I'm doing 1-hour Skype consultations. Just PayPal me any type of donation that you feel is appropriate. And we'll set up your consultation. Quick question: how often do you plan on these streams? This was just a spur of. Yep. Wow. Well, thanks, Nick. You know what? This was just a spur of the moment. Not sure if I'm going to be setting a specific time, but I think that we're going to just start doing these for hours now. I think we're going to just be doing lives now. Yeah, thanks so much for being here, and we'll catch you guys another time. But we'll try to pick a date. I'm thinking I'm going to try to do like Sandals does, like Tuesdays at 2. I was born on a Wednesday. I like Mercury, kind of a mercurial information. So we're thinking like Wednesday. I'd probably do like Wednesday. I like late night live streams, to be honest. Probably Wednesday nights. Maddie says, when spirits possess you for either good or evil, were these spirits once human? Yes. Yeah, every disincarnate entity was once human, once upon a time. So, and there also are people that from higher planes that go and descend to lower realms that try to help these individuals out of their complications. Yeah. So that's why it's really good to just do purification exercises, prayer, meditation, keep a clean mind, keep good company, breathe, and always stay connected to your inner I am source, and that inner hum in between your ears, because that is the gate to heaven. Yes, disembodied hellish soul. It's very possible, there's always what they would call missionaries or agents of light that are descending into the lower realms to help these individuals, and usually they're chased out because evil people enjoy evil people, and misery loves company and hates the light. Yes, not necessarily crocodiles, any type of creature that's a little bit more grotesque. Think about it. Would you rather be a swan or a crocodile? Yeah, it requires the balance, yes, and that's why those evil entities are here to test us. God still utilizes their evil actions and has a place for them in our soul evolution. So God is so intelligent and so supreme that he uses these aspects of creation that went astray to help strengthen and to help increase our conscious awareness here and now. So yeah, he's the divine attributor, and he is the all-inclusive consciousness within us. And when we speak from our higher mind, we speak from that place. And once you're illuminated and awoke, there's no going back. So anyone who's studying these sciences right now, trying to live the best they can, and develop compassion within their hearts, and serve their neighbor, love one another, is already well prepared for the transition. So it comes through us through this small voice within, and it comes from the silence within. And we need to learn to just trust and let go. Listen to the Tao Te Ching and know that God is. And because God is, then once you stop thinking and trying to meddle with things, as you let the Tao more or God, you will stop meddling with things, and things will just happen on their own. So God speaks to us through holy silence, and sometimes sends beings and subordinates and people. But God sends forth emanations or divine missionaries. Or God manifests through people here on earth all the time. God, man is the hands, manos, man. Man has hands, and we create. For example, God provides the bread, and we create with it. We take that bread and we develop our mind, our brain, our nervous system, and even other life forms. So we are the hands. God made music, and we were here to play it. In fact, let me find a really good article. It's one of the first ones I did. See if I can find it. It's really cool. Like God man, I think I said God made man to play his music, because God created the scale and the musical tones, but he needed someone to take those tones in that music and actually work it, just like God created the word. We create books, and we create conversations and dialogues. Like all the way down. Yeah, put any questions in the chat or comments for topics, and we'll get right to it. So symbolism of the soul and the guitar. So the guitar is only an instrument, a combination of material elements. The strings are the octaves of the sound, which is light and is able to express divine tunes. The body is curved and feminine as it is receptive to the strings as they are plucked and receives the vibrations of the masculine neck and strings. It then transmits the vibrations out and makes more of it, amplifies it. But it is the spirit of the individual who is playing it who gives beauty onto it. The guitar is a microcosm of the macrocosm in the same way all instruments are, and the physical body being an instrument as well. We are instruments. That's why Krishna plays his divine flute or the lute, or all these different instruments appear. The conch shell, the flute. In the Bible it says he will play a strong noise on a stringed instrument and give praises to the Lord. We are instruments as well, and we are just that until we allow our spirit to move upon the creation, which is our body or temple, the temple built without hammer or sound, nor sword, none other than our bodies, as well as the great body of the universal Brahman soul. As we are servants to the higher, and our body, which is the lesser, serves us, or should it not serve in the sense of patriarchal hierarchy, but in the sense of divine cooperation, as everything coexists for the divine plan, to bring the heavenly influences to the material and express spirit here and now. Humans in their higher nature naturally wish to assist and help one another, in the same way bees pollinate flowers for the beauty of all. It is their dharma or service. We are all instruments to one tune and melody, and that is the great benevolent song, the one verse, the word, or the sound made flesh. God made man to play his music with beauty and kindness to spread amongst everyone. So we play a very significant role. Yes, I would. I do believe that. Yep. So there's just a lot of different misconceptions out there because sometimes from the east or west, you don't know if they're talking about it from a substratum perspective, an individual perspective, the simulation, NPC stuff. It's just kind of, you know, it's all convoluted. So we're just trying to make a space to get the best knowledge and very well researched and very well experimented with. And like I say, I don't like to just talk fluff. So I've done a lot of research to come out and actually say, hey, look, we don't really know what we're doing. We don't know where we're going. We might think we have it all figured out, think we remember everything, and think that we know where we're going. But most of the point, most of the time, sometimes people are just crazy. There's a lot of noise out there, and you have to distinguish all that noise through the silence and become silent, become aware, and get to know yourself more, and always become observant. Remember, there's one of the most important esoteric practices is to simply just pay attention. If you just pay attention in life, things will go good and you will ascend. But if you don't pay attention, then you won't. And right now, the evil influence or the satanic forces are trying to make it so people do not pay attention. All right, then. Well, that was a good live stream. Thanks everyone. If anyone wants to put any final questions or topics, feel free. Let's see. Yep, always have your filter on. There's a lot of truths out there in the age of Aquarius, and we have to filter out between which ones are actually soul traps. There's a bunch of trap doors out there right now. A lot of things that are counterintuitive. A lot of things that you think are healthy that are not. A lot of the things that you think are helping you that are not. False ambitions. The truth of the matter is get in touch with that silence. Get in touch with the sound and that inner substratum within, and start speaking and living from that point, and start activating your internal witness and activating your energy centers, not only the 7 chakras, but the one above your head. And we will be doing training discussing that. You also have energy centers to activate here. And you also have energy centers to activate here as well. And also to look at yourself and say, hey, am I being, you know, don't hesitate to look at yourself and say, oh my God, what have I done? What have I thought? What am I thinking? Observe yourself and pay attention and try to see if you can actually shed light on some of your unconscious habits, and try to bring light into the darkness, and make the unconscious conscious, right? That's the whole point of being here, is to waken up our consciousness. And we can't do that if we think that we've already perfected, or we're already there, or that you're, just because you went on a certain diet or cleanse, or you did a couple of mantras or this and that all of a sudden your consciousness is cleansed. You have to clean out your, Christ is born in a manger between Capricorn and Sagittarius. The animal's born in a manger because our physical body is, in a sense, a manger. It's born in a place of darkness. It's born in a prison. Krishna was born in the prison, the manger in the prison. It's a state of being we have to come out of. And we shouldn't judge people based on their personalities and whatnot. Can you post a slide? Yes. Where should I post it? What do you mean? It should be posted on YouTube. Do you mean Patreon? Or what? Please clarify that. Yeah, I can post it. It should be there. It will be there on just go to the YouTube channel, and then instead of videos, go to live, and it will be there. Yes, it will be listed for sure. Yep. Yeah, witness your own mind, because your mind is just like what you're using, right? It's a tool, and the contents of your mind are connected to everyone else around you. So, yep. So this is the first live stream. It's definitely a good time to do it in the summer. So hopefully we'll do more of these. If anyone, please check the website and ways to support. Feel free to send a donation or become a free member on Patreon, or a paid member. There are some perks, but I really don't like putting anything behind a paywall. So anything helps. And also feel free to book a consultation with me. My email can be found in my website. So just go to innermysteries.org or join the Patreon, set up a consultation if you need. No. So that was a misinterpretation from the priestcraft. We don't reincarnate multiple times. We actually go and transcend into the next world. Even if you're a child, if you're 14, 15 and you die here, you just go to the next realm, you live out your life, you grow and mature. It's just like it is here. There's no difference. It's just more fun, more pleasant, and a little bit more progressive over there. But here you really get your preferences and your form, and you really wage war with the physical dimension to temper your sword. You're here to temper your sword, and you'll take your sword out once it's tempered and sharp. So this is where we come to sharpen our sword. But once the soul's disembodied, it can't just become an infant again. Let's see. You just remember your solar plexus is crazy and needs balancing. Yep. So essentially, a good mantra for the solar plexus would be "ooh," as in blue. And charge your hands with the sun, and just make sure that you're breathing correctly, grounding your feet on the soil, and maybe that chakra is trying to tell you something. Maybe if your solar plexus is close to your adrenals, maybe you're doing something that's stressing out your adrenal gland. So just kind of take inventory and check to see what you could be doing that's causing your adrenal gland to be imbalanced. I would say doing some, I like doing like eightfold breath in eight, do the fourfold breath in 4, hold 4, out 4, hold 4, in 4, hold 4, out 4, hold 4, and just kind of do the box breathing. Yeah, so like I said, like just people that live a life of survival and ignorance, they're growing up too. So like when they grow into the next life, they see people coming from the future lives here, and there's always lessons going on. You know, there's always a sense of progression. So once you die and take on that next life, you're gonna not be like you're gonna be outside of your shell, right? It's basically getting outside of the box. When you die, you're thinking outside of the box now. You know, you have to be pretty freaking corrupted or pretty freaking asleep to like wake up on the next life and not know what the heck's going on, you know. But I guess it happens to people. God bless those people, but know that God loves them and there's help. There's jobs on the next realm. I didn't make any of this up. Go read Swedenborg. Go find out that Swedenborg's where all this near death, life after death stuff came from. Go find out who Swedenborg is. I want everyone here to look into Swedenborg. I want everyone here to look into C.C. Zane. C.C. Zane. And Thomas H. Burgoyne, Light of Egypt, Science of the Soul. Because I don't want to be like, you know, I didn't just like, you know, I was like, oh, I'm going to come up with a bunch of crazy ideas and do a live stream. Try to, I've been studying this new topic for like the past 4 years, this new, now 5 probably, this new way of thinking. And it was just based on divine intervention. Knowledge came to me on its own accord, and I want to share it. So I hope that helped Michelle with the chakra. Let's see, suffering adrenal stress. Yep. Yes, I can't remember what was the adrenal gland. Something to help it. Stay off the caffeine for sure. Yeah, if you live a life of survival, yeah, you kind of go to the lower astral planes. But don't forget in the Upanishads, it says some that, you know, you can experience the glory, you know, you become a king, wealthy, healthy, and wise here, and experience the highest blessing of the physical world. And then there's other people that experience the highest blessing of the spiritual astral world, and there's people that experience the highest blessing of the spiritual world. So God and the Creator, it doesn't have any problem if you've mastered the physical realm. Good for you. There's stories of ancient East, from the ancient East, of kings that have transcended the material nature through fully living thoroughly through it in a positive way. Right. It's okay to cherish your blessings. Yeah, as in the Bhagavad Gita, when it says, yeah, it is a misinterpretation. When it says return, it could mean earthbound, and it also means returning into soul cycles, meaning you're still trapped in your mental gymnasium of your physical life. Ever went to, like, let's say you're working at a print factory or a print shop, and then you go to sleep and you're still working at a print shop. You know, you're just stuck in the box. But you'll wake up one day, right? I'd recommend everyone go watch the movie or the series Lost. It's like a 6-season series. It was back in 2003. Go watch Lost season 1 through 6. And I just think you'll have a really good. I think it's based on the Swedenborg beliefs of the afterlife. And Swedenborg was a Gnostic and seer. Is there a choice between the choosing the wrong light and we pass over, as I spoke about in Bhagavad Gita? Yeah, of course, there's different portals. You know, there's portals that lead to lower astral realms, more mundane. And there's people that are just done with that. They're ready to move on to bigger and better things. So it's kind of your inherent nature draws you to one of the other lights. But there's no weird trap light like, oh, there's a false light that aliens are putting there to brainwash you into becoming back into the material matrix. Don't go. That's all baloney, and all that's bunch of bogus nonsense. So I know that's not what you were saying, but I'm just saying, yeah, sometimes people go there. So yeah, there's not really. I guess there's a choice, but I guess the choice is now. What are your choices looking like right now? Yeah, they don't want us constantly reincarnating. They want us earthbound so that our souls don't transition to the higher planes, so that they can use us as their minions in the afterlife to continue to influence people here. Yes, the higher realms do affect us here for both positive and negative. The more celestial higher realms affect us positively with good impulses, and the negative realms affect us negatively and try to make us do negative choices. Yeah, Lost is amazing, right? You remember they wake up in that little astral plane and they all died and they all. Sorry, but for spoiler, no more spoiler. Sorry for the spoilers. Everyone go watch Lost. If you have seen it, then you'll know kind of what to expect in the afterlife. Oh, remember. Okay, so Michelle wants to know, how can we reach our highest frequency? Remember, we don't want to necessarily do our highest frequency. We actually want to slow it down a little bit. But I actually both reach our highest frequencies, how things materialize, and then the more slower it goes, is the more dematerialized. So if you want to master the physical realm, you want to just make sure you're staying active and activating your Rajas, Rajas, and keeping them towards God and service to Krishna, and then hopefully becoming sattva. But you want to kind of lower that frequency. You try to do the threefold meditation. So what you're going to do is you're going to sit still. You're not going to move for 10 minutes. Mark this 10 times. So 10-minute trials of sitting down, laying down in a comfortable position and not moving. Then you will begin rhythmic breathing. Rhythmically breathe through the nostrils. Then you're going to focus your energy on your heart and above your head. And you're going to simply witness here, from this part of your eyebrows here, a tongue at the top of the mouth, creating the energy circuit. Practice that, and it will definitely be able to. Oh, another one, Michelle, is for sure, like you said, for the tuning, you're going to want to do the breath. And then the root chakra. And then Santos in his last live on Patreon had a lot of good mantras. So I think they just benefit because a lot of their superiors are also disincarnate entities, and they want an army of disincarnate entities to continue to keep us kind of confused. But remember, God's using them as a way to strengthen us. Every plane has its issue. So the physical world's always going to be in this dualistic, enmity with something. That's why it's better to not get caught up in all the shenanigans. Yeah, nasal breathing and straight posture is a good one. Yeah, I would recommend ceremonial magic. Either do Hermetic, like Franz Bardin Hermeticism, or do some like Golden Dawn self-initiation practices. And just don't feel free to look at yourself sometimes and just say, "What the hell are you doing? What's going on here?" We're not always perfect. We're not always doing our best. It's okay to look at yourself and say, "You know what? I'm just kind of screwed right now. I need to get my mind together." Yeah, it is exciting to think about what's next. Creative Dragon Ball. Oh, you're interested in Dragon Ball. Nice. Journey. That is so beautiful. Yeah, so we had primordial existence as more of an innocent type of soul. some say we were elementals, but Thomas H. Burgoyne said that we weren't like elemental entities. A little bit more. I like to think of elemental entities as like helpers. They might earn a physical body someday, but I think right now they're just kind of helping. There's that birth in the soul. So in the spirit world, go watch Hans Wilhelm. You're born in the spirit world just like you are here. Once you mature enough, then you descend. It's kind of interesting. So you're already incubated somewhere else. I'm going to have to take a look at that gravestone of the Dragon Ball Z creator. Dragon Ball Z is also very interesting. Look, Goku's basically the son Goku. Turned into an ape, the animal nature, the 7 Dragon Balls with the 7 chakras, the 7 planets. Remember the Nimbus cloud? You can only board the Nimbus cloud because he's pure and innocent. The impure people can't ride the Nimbus cloud, and that basically saying that if you're not pure, you can't access your subtle body to fly in the astral realm. Yeah, when it comes to that, for sure, I think, camel loyalty, just kind of CPT cold, just kind of do whatever feels right. I think the best thing is just recharging with the sun, breathing, staying happy, staying positive. Don't over exercise. That's also a soul trap. People that over exercise are unhealthy. So don't over exercise. Stay in homeostasis. It's okay to have some subtle activation, essentially. Check your breath. Like Manly P. Hall says, the first part of initiation is always that belly breathing. You have to learn how to pot belly breathe because you have to learn how to store more chakra in the lower dentiums. Wow, that's very interesting Dragon Ball Z knowledge. So yeah, where were we for the physical realm? I don't know, try to remember, you might have just been part of the substratum before you were extracted from it and neutralized. You have your other half out there somewhere, according to Thomas H. Burgoyne. If you're a guy or girl here and now in the physical, you were a guy or girl in the spirit world. So yes, sex does actually exist in the higher realms. How does astrology connect with birth? Because as soon as you take your first breath, that imprintation of the electromagnetic field seals you shut, and your soul is also attracted to the appropriate astrological conditions to create your your physical experience. And remember, here we experience physical weather, like, it's raining outside, it's cold, it's hot in your house, with things to protect you from the cold and all this. Well, in the inner plane, you have inner weather, and that inner weather is more feeling like a melancholic vibe, or a happy vibe, or joyful, like at Christmas, you feel, where they say Christmas is in the air, or Halloween, or nostalgia. These are inner plane weather. This is the inner plane weather. Yes, lesser banished ritual of the pentagram. Yup. Yes, sir. Yep, lesser banished ritual of the pentagram. Do it like you brush your every day, man. Every day. Yep, in those dimensions they use magic like dragons. Yep, the anime is a good reflection of the higher planes. Oh no, it's muffled. Is that better? Because I have a lot of air conditioning going on. It will be uploaded. Can anyone tell me if my mic's better? The air conditioner just went off. Yeah, does it? Yeah, can anyone tell me if the mic's better? Nice. The lesser banishing ritual, the pentagram, is a Western. Thanks, awesome. Yeah, I was the air guys. Sorry about that. It's the just Western Tantra, Eastern. It's Eastern Tantra made for the Western person. So we're using star shapes, pentagrams, and Hebrew god names, and you're just blessing the 4 cardinal directions, invoking the 4 archangels, earth, water, air, and fire, and then you're bringing it down the middle pillar. If you guys want me to do a lesser banishing ritual presentation, I can definitely do that. There's a lot on YouTube, but it might be good to have it from a syncretic perspective. No. Yeah, so astrology is connected. So go read Thomas H. Burgoyne's chapter on karma and reincarnation in The Light of Egypt, Science of the Soul, free PDF on Google. Then he explains how karma, you're not punished for your past life. You're not. You're punished for your thoughts and actions now. And some of the things that happened to you that were wrong were just to mold you. You know, like you're molded by the game, you know. You got to be molded to fit your true destiny. Yeah, I think they already are doing that. I think those buildings and energies on the megalithic sites and churches are already reversing dark energies. And I think that, let's see. Oh, no worries, Ekamoto. I want you to read up on that and get back to me to see what your thoughts are on, because I know, I love Ramananda Maharishi and Nisargadatta and Ramakrishna, but I don't think what they're saying is in any way against what C.C. Zane and Thomas H. Burgoyne and even Illuminated Brahmanism saying, that of course your substratum is beyond comprehension, but it utilizes vehicles to function. You can't function without a vehicle. I think a lot of people are preparing to become floating heads. So my mom was always scared of, when we die, we're just going to become a floating head. So that's not going to happen. Yeah, so Myra Patel says, how come some people are born with very good configuration of planets? That's just because God creates at various different levels of functions. Remember, Manly P. also says there's the 4 levels of society, the Brahmins, the warriors, the business, the priests, and the laborers, and one's not higher than the other. It's just that they fulfill different functions. So maybe these people were made for a specific function, and their internal choices and thoughts from birth affect their instant karma. Karma is instantaneous. Yep. Yep, Nick, the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram does purify your elemental energies. And remember, you're separating each one of your elements and putting them on a shelf, basically earth, water, air, and fire. And you're shelving them. And then you're working on them and purifying them one by one. And then you're putting them back together in a more organized fashion. The substratum is basically the screen of consciousness. It never ends. It's kind of like, have you ever slipped into a deep sleep, like kind of the vigil state? And you feel like you're in a bot, like you're just a room of energy. You're the consciousness, basically. Yes, astrology is the word of God, and it is the eternal scriptures written on the celestial heavens, and gives us all the information we need about what to expect in this life and the next. So astrology are, like the Bible, is divine cryptograms. Cryptograms are secrets, and gram meaning pictures, secret pictures that reveal hidden truths. And astrology is the eternal clock that's used to determine our qualities and our mission and our goal, and what the prophets and seers have used since millennia. The 3 magi, even though they're literary characters, were astrologers. In the Old Testament, when it says astrology is bad, it's just talking about fortune tellers and people that use it to basically deceive you. But true astrology is just divine knowledge of self. And like God told Job, can you tell forth the Mazzaroth? Can you tell forth the signs and seasons? Can you bind the Pleiades? Can you feel the influences of the bear? Because all of these things influence us, and we should be awakening to these stars above us that are there, because they're entities. Just like animals are below us here, like in consciousness, well, we're below the stars. So we're always looking up. And that's why human is divine, because man can look up. We have the spine erect. And with the spine erect, we look up into the heavens to investigate the glorious mysteries. Yeah, a take up. I just recommend everyone, before you start doing Golden Dawn ceremonial magic like Lesser Banishing Ritual, the Pentagram, and Ekamonto, can you tell me what was interesting? Just because I just lost my train of thought. Just let me know what you thought was interesting, please. I'm kind of just going off a wave here. Yes, so before you do the uh, Golden Dawn initiation, please do Franz Barden's initiation into Hermetics. Yeah, initiation to Hermetics is pretty cool. It'll definitely get you on a good path to at least understanding how your mind works, because there's 3 different types of meditation, right? Letting your thoughts flow and just observing them, observing the train of thoughts for 10 minutes, 10 times. Once you're good at that, try to hold on to one specific thought or idea for 10 minutes and do that 10 times. And then finally, you're going to have void thought, no thought for 10 times. And then you're going to combine all of them. And it's going to be, the path is going to take you here in the beginning. The beginning practices are the end practices, the Ouroboros. So predestination and fate depends on your choices and actions. So every time you make a choice, then you create a predestination. So yeah, in a way, life is kind of predestined, but it's all predestined based on your choices. So every time you make a choice, then you create a new predestination for that choice, the train of choices, right? Yeah, man, Nick, that's awesome. Oh my, is this Nick? Is this Nick from the Academy? Oh my God. Well, I was just saying, oh, hey, what's up, Nick? I think it is you, man. It's awesome. It's good to see. Oh man, it has been a long time, brother. I hope you're doing really good. It's good to see you. I saw some of the work you're doing with Nick and Crystal, and I love it. I want to get you on here and talk about esoteric occult ceremonial magic. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, I know. I understand. Meditation can be rough sometimes. We're so bombarded, but the main point is just get in touch with that sound in your head, Mabby. Mabio, get in touch with that sound frequency in your head and don't lose sight of it. Right, even right now when I'm talking, I can hear it and I'm talking from it. Walking, talking, sleeping, whatever you're doing, stay in touch with the sound, because the sound current will take you to God. Yeah, what do you mean, does anyone else lose chat? You think cremation or burial is better? Yeah. I think there's probably no significance. I think I saw this one pretty high level rabbi dude say that, God created us and counts all the hair on our head. So he definitely can distinguish us from the body. But I think traditionally, I think there might be benefit to being tuned. It depends on kind of your culture. I guess it wouldn't be significant in my opinion, because I don't want you to ever feel like someone who was cremated had a hard time because of it. I've had loved ones who were cremated, and I've had loved ones that were buried, and they both acquire their subtle bodies. So don't worry about it too much. No, Nick, I'm going to look for your email. I will type it in and find you. And please make sure you're sending to my main email, either the Perennial Wisdom Temple at gmail.com or CampbellChris0402 at gmail.com. Nick. Oh yeah, Nick T. Yep, this is awesome. Yep. Yeah, music will take you there. Just keep on listening to the good music, classical music, reggae, Bob Marley, whatever, instrumental, classic, Chopin, Debussy, uh, Mozart, Paco de Lucia, Paco Pena, flamenco, Spanish, Santos Bonacci's music. Please, everyone, go purchase an album from Santos Bonacci. It really helps support syncretism. Yeah, that might be on your end, Kim. I'm not sure why you can't see the chat. It should still be up and running. Try to refresh your page. Yeah, makes sense. I think we can change how we journey this life, but the destination will not change. I don't know. I think you do have quite a bit of power over your destiny. God made man to rule his destiny. Yeah, and I also want to do some talks on astrotheology, but it is getting a little late here, so I think I'm going to shut it down. It was really, I really appreciate everyone here. Let's see, gotcha, sent to you on your discount email. Let me search for Tamarindo. Nice, awesome, Nick. Thanks so much, buddy. Yep, thanks so much. Hey, everyone, please, I want everyone to go to the free Patreon. Just sign up for free or paid, whatever you want. Just get over there on Patreon so we have a good community going and we can get everything. You know, I post mystery school lessons there as well. Oh, there we go. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, it's so good talking to you. Y'all have a good night. Peace.